Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the 2024 New York State Championships. This is our youth rowing state championship here. My name is Megan. I've got my partner in crime, Hannah, here, and we are going to bring you the first race of the day, which is already on the course, the boys 1V Quad.
All right, so once again, if you're just joining us, yesterday we had a full day of
Full day.
boys, small boats, girls, big boats, all qualifying for those SRA Nationals and Youth Nationals bids. And today, no different. We've got a lot on the line, but also just a culmination of a full season,
Yeah.
maybe even a full year of training here with each of these different programs, Scholastic and Club. We've got Oak Neck coming down the course here first, bow number 1 of the day, but actually bow number 386, because we had quite a few boats for our first day of racing yesterday. You can see them just on the right side of your screen there, followed by Burnt Hills Rowing, Long Island Rowing Club, Shen, Port Jefferson, all familiar names, Megan, here at the New York State Championship.
And a little different about this morning than perhaps a lot of the racing you've seen if you've been watching all spring. It feels a little bit like fall. We've got some single file rowing. We call it a time trial. And that just means that instead of all crews in the event starting all at once, we give them about 10, 15, 20 seconds in between each boat. So potential to be completely solo your whole race. You're racing internally against the clock. And then at the end of each event, our timing crew will tally those times and seed them for an afternoon final. So all of these crews, while they don't directly have a team next to them, are racing for a place in this afternoon's final.
I mean, watch out for Shen. They look like they're gunning it hard enough to get a team next to them here. That crew in the white and green, 3 white hats.
We've seen Shen do some really fast rowing in our men's small boats yesterday, and I would expect that probably some of those smaller boats are coming together for a big boat today. But first into these red buoys, we can see them at the finish line. I believe we will have Oak Neck Rowing Academy.
Yeah, they're in that yellow shell here.
On
Gosh,
your
Megan,
screen, I think
couldn't
you still got
imagine
Burnt
better.
Hills, potentially Long Island, and Friends of Shen there.
Yeah.
I believe that is Long Island in that red and black, and then there's Shen on a charging move here.
Yeah, they look good, but what about it looks good? Well, Shen really matching that rhythm. They're cycling around the back end together, keeping that bow surging up across the water. Long Island just a few beats slower, but still really nice matching together. You can see that one swing, one finish. We're watching in real time this Oak Neck crew come across the line.
Oak Neck looking really sharp. Last 2 strokes to the finish line.
Ooh,
On our
first boat
camera
across.
entering those red buoys is Long Island. And
Here's the shot
there
of
we can
Burnt
see, I
Hills.
believe, Burnt Hills, our neighbors to the south, also looking very sharp, very smooth.
Practicing a little bit of sprint work.
So tricky in these time trials in a side-by-side racing, you're sprinting, you got the boat next to you. Here, you got to go faster, even though there's nobody around. So time trial, often a good practice to put together a race, put together a strategy without perhaps a lot of external influence. Here's Long Island Rowing Club putting together a practice sprint. They can probably see that Shen, I'm going to say Shen's probably made up a little bit of ground. Nothing wild. We still have a few boat lengths of open between the two. But there's Long Island Rowing. I see you, pink hat and 3-seat.
Papa color. Here comes Friends of Shenandoah across the line here in their last 10 strokes.
So this is, if you're just joining us, the boys 1V Quad shows up on your starting list as a 1V4X. That X means it's a sculling boat. As we can see, these athletes have 2 oars each. Just athletes. There's no coxswain here. So they are doing all of the brain work and all of the muscle work.
Port Jefferson in the Cobra,
Ooh.
newer edition of the WinTech racing shell.
I'm a Cobra fan.
We know the Cobra.
We've raced some Cobras.
And coming up next, we should have Pittsford and Row America Rye. Looks like Rye there on the right. And that looks like a Manhasset High School.
In that orange.
I know. It's their specialty orange. But here's Rye coming through their last 250 meters.
So all of these boats, as the 1V Quad designation, will be the top 4 athletes on a squad's varsity sculling program. So likely your top 4 athletes with 2 oars. Maybe they've raced yesterday in a different smaller boat. Maybe they're racing again in a different bigger boat today. But these squads really showing their top quality sculling here. There's Row America Rye through the line.
Yeah, and that's 393 Manhasset High School scholastic entry here, but also eligible for Youth Nats.
So tell me about that. Let's talk about scholastic and club and Youth Nats and SRAAs a little bit.
So Youth Nats is kind of where everybody comes together. This looks like Albany Rowing Center here, but Youth Nats brings every top program from around the country all in one place for one giant throwdown in Sarasota, Florida. And so there are several qualification regattas throughout the country, whether you're in the Midwest, whether you're in the Northeast. There are a few in the Northeast just because rowing has such a presence in this region of the country. And so we have New York States as one of the qualifiers. New England Interscholastic is another one. You have Northeast Regionals. There's so many different.
Florida's got its own.
Yep. And
Virginia, so West Coast. There's lots of different qualifiers here, but New York State Championships is a scholastic qualifier.
Yep. And so the scholastic qualifier is just for schools. So all of the athletes have to attend the same school. So oftentimes they live in the same town, and thus it's like a hometown hero project, as opposed to one of these club teams where you might have a lot of, like, it's a composite energy of people coming from all over the place to kind of do this cool thing
really
called
cool
rowing.
Thing.
Yeah. And so throughout the day, we'll have different crews coming from different positions in that, and it's kind of hard to strategize as a coach for what you go
Where
towards.
do I send my best athletes? How do I create these boats?
Obviously, we want to see how fast we are compared to the top caliber standard.
Yeah.
And other times we want to see how much of a competitive racing experience we can get for our athletes. And so
our most athletes, our top athletes, our development athletes.
Right, and you want the whole team
There's
to
a lot of
something.
strategy.
Yeah. And
do you have a young team? Do you have an old team?
And rowing is this cool sport where you have all of these different boat classes and age categories, and so you can really kind of manipulate what you
Some
have.
lineups.
Like play your hand.
Yeah.
And it's really cool to see so many athletes get those different opportunities, whether you're at the U15 level, the U17 level. Maybe it's the Varsity Quad that we just watched, or maybe it's this boys' second Varsity Quad. But regardless of the coaches behind the curtain doing their magic, we get to watch all of these athletes just like show off and perform.
So all of these athletes will race a time trial this morning, which will get them into a final for this afternoon, which then this afternoon we get to talk a little bit more about the nitty-gritty of bids and qualifiers and placements. But this morning we are just racing for a spot in that final. Likely the top 9 teams in that grand final. Will vary a little bit depending on kind of how this morning goes. But here we are. This looks like Oak Neck Rowing A, our boys 2V Quad. These athletes will be numbers 5 through 8 in the program in your sculling squad on your varsity team.
Yeah, that's one thing about these championships. You have to send a first varsity boat before you can send a second varsity.
Can't just
so
throw
if you have
in your
great
TV.
depth in your program, you have to have that top end speed to match.
Yep.
So here's Oak Neck Rowing Academy coming through their time trial in the last 200 meters of their race. Often here we'll see athletes kind of experimenting with those sprint sequence strokes. And we have no coxswain, so it's entirely athlete driven. You got to feel
You're doing it all.
Or you have to lie to yourself and tell yourself you're feeling it to really wind it up in those last 20 strokes. Oftentimes athletes will do 3 sets of 10 strokes, 4 sets of 7 strokes, something to just break it into small pieces and ask more and more of the body. Here comes Oak Neck through the line.
And we've been practicing this. These crews have been practicing all season. This is your state championship. We're prepared So maybe we're trying out something new this morning that we want to use this afternoon. Here is your Long Island Rowing Club entry in the boys 2V quads. We're searching for that finish line. Everybody wants to get across that line. We are racing 1,500 today, so just under a mile here on Fish Creek. Straight down the course. We have 10 lanes. They'll probably only be using 2, maybe 3 for this time trial. Typically you have your odd bow numbers in like a lane 1 and your even bow numbers in a lane 2, so that if you're a little bit faster than the boat in front of you or behind you, you have room.
Here comes bow 401 Romer Karai, so maybe they passed Manhasset.
Maybe they had a good race here.
And so those two boats started off in different lanes, so they didn't have too much drama about yielding or moving for another crew coming and overtaking them, which
we did see yesterday.
We saw a lot yesterday, especially in those bigger events where you had such a wide spread of experience levels in these different categories. But here comes Manhasset High School across the line here in their last few strokes. We got a beanie, Megan. What's the temperature? Weather check.
It's a little brisk. I'm wearing a puffer.
It's like 48, maybe.
It's a little brisk. We're missing some sun. We have all the gloom, but no doom here on Fish Creek. Just gloom.
Just gloom, no doom.
The rowers are bringing the sunshine. Gloom and zoom? Is today a gloom and zoom day? Here's Port Jefferson in their 2V quad, barreling down the course. We can see they've entered those red buoys. On our course, we have 1,250 meters of yellow and white buoys, and then 250 of red buoys. And in rowing, that signifies your last 250, your sprint, typically your last minute or so of racing. So these athletes know they're close to the end. We can see Bowseat checking his point, making sure that he's got a good line to get his teammates down the course. They've got 15 strokes through this finish line.
What is it with stroke seats and beanies? What's going on?
They got to keep that brain warm. They're doing a lot of that rhythm. Stroke seats often will have, we call it a stroke coach or a speed coach, a little GPS computer that's going to help us out. So, I don't know. We're starting a trend here in the boys 2V quad.
We're starting a trend. We are lucky here on this live stream to watch the last 250 where things get a little exciting, a little spicy, even in a time trial. It's fun to watch these athletes ramp it up. Get a little risky.
Up. We were talking yesterday about how in the time trials here we're only seeing the last minute. Here's about 4:03, I believe, is Manhasset High School. We're checking into a basketball game with 2 minutes left on the clock. With 1 minute left on the clock, we can kind of see how they're doing. We can kind of see what's happening, but we'll have to talk to them, their coaches, for the full story.
As we look up the course for our next event, just wishing all the mothers over there in the tent
happy Mother's Day.
If you are, I guess everybody is a son, daughter, or child, but if that describes you, this is a reminder. Text your mom. Give her a call right now.
Thanks for being on Fish Creek this morning or watching this live stream.
Text your chosen mother.
Yeah.
You got a community mother? Let her know you appreciate her.
I know there are some moms over there at the Saratoga food tent that are certainly a lot of ours chosen mother here on race day, providing us with all of the warmth and the food. We move on to our next event, I believe, with the boys junior U17 quads. So boys junior U17, a unique category. The U17 is a youth nats category. However, at the New York State Championships, we can row a junior event. So you could be a junior or an under 17 athlete here. Whether or not you will be eligible for youth nationals is kind of up to what designation you've chosen. But here for the time trials, we are just looking at this crew as a whole. How fast are you getting down the course? This likely is our Friends of Shenendehowa crew, our boys junior U17 quads. This is 4 athletes, 8 oars. We are sculling, so they've got one tiny little oar in each hand, and no coxswain. So in addition to being the muscle and the power of the boat, these athletes are also the brain, the strategists, the motivators. For 16-year-old or junior athletes, that's a lot on their plates. So super proud of these athletes coming down the course. You can see we've got pretty nice water here so far today. I won't say it's so loud that it hears me, and winds itself up, but a little bit of cloud coverage, flat water, hopefully going to lead us to a very nice day of racing here on Fish Creek.
Really nice rhythm coming out of Shen here in their last 250. It's kind of like in track when they have that last
Round
lap
that last
bell,
corner. Dun, 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 dun.
you know?
Yeah.
We're coming through the straightaway. You can see the stroke seat starting to pick it up. And what's interesting about rowing is that while things become more and more automatic as you practice a lineup,
Yeah.
you still need usually like a code word or a signal
Yeah.
that unites the crew on exactly what we're doing, especially with the level of fatigue that these athletes are experiencing. They're sprinting for a whole 6 minutes.
They're 5 or 6 minutes
It's
into
a long sprint.
very hard physical exertion. And now they're going harder and they're on camera.
And sometimes the brain needs a little extra help to just like make things very obvious, make things very clear. And so either bow seat or 2 seat, often in these quads, will be making that call. So it's not just stroke seat going alone and everybody else following suit.
Yep.
They're all working
Words
together.
that hopefully you've practiced, that you've visualized in the nights, the weeks before. But that is our Friends of Shenandoah crew. First off the line in this starting order for the boys junior U17 quads and first through the line.
And here comes Manhasset High School, bow number 408. Really nice acceleration together there. If I squint, they just look like clones of each other.
It's great.
That's a good sign.
It's a great sign. We see here in rowing, we want to press those legs down and swing the bodies together. Doing a really nice job there, Manhasset. Welcome to Fish Creek.
Here comes Port Jefferson Rowing Club in the bright blue. Seeing a lot of hoods up, Megan. I think it's more aerodynamic this way.
I think you could believe. It could be.
And that's a big part of it, if you believe it. Really nice acceleration coming from that bow pair. Making it feel light for the stern pair.
Yep, backing them up.
Sometimes
helping them throw down
in
that
the quad,
rhythm.
it can feel like you're a little jetpack on the back.
The quad is such a nice fast boat, yeah, especially when you're doing it right. Here's bow 410. That's going to be Niska Una rowing. These are all either juniors or 16-year-olds in this calendar year. All these athletes are racing for a spot in the finals this afternoon.
Looking sharp, Niski. Here comes Burnt Hills, bow number 411. Love that mid-drive suspension, Megan.
They are hanging. We also love, as soon as we see the whites of those blades, they're gone into the water. We don't want to hang out there at the catch, let that boat slow down. We are dropping and sending. Very nice, Burnt Hills.
Here comes Fordham Prep. I believe their uni says the Rams.
The Rams.
The Rams. Coming through their last 20 strokes here. Making it look sharp. And so in this event we have, let's see, just about 12, maybe 13 boats. And so our finals only fit 9.
Yep.
So it's not important
it's a race.
to go maybe as fast as you've ever gone before, right? We want to do that on the final where
but
all the marbles.
You can't leave much because you got to give yourself a space in the race.
You got to make that final.
Here's Row America Rye. Yeah, right. How do I go the fastest I've ever gone and potentially expend a little bit more energy this morning than I ideally want to have something for this afternoon?
Recover, right?
Or am I confident in a base pace and I trust it? Sometimes you can't trust it. Sometimes you got to throw down the race of your life in a time trial. Make sure you give yourself a good fighting chance for that Youth Nationals or that SRAA's bid.
We've got some boats close together here, Megan.
We do. This is fun.
So this looks like 414 West Side Rowing Club all the way from Buffalo, New York.
Drove across the state to be here.
And they're getting hunted down by Mohawk Homeschool Rowing Association, just about 2 lengths behind them. And obviously we're only coming into this race. Oh no, a little crab.
Mohawk with a little digger. We're going to recover.
But this is
Here
where
we
we
go.
risk it, right? This is where we experiment.
Maybe they were throwing something at a sprint they've never thrown.
And now we know maybe we don't
That's
risk
okay.
quite so much.
We're almost across the finish line.
This
There we
afternoon.
go. Yep. Couple of diggers. That's all right. It happens. It happens to the best. There are people that catch diggers at literally the Olympics.
True.
And here we are at New York
Every
States
level.
doing the exact same attempt at beautiful rowing, beautiful fast rowing. I think it's really cool that we're seeing same goals, same body patterns from our U15 athletes all the way up to our varsity squads.
Here's Romer Karai, 418. This is their B entry in this boys junior U17 quad event. Do you see that giant heron flying over them? I love rowing. We're just like right in the thick of
Nature.
we're just right in the thick of it. I'll have a bald eagle dive down and get a fish right next to your boat.
I've seen it, a fish jump into a boat right here.
From the water into the
It's
boat.
not called Fish Creek for nothing.
Beware. Romer Karai taking their last few strokes. Sometimes the time trial can be like ripping off a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
You know, you've been like,
Whoa, haven't done
anticipating
this in a
this.
minute. This is exciting. We're at state champs. Here's Canisius High School, 417.
looking nice and strong here, coming through. Maybe a slight headwind of a puff here developing, but here comes, wow, great strokes there through the line. I believe that was Long Island Rowing Club. Maybe Niskayuna. I'm trying to look. It might have been Niskayuna. It's tough when it's chilly because people layer up.
We layer up.
And
We cover up those very distinct unis.
just like that, we're on to the girls' varsity singles. So we've got 18 girls' varsity singles throwing down here this morning of day 2 of the New York State Championships in rowing. Kicking it all off with bow number 423.
423.
We're looking for Oak Neck Rowing Academy.
So we're still sculling. We still have 2 oars, but we're just all by ourselves, which makes for a very different race compared to the quads.
How do you prepare for that, Matt?
Practice, practice, practice. It feels a lot more quiet, a lot more lonely, a lot more self-reliant. So if you're hyping yourself up, I think that momentum can take you a long way. If you're perhaps in a little bit of a rut, it is important not to try and stay there too long. Boat speed can change very drastically, so we'll see, especially this afternoon as these singles go head-to-head, that instead of taking a 500 to move on someone, you can just take a couple of strokes. A much more, I'm going to say dynamic, perhaps, but definitely a tricky boat. Yeah.
And we talk a lot about self-talk in the single as well. Like, obviously, your self-talk is present in every boat class.
Yep.
But in the single, you don't have that group think. You don't have the peer pressure. It's really just you and your little noggin.
Which sometimes is a huge blessing. You want to make a move? You don't have to talk to anyone. You just make your move. This is 423 Oak Neck Rowing, making her move in the last 10 strokes. It's a lot like the erg. A lot of these athletes do some training on the erg, those indoor rowing machines, where you're seeing your splits, you're feeling your technique. So really impressive in this youth category to be a varsity single. Very exciting.
Here comes Albany Rowing Center. A little bit higher rate than that Oak Neck sculler. Winding it up, emptying the tank.
It's possible that these ladies raced yesterday, might race again today in a different boat class. True test of fitness, endurance, mental toughness. Here's 425. That's going to be Mohawk Homeschool.
Really nice strokes here, hanging off the arms so that the legs and the hips can shine.
Let those big muscles do the work.
If you've ever, at least it's especially true for those of us who are female athletes, the legs are so much stronger.
No matter how many bicep curls you do.
No matter how many curls for the girls we do.
And we do them.
And we do them. But the legs really are the stars of the show.
Here's your Long Island Rowing Club entry. Welcome upstate. You can see her shoving those hips.
Yeah, sending that boat away. Super nice sculling.
About 2 boat lengths back, I see a Pelham Community rowing. I don't think she's going to catch this Long Island athlete.
She's winding it up,
but
though.
Pelham Community can feel Long Island off of her, I believe, starboard side there in those lanes. She's close to our finish here. Very nice job. She knows she did some good work down the line.
Really nice hang, really nice strokes. There should be Port Jefferson coming up next in that light blue.
I think you're right.
Gosh, so much high-quality rowing at the New York State Championship.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Mother's Day. Oh, my gosh. I love watching the singles. Let's see, we're looking for Cold Spring Harbor High School next in Our Lady of Lourdes Rowing Association.
So the starting officials, hopefully, are starting all of these singles about 15 to 20 seconds apart. But sometimes those margins are greater. Takes a little bit longer to line up.
Like,
sometimes
ref,
it's
I need
shorter.
A drink of water. I
right.
cannot possibly.
I gotta
start
click
right
start
now.
on my stroke coach.
I've gotta eat my gummies.
I gotta take my long sleeve off.
Do you think maybe goose?
Ooh, maybe a goo.
I don't know.
I'm a fruit snack fan, a Cliff Block fan.
They make caffeinated ones too.
They do. They do. It is early in the morning. Here is our 4:29. This is our Cold Springs Harbor High School athlete. So we're seeing the last 250 here. Who knows what transpired in that first 1250? We'll know a little bit more this afternoon when we get to watch that whole race side by side, 9 boats across. But I see a little bit of a sprint coming from this Cold Spring Harbor High School athlete. She's cruising to this finish line. First race of the day for her. Sending those hips. Excited to be here at the New York State Championship.
And we've got quite a pack of singles coming up here, Megan.
They're
the
constant.
Margins are getting close. That's 431 Wappingers Crew Club. Sunglasses up.
It's not time for sunglasses
and
yet. She be glooming and zooming.
Here comes 430. That's Our Lady of Lourdes Rowing Association.
Very nice. Welcome to the New York State Championships. In our yellow boat, high rate, she's going for it. We have 433, Brighton Rowing Club.
Winding it up. Here comes 432, Ave Maristella.
She's got her layers on, staying nice and warm for this time trial.
Staying long, leveraging right through.
Very nice. And I see a little bit of a sprint coming from our next athlete. Right here, 434, Oak Neck B entry. Really swinging to that finish line, sending all the body mass all the way to those checkered buoys.
Gotta use what you've got.
Use what you got.
Here comes Port Jefferson B. You'll notice in these time trials, we do put all of the top singles or top boat class of each program in order. So that we kind of give each of those A boats an opportunity to start with potentially similar speeds.
With our competition, yeah.
Yeah. Apples to apples comparison. Here's Mohawk Homeschool Rowing Association B coming through their last 250 meters.
Mohawk Homeschool Rowing was the first homeschool rowing club in the country.
Not just New York State.
Not just the state. Also the state.
Also the state.
But here we are on Fish Creek in Saratoga Springs. It's a little bit of a gloomy day, a little bit brisk, just under 50 degrees, but water is nice, fairly flat, maybe a puff of a crosswind. Here's your Mohawk Homeschool athlete cruising to the finish line in this women's varsity single time trial. And just behind, maybe a boat of open water, it looks like we have the Albany Rowing Center athlete.
Time trial can be a lonely thing, especially in this single. Here comes 440 Oak Neck Rowing Academy C. And I think that should
close
complete
it
for
us.
the girls' singles. So now we got a partner in crime.
Now we get a partner. We don't get to add an oar.
No.
We just add a body.
We still have 2 oars for between the boat, but now we got 2 people.
We move over to the girls' varsity pairs, which shows up on your starting sheet as a 2-. That is 2 athletes, 1 oar each. We can see, I believe this is going to be our Friends of Port entry, making their way through our bimini tops.
It's true. We do have quite a view.
It's almost
here.
summer in Saratoga.
These pairs, such a fun boat class, all about
it is.
timing and synchronizing the stroke. The single, obviously you're just synchronizing with yourself and the boat itself.
Just trying to create some flow, some rhythm.
But in the pair and in the double, you really are working with your partner to match up as best as you can.
When Hannah and I got in the pair in the fall, maybe end of summer, like for the first time, we hadn't rowed together in a while. And we were like, we're just playing.
This is fun.
We're just playing in boats.
It's such a fun boat class, especially the rowing with the sweep oars. They're a lot longer than the sculling oars.
Yeah.
And it just feels
You're
a little, if
slingshotting
you've
yourself.
been sculling for a long time and someone hands you a sweep oar, it feels like a joke. You're like, this is a tree trunk.
This is crazy.
What do you want me to do with this?
Put it in the water.
And both of your arms get to work together. It's not like your tiny shoulders trying to do your best with sculling oars. No, sweeping, so fun. In the pair, even more so.
This is 444, Friends of Port rowing. Laying down a rhythm into these red buoys. Last 200 meters of their race.
And it's tough to watch here the last 250. These athletes are getting a little risky.
Yeah.
They're emptying the tank. Emptying the tank is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
You start to lose a little bit of control.
You
start
might
to lose a little bit of
at the start of a
cognitive
race. You might be sitting up a little taller. You might be a little bit more technically proficient. You might just look a little better. Not that these Port athletes don't look so strong, so stable.
But they look like they're emptying the
But
tank.
in the sprint, man, I'm just putting the blade in and sending the legs. Here we go, 444, Port rowing. 3 strokes to cross the line here. First to start, first to finish in our girls' varsity pair time trial.
And we don't have eyes up at the start, but it does look like they put a little, I don't know,
A little bit
of
space.
margin.
Yeah.
On the
The
next
pair
screw.
is a tricky event, though, in terms of steering, so perhaps we're just trying to play a little bit extra safe. Here's 445, City Island Rowing. We know you're pink. You're looking good.
Look at that decal on the boat, Megan.
That's fun.
That's fabulous.
That's free speed right there. City Island is an all-girls team, so their squad will be racing small boats today. They raced big boats yesterday.
Got a little bit of steering coming on here. 447, Oyster Bay.
We had our, I think that's Oyster Bay here with a little bit of steering issues.
But they made
They
it
did
through
make
the
it through the
line.
line. 446. Here's a West Side Rowing from Buffalo. Kicking those hips together.
Yeah, really nice matched up here from West Side.
Here's 449. That's our pair from Brighton Rowing Club. We see those yellow and black blades. Nice white and yellow long sleeves.
Nice acceleration, too.
They're sending it. That bow ball is surging. There's
Pushing
Brighton
it through the
line. Done with their time trial. Time to refuel, rest up, warm up, get ready for some hopefully racing this afternoon.
Here comes bow number 450, Friends of Port Rowing B.
Port's got 4 entries in this event.
It's pretty cool.
Could it be their Varsity 8 split up into pairs?
What great racing experience in the small
That's
boat.
so cool. Yeah.
so valuable. Here comes 448.
We
and
got a race
452.
happening.
So this is Warwick Crew and Port C.
Correct. Port C done some good work here, it looks
Having
like.
some steering issues, maybe.
Port C says, I see your steering issues. I'm just going to keep moving ahead. Warwick's about 5 strokes from the line. Doing a nice job here. There's Port. That's their C entry. And here comes Warwick.
And I think we're just looking for this last two. Looks like we have a Friends of Port D and a Warwick B. So here's Warwick B. Maybe the most iconic piece of rowing attire is the plaid sweatpants.
It is. That's when you know. That's when you know you've been to some regattas.
Nice strokes across the line here from Warwick. And they are going to be closely followed by Port D.
With a bit of a sprint here. I see that high rate, Port.
Yeah.
That, I believe, will conclude our girls' varsity pairs. We swing back to some more singles. Some U17 singles. This is not only it is only a Youth Nationals eligible event, so they do not have this category at Scholastics, but most, if not all, of our singles here are Youth Nationals eligible, so they will be looking to go fast enough to earn a spot in the grand final this afternoon, where then they can fight for a medal, which will give them a bid. We've got
super awesome to
15
get this
athletes here.
experience.
Yeah, 16-year-olds under 17 in this calendar year.
Here comes Oak Neck Rowing Academy A, approaching those last 250, and it's interesting to see the different strategies play out. We can kind of sense, just based on the stroke rating, you can almost see the legs going down a little bit faster if you pay close enough attention. And so at this last 250 mark here at the finish line, we get to kind of get a first row seat at what's going on. You can see this Oak Neck athlete starting to wind up the stroke rate a little bit, just taking a little less time at the finish, pushing the legs a little bit faster.
And typically when you cross those red buoys at the 250, that's a very standard place to sprint. But perhaps in the single, do you try a little earlier, longer sprint? Do you try a little later but more aggressive? Like right now, these athletes don't have to beat someone to the line. They're racing the clock, so kind of the moves on them of what they get to try. Very exciting stuff.
So exciting. And athletes are getting fitter,
Yeah,
right? Like
we are.
at the high school level, we're getting a
They're
lot
doing the
more
work.
endurance work. We're getting a lot of miles in. And you can see that start to pay off in the sprint.
Yeah.
Like some of these athletes started sprinting at 400 to go.
And they can do it. They can hold it.
But here comes Oak Neck, 456. Pushing it right through. Emptying the tank, practicing that sprint sequence.
Love the pink shirt, matching that pink uni. Look good, feel good, race good.
And
She
she's
knows she's
definitely-
got.
She's definitely opened up
Yeah,
the gap behind
She
her.
has.
Got to make you feel confident coming through
Yep.
the line.
Yep. The margins are so hard to see, especially in a small boat like this. It is, at least for me personally, very hard to see if I am started at 15 seconds. Did I make it to 12? Did I extend to 17?
Oh, it's so hard to tell.
Yeah.
Here's 457, Niskayuna Rowing's entry.
We know that Niskayuna boat. The ombre,
Classic.
red and yellow, red and white, excuse me. I'm looking at our yellow sheets here. Niskayuna athlete looking long and strong, dropping those blades, sending those hips.
And we're looking for the next crew. Looks like that's an Emma Willard entry. Starting to wind it up.
Potentially past Port Jefferson here, if they started in the correct order.
We never know.
We only know once our wonderful timing crew puts out those results.
We need more gossip from our referees. is what we need.
Yeah, send it over, referees.
And then we'll report back.
Although, so we've got this Emma Willard athlete, sculler finishing to the line here. I do see our Port Jefferson athlete, and then I do see 3 across. So perhaps you wanted some drama. The single sculler said, I will give you some drama.
Megan, I think that might be Mohawk Homeschool. Let's see. 460.
I think you're right.
The blue. It's confusing.
Can't tell if it's like a light baby blue or a dark baby blue from far away until we get our close-up camera feed.
Mohawk Homeschool really hauling on it, trying to leverage all the way through.
Tricky to maintain a straight point and push the legs down and continue to sit up and breathe. Mohawk Homeschool doing
Pushing
a nice
hard.
job putting everything towards that finish line. And then here's our little 3 that we've found. I believe we've got a Niskayune, a Long Island, an Albany Rowing Center, and our Port Jefferson boat.
That's Long Island there in the red. Taking names as they cross through the last 5 strokes. And what bow number did you see? I saw 63, but that would be...
That could have been our
Niskayune.
Niskayune athlete. Covered up the red.
That might have been our Port Jefferson.
I believe so.
Here comes 464 Oak Neck Rowing Academy B entry. Really nice finishes there.
Searching for those black and white checkered buoys, not the big red buoys that we can see from the finish line. That checkered buoy is your finish line. The red buoys are more for show, more for safety. So athletes racing to that black and white checkered buoy. Often we see most crews racing through the big red buoys just for security's sake.
Here's Long Island B entry, trying to empty the tank. And the single, we should note, tippiest of all the boat classes.
Oh, so tippy.
It happens. People flip all the time. And especially in the last 250 when you're trying to use everything.
Yep. Here we go. Orange visor and all. Through the finish line. Well done there. This is going to be
I think that's
Albany.
466 Albany B entry. Well rowed Albany. Followed closely by, looks like Albany's
C entry. That's got to be fun to spar every day and practice together. We're about 2/3 of our way through this girls U17 single, race number 56 here on day 2, morning session 1 of day 2 here at the New York State Championships.
Oak Neck Rowing Academy coming in with pretty fire strokes, pushing those legs, using all the leverage we've got. Nicely done. It looks like we have one more?
At least one
Two
more
more.
athlete on the course. 2.
2 more.
I think 2.
All right, in the red boat as we come into focus, it's 468 Oak Neck Rowing Academy C. Bright blue visor, color coordinated to the 9s. Pushing hard and strong.
First race of the day, time to get their bearings in the boat, time to get your bearings on the water. Maybe you did this in a boat where you weren't steering yesterday, and now you've got to kind of figure out where you are on the course, but those red buoys mean it's time to go, and there's finish line for your
Those
Oak
fluid
Neck boat.
finishes too. Looking
Yeah,
sharp
yeah.
all the way through the end. Here comes a Long Island Rowing Club D entry to finish off.
And there's your girls U17 singles. Results will be available via a link that was sent to you over email Friday night, I believe. That's where your time trial results will be. Your afternoon seatings in the final will be on back on streamlinerowing.com.
Here come the boys Novice Eights. Row New York out of Manhattan coming through. Looking powerful and strong here from the finish line. They're crossing that last 500-meter mark. In this 1500, we're in the last third. First third is all about adrenaline, finding that explosive power off the start, settling to something that feels strong, aggressive, just the line of sustainable for that middle 500. And in the last 500, we just get to show off. Here comes Row New York doing just that, starting to bring up the stroke rate all together, and gratitude for our coxswain kind of orchestrating this effort, making sure all 8 athletes do everything together, whether it's more direct catches, stronger leg push, maybe a more fluid finish, whatever it is, sitting up tall, that coxswain telling the athletes exactly what's needed.
Look at them go. Our first 8s of the day. Through
Takes
that
a lot to bring
first
8 people
250.
together.
It does. 9.
And this is a novice 8.
I know.
So
First year of rowing. First year. We could have played other sports. We could have been involved in other activities. But this is their first New York State Championships.
Getting strong, getting fit, showing it off here in the postseason. Row New York, Manhattan.
Welcome to upstate New York.
Just a little bit chillier up here.
But they're all just straight unis. They're excited for the cold. They're doing enough work to feel warm,
Be bold.
which is all you can ask.
Row New York taking their final strokes of
That's
their
a
time
sprint.
trial piece.
Nice job, Novice 8s.
I see not another 8 behind them.
I see if I look really hard. But
So-
Road New York Manhattan doing a really nice job separating themselves from that field. Well done, boys.
Next up in this order, we're looking for Pelham Community Rowing Association, Canisius High School, Port, St. Joseph's Collegiate. Let's see.
We've got over
Maybe
15 boats
Canisius?
here. That's great.
No, this is Brighton Rowing Club, 481. Novice 8s. Who knows?
Yeah,
what's
never
happening up
know.
there at the start.
Very possible that some crews had a easier time getting into the lanes, easier time in the warm-up area.
And warming up by yourself is tough.
Yeah, usually
You
you
go
have a
through
coach
practice with a
saying,
coach.
all right, here's your next 10
And
strokes.
on race day,
Here's your next 20.
You don't get a coach out there
It is
with you.
as a coach, it's the craziest thing. I feel like when you coach almost anything else, you get to watch the whole
Right. You're in the
game, the
you're
whole
in
race, the whole
bleachers,
performance.
stands,
Here,
whatever.
your coach is sitting at the finish line waiting for you to come down. Here's Brighton Rowing making a nice charge to the finish line, unified by their coxswain, trying to place those blades together and take them out together. Send that bow ball. You can see here we've got 4 port and 4 starboard. Typically they'll row port, starboard, all the way down the boat. Sometimes you'll have a starboard rogued boat and you can go starboard port, starboard port. Sometimes you'll have what we call a bucket and you have 2 ports or 2 starboards in a line, but very traditional rigging. Beautiful rowing here from Brighton Rowing Club. That was bow 481.
Here comes in the yellow boat with red unis. Looking pretty sharp.
Their impulse is
485
very nice.
Chaminade High School, boys only program here. Laying it down.
That bright red, bright yellow. This is the future of these programs. This is Chaminade's Varsity 8 in a couple of years. And how exciting to get this kind of experience in a time trial and hopefully a final later this afternoon.
Next in the black boat, yellow t-shirts, we have bow 484 McQuaid Jesuit. It's a scholastic program. Looking strong. We've got a battle.
I
here
got a
between
race.
Two crews.
I can hear
479
coxswains.
is St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute, versus 486 Oyster Bay Community Rowing.
Looks like Oyster Bay, if they started in the correct order, made up some good time. We shall see. But bow to stern, we had
Really
St.
direct
Joe's.
catches
Yeah,
from Oyster Bay.
really nice job. Hard to teach novice rowing, right? There are so many things going on in a boat.
It's a
You not only
full-body
have
sport.
to do it all yourself,
We're
arms,
holding a
body, and
giant
legs, and
oar.
brain, and muscles, but also you have to
Boat
do it.
is everything has
Exactly.
a weird name.
Everything
What is
has a
gunnel?
different
Megan,
jargon.
What is a gunnel? Here's 478. Friends of Port Rowing.
Looking really nice.
Lots
Sending
of
it
bucket
together.
hats.
Lots of
Forward.
unique headwear here. Is anybody the same? I guess we got a couple with nothing on. Few with a bucket. Looking for that finish line, trying to make our way down. About 5 strokes to the line here for Friends of Port Rowing.
Well done, Port. Coming through here, we've got 483 Fayetteville Manlius High School.
That green with the big FM on the back. We know you guys. Good push there in the Novice 8.
Poor Coxon didn't have a microphone. He was just screaming.
He is.
Takes a lot to scream
It
that
does
loud for that
for
long.
6, 7, 8 minutes. Yeah.
476. We're looking at Pelham Community Rowing Association. More beanies to my beanie tally. I think I'm up to 4. And it's only 8:53. Nice job, Pelham. Well rowed. Here comes 489. That's Liverpool High School. The iconic orange blades. Got another bucket hat, Megan.
Keep them tallying.
That tally might be surpassing the beanies. Up to like 9.
As it warms up, we're aiming for the bucket hat. Still can't quite see the sun yet here on Fish Creek, but we've got great water, lots
Look
of
at this
exciting
battle.
racing like this one happening right here.
Let's see.
Who are
We've got a
you?
few Olympic rings on our backs here. 480 St. John the Baptist DHS. 481 Brighton Rowing Club. No. Maybe that's 491 Row New York Manhattan B.
That feels right. Row New York Manhattan. Their A boat had a really nice swing through the finish line. B boat pushing into this 480 St. John the Baptist DHS boat. But really fun for these novice races to have some side-by-side rowing,
Right?
to experience what it feels like to have
Be stubborn.
a crew right next to you. How far can I hold them
Hold
off?
them off.
How quickly can I walk right through them? Kind of a testament to the training of these athletes. I see sprints coming out of both boats. It just brings a smile to my face seeing
hear the
these young
coxswains
athletes.
screaming.
So excited to race. So excited. Row New York Manhattan B about a half boat down on St. John the Baptist. Really,
Wow.
really hyped cruise there. That's
That was
fun.
awesome.
Can't wait for some racing later today where you get to just do that for 6 minutes. Some crews from the Saratoga Shore warming up here for our later varsity races of the morning.
Here comes 490 Bayshore High School. Beanie count up one more. 3-seat rocking it. These athletes pushing together, trying to get that one catch, one finish. Rowing is a really complicated sport
It
because
is.
it just uses so many different muscles, and you're just told to go hard. You're
Right.
like, but how? With
But you
which
gotta go
ones?
you gotta go hard well, you gotta go hard together. Trying to do that here in this Bayshore boat. Learning how to move that boat together, and there they are. There's another beanie for your tally. Maybe 2.
Nicely done, Bayshore. Coming up behind them, we've got the dark unis. Classic look for about 477 Canisius High School. Looking strong here as they finish out.
Can hear that coxswain counting 10 to the line. A tricky move for a coxswain to count to
When
the
do
line.
you start the count of 10?
Perspective is very tricky.
Do you know how fast you're moving? It's like a
Right.
physics problem.
Yes. You are moving at this split towards
But
this
your
line.
coxswains are just doing it in their head.
Right.
488 is going to be Wappinger's Crew Club here in the boys' Novice 8
These
time
coxswains
trial.
have to make the decision, do I accidentally go, would I rather be a little bit early to the line? Would I rather be a little
Or
bit
would I
late
rather
to the
say
line?
last 10 and then have them do 5 more strokes?
Right. But big push to the line here. Coxswain doing their best to move that boat with only their voice. They are just as much a member of the crew, even though they don't have an oar. So exciting for that relationship to develop between coxswains and rowers. It's a big one of trust.
Like an orchestra.
It is.
Like
Orchestra. Here's
and a conductor.
Cascadilla orchestrating their way down the line like a symphony.
Really nice rowing here, Cascadilla.
First New York State Championships for these novice athletes.
And just like that, I think we're going to move on to the boys' U16 Quad. We've got
Smaller
7 boats
event.
in this race. Trying to put down fast times so that we get good seating for the final to come in the afternoon. So here comes Row America Rye on our screens.
Row America Ride, known for having a very deep, very fast program. They not only have a fast top end, but the rest of their squad is fast too. The 2Vs, the 3Vs, all the way down. And this U16 Quad, so 15-year-olds in this calendar year. There are 4 rowing athletes and a coxswain. You can see his little head there in the bow of the boat behind that furthest to bow athlete.
Very aerodynamic down there, and the weight distribution,
Yeah.
that's where they go.
Rowing's a lot of physics. It's very
I
smart
hated
sport.
physics in high school. I don't
Mr.
know why.
Gibbons,
I don't know why I
you
like
didn't
it
teach
so
me
much.
enough about rowing, but a lot of like, how do I move the mass in the most efficient, quickest way with all of my friends? Here's 497. This is going to be Canisius High School.
Really nice uptick here in the rate. They're doing it together, Megan.
They are. Arms coming away quick, bodies going over.
The quad's cool because there's a lot of
Knees
momentum
rising.
going on. So all of that body mass moving together, it almost feels like you're on a runaway train, and why would I get in the way? Why would I get in the way?
I'm just
going
to try and add to it.
Nicely done, Canisius.
I believe all of these crews will have a spot in the final, just based on number of lanes
think you're right.
available. It is not a youth nationals, and let me just check on the SRAAs. It is a youth nationals. It is not an SRAA's boat. However, I think most of our entries here are just here to race for the New York State Championship. So they'll get into that final later this afternoon, as well as this boat from Port, and they're just going to continue to race their hearts out. 15-year-olds out there on the course, laying down a time trial, ready to lay down another race this afternoon. Port with a beautiful sprint. We see your rate. It's coming up.
Now we got to take a peek over there. The next crew coming down the course, 499 is going to be Burnt Hills Rowing Association.
We see their coxswain here is in the stern of the boat, much like an 8. He can see his athletes. He can see his blades.
Kind of acts like a little coach in that way.
Yeah.
So you get to
Yeah.
all the visual feedback.
Much more direct feedback from a coxswain as opposed to having to rely on sound and feel. Definitely a slightly older style model of having the coxswain back there, but it's the horses, not the chariot. So these athletes are nice and strong and moving together, and
they
that's all
look
that
good,
really
Megan.
matters
Look
here.
at that
They do look very
acceleration.
nice.
Here comes, I believe that's Port Jefferson,
I think
495.
so. That beautiful baby blue. They are moving very nicely together as well. Look at the hang, those long arms.
Yeah, one finish.
Yeah, Port
Super
Jefferson.
nice. And then in the orange, I think we're looking at Manhasset High School entry. Really nice body rock together, using that torso swing.
Coxswain's tucked in, giving the crew all the details we can. Rowers are trying to move together towards that finish line. We see lots of different layers. You want to stay warm in that warm-up. It's a little bit chilly here today, So, and it is a short race, maybe 6 or 7 minutes. So making sure that you are warm for the rest of your time on the water is important.
Here comes
Hannah, we've got a new boat
event.
class.
The boys Varsity Coxed Four. Here's Row America Rye, bow 505. Kicking things off fast and furious. They did pass a boat from the previous event. Sometimes it's nice to have a time trial where you can pass a crew because
Where you can play a little bit.
it distracts you from what your body is
Yeah.
doing a little bit.
So same amount
Makes
of
it
athletes.
a game
Yeah,
almost.
it's a game. How
Time
much
trials.
can I charge down another team? So you'll notice just 4 athletes in that Row America Rye boat. We go back to our previous event. I believe this is Albany.
Yep.
8 oars, 4 athletes here. So this is our quads, and you'll see as the rest of the boats from event 59, the boys varsity Cox 4 come down, we move to sweeping. So a good side-by-side of kind of what a quad versus a 4 looks like.
We've got a lot of boys
It's a
varsity
big event.
fours
Big
coming.
event.
So we have 31
Woo!
boys varsity Cox Fours. We've seen Row America Rye. Here comes Fayetteville Manlius High School. I think almost all of these 4s are eligible for a Youth Nationals bid should they come in top 3 in this afternoon's grand final.
You got to get to the grand final first, though.
You got to come in top 9 out of these 31 crews. New York States. Let's
Woo!
go. Here comes the
Very
next
competitive
crew.
region. Here's
507 is going to be St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute. Powering right along.
some backwards caps there for you. Just one. Add it to the
nice
list.
shoving the legs down together. St. Joe's. Here comes Oyster Bay Community Rowing.
Moving really quickly into this sprint. Very smooth here into that catch, Oyster Bay. Nice
And
job.
they put some distance behind them on the next crew. I think it's going to be the Nichols School,
I think you're right.
who looks really strong as well, coming through their last point of the race, the sprint sequence.
I anticipate a hotly contested final. A hotly contested petite final. I think we're going to have a lot of crews in this event very close to one another. So even though you can see Nichols School here through the line, and then I believe that's going to be City Honors up next. You see they're wide open. They're by themselves. They're rowing their own race. But you got to know that it could be half a second that's going to make the difference between the petite and the grand final. So these athletes.
We don't round.
We don't round. It is to the decimal.
Point 1 is 0.1, 0.05 is 0.05.
This is City Honors here trying to push a little bit extra margins, get themselves into a position to race for medals this afternoon.
The Varsity Four is a great event for a lot of programs that may not be as large. We obviously have some programs that do have a huge pool of athletes, and other teams, if you've got 16 kids from your high school,
Right.
and you want to be competitive on the national stage, the Varsity Cox Four is a great avenue for a lot of these athletes to get that high level experience if you don't quite have the depth to put out an 8, put out a first 8 and a second 8.
Yeah. And a third. And a fourth.
So
Here's
really cool boat class here.
St. John the Baptist DHS. Here's their Varsity Cox 4.
Oh my gosh,
Top
add
coxswain.
3 more to my beanie count.
Top 4 sweeping athletes.
Wow, look at that swing, Megan. Accelerating right through.
And closely hot on their heels, we have 512, I believe. That's going to be Riverdale Country School.
Here comes in orange.
Big effort there from
Manhasset
Riverdale.
High School.
Nice job. Manhasset High School looking pretty smooth through that line. Moving together.
Yeah, look at that rebound. The bow is just surging.
I believe this is going to be, if I had money on it, 515 Friends Support, 3 buckets for you.
This is wild.
It's
I love a time
It's the
trial.
trend.
Look at that
Everybody's
boat
wearing a bucket hat.
gliding
Port looking
across
really
the water.
nice. Really nice.
516 Bayshore High School.
There's Bayshore through the line. Nice job in this men's Varsity 4, race 59.
Megan, we've got a little bit of a gap.
We do. Hard to know why. So many reasons.
Let's talk about the Cox Four.
So
what is it like to row
Cox
a
Four.
Cox Four?
It is all of the like big boat feel coxswain of an 8. It's heavy, right? Because in an 8 you have 8 athletes picking up the boat and the weight of the coxswain.
There's a lot of momentum in the 8.
In the 4, the Cox 4 can be a little bit heavier. Pretty much stabler than I would say the straight 4. You get a little bit less craziness.
We're grounded. We're grounded.
Yes.
We're not head in the clouds. We're grounded in the Cox 4.
It is a very powerful boat. It is raced in the collegiate level very often, both men's and women's. So many of these athletes will go on to race in college. And good to have this experience in a men's Cox 4. Hannah, I can see 5 boats. I know why we had a big margin.
They all
Here
decided to get
is
together.
518, Wappinger's Crew Club leading a charge. A heavily charging crew of Can't See You Yet, but we will because you are about to be in the screen. Chasing down Wappingers.
Some maroon 522 is Pittsford.
There's
crew.
Pittsford. We know that. Maroon and yellow.
A bit of a rampage, Pittsford coming through that last 250. Let's see if we can get
that
a photo finish
coxswain
in a time
is
trial.
calling for every inch, even though time is irrelevant. Margins are irrelevant.
And maybe this neck-and-neck battle would push 518 of Wappingers just to push a little bit harder.
I think Wappingers went for it.
That's awesome.
There's 517. That's going to be Fairport Crew Club in red.
And then 520, just behind them, Our Lady of Lords.
Fairport
right through the
Crew,
line.
half a boat up on Our Lady of Lords. Followed very closely.
519 is Cortland Community Rowing.
Wow, some fun racing there for those athletes. That's what the boys varsity Cox 4 is all about. We got some orange barreling down the course here. 521 Liverpool High School. Clearing those blades over this water. Maybe some puffs of a crosswind.
Really crisp finishes and crisp catches here from Liverpool High School.
Very sharp.
They've been working on it.
Welcome to New York State's Liverpool. We've got our catches ready. There's about 521 across the line. We can see some 8s launching from the Saratoga shore here. Some 8s warming up on that Lees Park shore. Remember, yesterday was big boats for the ladies, small boats for the men. Today we swap it, and our boys get to row some big boats, and our girls row the smaller boats.
Here's 514 Spackenkill Rowing Club in the boys Varsity 4 time trial. Pushing those legs down together. You can see that coxswain calling it up a little bit.
I know. We're in those red buoys. The first 1250 of our course is lined with white and yellow buoys, and the last 250 is red. So when these athletes see the red, they know where they're within a minute of finishing, give or take, and they're going to do their best to empty the tank. What did we say? 31 boats in this event?
31.
We're about halfway through. Crazy competition here at the New York State Championships here in the men's varsity Cox 4, a sweep boat, 4 athletes, 4 oars, and a coxswain. Here's 523 Horace Mann School.
Looking sharp with the matching shirts, matching hats.
They came prepared. They serve the New York metropolitan area. They've got everything from nursery school to 12th grade. So very possible these athletes have been classmates, friends for a very long time. Makes for unifying a crew a little bit easier. There's 526. That's going to be FD Roosevelt through the line. Very nice. Little bit of a margin back to our next couple of crews. So looks like Horace Mann and FDR did some nice work in the time trial here. All of these boats in this morning's time trials will start between 10 and 20 seconds apart, we aim for. So hard to totally tell the margins they started and therefore the margins they finish. But we're trying to lay down our fastest time. It is a race against the clock. Time to refuel, recover for potentially some racing this afternoon. Narrowly behind them. There's our friends from port. We got a bucket hat. We got two bucket hats.
I love it when you watch a boat just start a sprint sequence.
You can tell like there's the stroke they called
They're
it.
unified and they just start winding it up. You can feel the momentum.
And that coxswain can too. They know when that boat starts to charge. Maybe they're looking at splits. Maybe they're just feeling rhythm. But there goes port. That's their B entry. Super exciting there to have the depth to throw 2 fours into the varsity event. I love that boat. That's so fun. Look at that yellow bow. Matching the yellow splash jacket we see in bow. It's okay. We caught a digger. We get right back together. All about momentum. Keep that momentum going. That was quick recovery. Props to you. Props to you there. Oyster Bay, I love the color of your blades. Nice big send strokes from this boat. I saw that bow run. Very nice Cortland community in this boys varsity coxed 4. And why would you want to do that?
So strong.
They are.
Deadlift,
So much.
500 pounds.
So much.
And some of these boys, I bet, could do it.
I bet.
If not 300, whatever. An
Yeah,
absurd
big
number
numbers.
of pounds. But you can only curl for the girls so much. You can only curl, what, 50? Maybe?
Yeah.
70? I don't know.
You just have so much more strength in that lower body. Here's 527 McQuaid Jesuit.
You can see each of these 4s really trying to utilize the power of the legs, using the torso.
Yeah.
It's kind of the middleman.
Like a puppet.
Yeah.
Your arms are the strings hanging those big strong quads to the oar, to the foot plate.
You don't come to a puppet show to watch the strings, Megan. You come to watch the actual.
You do. 535. Coxswain's sitting up. Excited to get to that finish line. I'm not sure if they saw something beyond the finish line to be aware of. But that's the job of the coxswain. Safety first. Speed, a very close second. We see some warm-up boats there. We're going to move on to some coxed 4s after this race. There we go. So same boat class. Yeah. Different humans. They are ripping it. Really smooth send. Watch that bow ball. That bow ball never stops moving towards the finish line.
So the drive, obviously, you think about kind of pushing, leveraging. It's all about power application. The recovery is just as important.
Yeah.
Because you just don't want to get away of that momentum. You did all this work to accelerate the boat. Now get out of the way.
Let the boat do the work. Doing the work on the drive. Simple on the recovery here. Well done, Canisius, leading off our boys junior U17 coxed 4s. So all of these athletes will be juniors or under the age of 17 in this calendar year. 4 athletes, 4 oars, and a coxswain.
Of this time trial, Megan. We've been here a while, but if you're just tuning in, these boats are in different events.
They are. They are. So what's happening is, because we want to just get everyone down so efficiently, is that sometimes faster crews in the next event can walk right through the trailing crews of the first event. Creates a little bit of excitement on both ends. Here's 540. This is St. Joe's Collegiate Institute. And I think makes both boats, even the trailing boat, even the boat that's getting walked on, a little bit faster, right? A little bit of motivation, a little spark under your butt. But part of the fun of these time trials is you are likely going to be alone for a lot of the race. So when you do get that side-by-side experience, even if it's with a different boat class, even if it's with a boat that's significantly faster than you, you want to take advantage of it. Here's 544. City Honors High School likely ran most of that race solo, trying to lay down the fastest time. Remember, we are racing the clock here this morning at the New York States.
Here comes 548. It's going to be our friends of Port Rowing.
No bucket hats, but I got a bucket.
Yeah, so we haven't seen a lot of buckets in our four so far. So these two athletes in the middle rowing both starboard side. And so that two-seat really has to match exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes we do it for power. Sometimes we do it for rhythm.
Here comes 547. That's Pittsford crew.
Pittsford runs a really fun dual race over on their canal, I believe next weekend, maybe 2 weekends from now. But here comes Pittsford's Varsity Four. There's our men's coaching staff from Saratoga. Coach is always there to lend a helping hand to their athletes before they begin warm-up. Here's, it looks like 546, Rhinebeck High School in a uni combination and then a very fun splash jacket. So we can't wear like a traditional hoodie or a zip up when we row often because we do have this oar that comes into our stomach area, gets stuck. So a lot of rowing clothing companies make these splash jackets.
Started the cropped trend.
It is possible.
Because a lot of rowing gear.
I won't say it didn't.
A lot of rowing gear is in fact cropped in the front so that it doesn't bunch up in front of the belly. Here comes 549. That's going to be Our Lady of Lourdes Rowing Association.
I can hear some coxswains here. So those coxswains are mic'd up. They have a microphone. There are speakers throughout the boat so that the athletes all the way in the stern of the boat, or if you're in an 8, all the way in the bow of the boat, can hear you. So here's 549, Our Lady of Lourdes, coxswain urging their crew across the line. Every stroke counts. The difference between making a grand final and not could be marginal. Less than a second. We've seen it yesterday.
Look at all these boats, Megan. 550, St. Anthony's High School, but whoa!
But we got a race coming down the track. Two very fast-moving crews.
Obviously, everybody's just going against the clock, but it's so much more fun to race somebody side by side.
542 is going to be Friends of Shenendehowa.
And then 551 is Fayetteville Manlius High School.
Really good experience for both of those boats. We'll see how it all plays out in the end.
Oh, I love that stubbornness, not letting either boat
get
away with too much.
It's my favorite part of rowing. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 New York State High School Rowing Championship. We are currently on race number 60, the boys junior U17 Coxed 4. We see right here on your screen 4 athletes rowing, 1 athlete coxing.
Here's 552 Row New York Manhattan.
Welcome to Upstate. It's a little different from home. We've got some beautiful green trees.
There are trees in New York.
I know they have trees in New York. I'm being silly.
Really nice rhythm here from these 4 athletes trying to get that one catch, one finish. Tough to do when you're trying to go as fast as
hard
possible.
as you can. As hard as you can.
Just knowing that whatever you do, you go faster, go further when you do it together. Nice job, Row New York.
Next boat coming down the course here. We see lots of boats warming up. This is going to be 553 Fordham Prep.
I hear that, Coxon. Here's a inside scoop. He says, "You're almost done."
It's true. It's true. They got
It's
about
true.
5 strokes to the line. Racing the clock. Hard to really convince yourself to give it all you got when you know there's nobody next to you. So good for these schools for doing what they can to get all the way down the line.
Comes Chaminade High School 5:54. And this boys junior U17 Cox 4. So all these athletes 16 years or younger cannot be a senior in high school. Kind of looking at maybe the next level of the program.
Yeah.
Every year when the senior class graduates and leaves us, we have to kind of rebuild a little bit with the energy from the underclassmen, but also the leadership of the junior class. So that's kind of what's so special about this event. You kind of see us to come next year. And it's raining, Megan.
And it's raining.
Just so we know. 561 here. Doesn't seem to care about the rain. Friends of Port. B entry coming through their last 10 strokes.
Friends of Port looking like they're having some good sprints out there today. Rain won't stop us here on Fish Creek in Saratoga Springs.
Here's Kellenberg Memorial High School. Looking nice and explosive here through their time trial sprint.
If you're looking to get out of the rain, check out our vendor tents, our food. We've got lots of cool stuff over there on the Lees Park shore for spectators, parents, friends and family, loved ones, athletes who have a break in between their races and want a cool t-shirt to commemorate your time here on Fish Creek in the rain. A little bit of margins here back to our next cruise. We will find them, pick them up right as those buoys change into the last 250.
Here's 558, Arlington High School, Arlington Rowing Association. Not Arlington, Virginia.
No.
But
we
Arlington,
are at New York States.
Laying down a nice strong rhythm here.
Those orange blades.
So we call this a stern-loaded
Check out
Cox
that
4.
GoPro.
Yeah, this coxswain sitting facing the athletes, similar to the Cox 8s that we'll see later on today. And we saw a little bit with the boys' Novice 8s earlier this morning.
But it's like you lost bow 4.
You get a coxswain who can see the athletes' movements, can see the blade, can see just a lot more going on in front of them.
Yeah.
And so they can act as a more effective little coach.
A more effective, visual perspective. There's Arlington through the line. We've got some bow to stern action up here.
Here comes 557, Wappingers Crew Club. Followed very closely.
Trying to hold off. I'm going to say
539 is Oyster Bay Community Rowing. Maybe they got a little bit delayed.
Maybe we got a little
to the
turned
start.
around because Oyster Bay was hauling through that line.
Here comes 559, Newburgh Free Academy's Junior U17 Cox 4. Powering right through the rain.
What if you were 750 meters into your race, as many of these athletes might have been, when it starts to rain? What are your thoughts?
It makes it feel so much more dramatic.
I'm like in a cinematic experience.
Like I am a warrior.
Newburgh Free
Going into
Academy
battle.
here, trying to embrace some of this outdoor sport.
I'm bringing pride and
environment
glory back to my team, back to my country. There's some sort of soundtrack going on in my head.
There's a really cool Pirates of the Caribbean mix that I can see
exactly
put to this live stream.
Also, sometimes the rain can almost cover the race course like a blanket.
Yeah.
Like you're surrounded by the sound of the water hitting the water. I don't know. It can be a surreal experience.
Fayetteville Manlius here in those green unis with the big FM on the back. Yeah, I think you just got to take
acceleration.
it. Yeah,
they're
excited.
Just crushing it.
Shoo.
Everybody in that 4 can feel it.
Just gotta take the experience as it is. Don't get soggy.
Hope everyone has a dry change of clothes.
How we doing over there in food tent land? Are we staying warm? We have some hot cocoa
chocolate,
and some
I
soups.
Here's 564 Oyster Bay Community Rowing B entry. Second U17 Four, crushing it,
I hear
cruising down
that
the line.
coxswain
True
urging
blue.
every last ounce of energy out of their rowers. We've got some close racing. I don't know if we're quite bow to stern yet. We might be in the next 20 strokes we have to the finish line here. Who are you?
Here's 563 Wappingers Crew Club B. Splash jacket. That bow seat came very prepared for the elements, including the coxswain. These coxswains are dueling here. 560 St.
They're just
Joseph's
looking
Collegiate.
over.
Just two minds battling.
I love it.
Who's a better persuasive essayist? Who can
Start
convince
writing.
their athletes to go a little harder?
563 and 560 St. Joe's and Wappingers Crew Club battling down to the line here. Few more in our boys junior U17 Coxed 4. A lot of these boats will be eligible for youth nationals. Many of these boats, more so, will be eligible for SRAAs. Very exciting to have all of these younger crews, 16-year-olds in this calendar year or juniors, out there racing their hearts out.
Do I spy a Hawaiian shirt, Megan?
I think you do.
Rhinebeck High School
565
B.
coming with the flair this morning, trying to
Still
create
my
some
heart.
trying to create some sunshine in this doom and gloom.
We've talked about it, Megan. It's the zoom, and gloom.
But two-seat has no gloom.
And all zoom.
All zoom
Here
out of
comes
this
Rhinebeck.
Rhinebeck High School B entry here.
Really nice straight arm hang here. Even as we're emptying the tank, still holding on to that efficient rowing stroke. Coxswain's asking for everything. Literally.
Literally, all of it.
Looks like we've
Coxswains,
got
make sure you're drinking some tea. I'm hearing some stressed vocals today. We got a few more races
maybe
left.
3 more. I see an 8 passing a 4 up at the 500 mark, so we're going to get some overlap. Here's 545, Bayshore High School A.
I love this. I wish you guys could hear what we could hear at this finish line. Just absolute intensity from these coxswains. And then, like, pure fatigue when they cross the line out of these rowers. A lot of, whoa, that was hard, which it should be. This is a tough sport.
Here comes 543, Brighton Rowing Club.
I hear some counting from this coxswain.
Why do you count, Megan? What's going on?
It breaks
This is
up
at Sesame
the
Street?
piece. It could be.
It could be.
Fish Creek.
I wish
Do,
they
do,
would
do,
do
do,
an
do, do.
episode.
Breaks up the piece into more manageable. If I think I have 100 strokes left, I'm never going to make it. But if my coxswain can count to 10 for me, I can do anything for 10 more. And then another 10. And then another 10.
Just
We've
have
got
a
our
little reset button on the brain.
Yeah, first boys junior U17 Coxed 8 on the course. I'm going to guess this is one of our Row America Rye boats. We have 2 starting off this event in the time trial of race number 61.
So we've got 17 boys junior U17 Eights here at the New York State Championship. Checking out this Row America Rye A boat. Really strong leg push together. And they've seemed to open the gap to the next cruise.
Which will be their own teammates.
But first we have
And a 4.
another entry from the previous race. 455. It looks like we may be missing a bow ball on 455. That's never good. Warwick crew, we got to get you a new bow ball.
Doing their best. Getting down the course regardless. Going to try and hold off this charging Row America Rye 8 here. Hopefully a little bit of fun for both crews, even just to row next to someone for a couple of strokes here. 5 strokes to line for both of these boats. Excited to complete their time trial here.
Oftentimes these coxswains act almost as like spoken word poets, you know, like it's almost a song and there's a rhythm to it. You're using your words not just to communicate the information you need to get across, but also
the tone,
the rhythm, the tone, the emotion you want from your athletes.
I think we have two Manhasset crews here.
I think you're right. Definitely 570 here coming across our screen.
570 trying to hold off. Excuse me, this is Chaminade.
Yes, the yellow boat Chaminade boys coming through. But Manhasset holding strong here. Again, this is just the time trial. We're just trying to put nice a ground fast here, time.
Hopefully. We did not see Chaminade yesterday. I don't believe.
Boys program.
Right. So I guess they didn't race any small boats. So they are fresh. They are well rested. They do have 3 boats in this junior U17 Eight, so quite the depth of a developing program here. Chaminade chasing down Manhasset. Next up, we should have some Pittsford, Saratoga, and Fairport Crew Club.
Yeah, I see those Saratoga athletes coming through here. They're into the red buoys. Looks like that red might be Fairport.
I think it might be. We hear some toga cheers from this side of the shore. Really grateful, all the teams, for parents, volunteers, coaches, everybody who makes your team run, makes your food tent run, drives your trailer. But here is our Saratoga boys junior U17 Eight.
Saratoga is stroke seat El Diablo Fuego. Andre here leading this direct catches. They're able to pass Fairport crews. They're making really a pretty good time here, posting a strong
looking
showing
long,
in the time
looking
trial.
Connected. Watched closely by their boys coaching staff. There they are. We've got, I believe this is going to be Fairport Crew Club through the line.
Then panning back up to that 250, we've got Manhasset, I think. Let's see. It should be Manhasset, the 570, but let's see. Could be Liverpool. 76 is going to be Liverpool High School.
Liverpool, there you are, doing a nice job, working your way through the ranks.
Got some good design on those decks there.
Ooh, little stripes moment.
Hard to tell from this side profile, but I guess we can appreciate the rowing is so good.
Look at them placing their blades together. Good clean releases here in 576, this Liverpool boat.
Tapping down and away, trying to get those blades off the water. Luckily, it's not too choppy. It's actually really flat conditions here in Saratoga this morning.
Just lay it down.
These athletes just practicing that rhythm around the back.
They are. So 16-year-olds or juniors. A little bit of depending on what goals for the boat are regarding qualification. Coaches can kind of mix it up. So you may not be totally sure if you are competing directly in a category with the boat that you're next to, but in this time trial, it's you against the clock. How fast can I get from point A to point B?
Oh, Megan, there's that blue Pelham Community
We
rowing.
know you. We love you.
That coxswain is giving it everything.
Look at the smoothness of this turnaround the finish here. Coming out,
They're
those bodies together. We're winding. Great work in this Pelham community boat.
It's one thing to wind it up with the upper body. It's another thing to wind it up with the legs.
Boom.
Look at
2
them
strokes
pressing.
to the line here.
Nice. Well done, Pelham.
I love the difference between the rowers who are like exerting every muscle fiber, sweating through, and the coxswains who are wearing like
their brain.
18 layers. Here's 581 Niski Unirowing. Everything you got from this coxswain, and they're giving it.
We really got to mic up.
You
got to get a live stream commentating.
You're tired of hearing me just imitate these coxswains.
I just want I want the people to hear it. It's so cool. Here's 575, St. John the Baptist District High School. Pushing through their last 20 strokes. You can see them start to pick it up. When that end is in sight, somehow we find a second gear.
We're like a dog getting close to home.
Yeah.
Like,
did someone say
let's
park?
just go.
Did someone say treat? Rowing.
We're excited.
I love sprinting.
Great work there.
See Saratoga coming back to the dock here after a really fiery performance in the time trial. All those results can be found in the New York State's High School Championships 2024 time trial start list and results spreadsheet which you should have in your email. Here's Saratoga 583. That's the B entry for Saratoga here. A lot of depth at this U17 junior level. Really nice acceleration through ollie.
They are. Look at those blades drop. Those chevs disappear.
Looking sharp.
Very nice job, Saratoga.
And a battle here between the next two eights. Looks like 572 is Pittsford Crew. 582, Chaminade B.
Chaminade doing some strolling today. Created contact between themselves and Pittsford just there. Boding well for hopefully some afternoon finals.
Panning back up. We've got a few more eights here.
I think that's another Chaminade.
I think you're right. Might be the last one of this event of the boys junior U17 8 time trial, because this is 584 Chaminade C entry. Three boys junior U17
Three
eights.
boys junior U17 Eights.
We got a lot of depth in the future.
If I was a coach, I'd be at that program. I would be so excited for what's going to happen in the coming years.
Look
I
at
do
that.
have at least one, maybe two more eights still on the course. Potential that we started in some funky orders, that other crews were ready at the end of the warm-up prior.
Gotcha.
But here's Chaminade just out for a stroll, making it look easy.
Look at that straight arm hang these athletes have.
Wow. To
Really
have
nice.
three crews that can hang in that same category, that can spar with each other every day at practice, it's got to make all those crews faster. There we are through the line.
Here comes our next crew in this event, 577 FD Roosevelt. Looks like we lost our Orlock maybe in 3-seat. 3-seat doing a great job just making the best of this sour situation.
He's setting up the boat.
He's not causing any problems. He's just sitting there.
Sideways. I think you're right. It might be an Orlock gone.
Yeah, maybe
So we can
lost
see
the
how in the
pin.
rest of the starboard blades, the oar is held in a little cage, and
Yeah,
it
we
gets
call
locked
that
in.
the
And
Orlock.
I think we got unlocked in 3-seat here.
Yeah.
So 577. There's FDR doing honestly a really solid job of coming down the course with 7. It is not easy.
Problem solving in the heat of the moment
We
is
are.
a hard thing to do.
We are
And that
flexible.
3-seat, a whole
We are
boat just said,
adaptable.
we'll do it. It's fine.
We're gonna make it happen. True team sport here in rowing. We got one more 8 on the course, I believe, before we move to back to some 4s. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 New York State Rowing Championships here in Saratoga Springs, New York. We are on Fish Creek. A little gloomy today, but great water conditions, great outdoor exercise conditions. A little bundled up if you're a spectator. But we are over here from the Saratoga shore giving you live stream commentary of your favorite athletes doing their time trials for the morning. These time trials will then seed them into finals for the afternoon. So we are racing the clock this morning in order to race each other in the afternoon. Let's see who this is coming down the course. 580.
Yep.
We've got Arlington High School and Arlington Rowing Association in that yellow and black. In an 8, it is an organized symphony, maybe sometimes organized chaos. They are doing great. You can see your stroke seats, so 7 and 8 seats closest to the coxswain on the left-hand side of your screen. That's going to be your stern pair. They're going to lay down the rhythm. They're going to be consistent and confident. And then your middle 4 and middle 4 athletes in the boat are your engine room. Often your strong,
Just
really
want them to be able to haul on it
Yep.
in the middle.
the heart of the boat there. And then bow pair closest to the right-hand side of your screen, about to cross the finish line first. Those are sometimes your technical experts, very savvy in terms of how to set the boat. And there's your 8s. I believe in a little bit we will have some 4s coming down here for race number 62 at the New York State Championships.
So, Megan, we saw in this Cox Four event earlier, we had the Varsity Fours, the U17 Junior Fours, and now we've got the Freshman Fours.
Yep.
So
no
many
age
fours.
restriction, no skill restriction, just grade.
Just got to be a first year in high school. You can see them coming through here on the live stream through the Bimini Tops. We've got City Honors High School, Fordham Prep, Spackenkill, Pittsford, St. Joseph's Collegiate, and F.D. Roosevelt in this boys freshman Cox Four. So everybody's going on. Everybody's moving to the final.
We will. These crews are trying to lay down a race that's going to get them in the lane they want. So
it's a fair race course, but sometimes
It
it's
is.
good to be seated next to someone of similar speed
Yep.
later on. So
it's
if
hard to
you're-
look across 5 lanes
It's
and
hard,
try and compete.
And we are, like, humans are innate racers. Like, we like to race one another. It's not like you have to teach someone how to race. You see
yeah.
3-year-olds sprinting down the beach with their
Race
friends,
ya!
just
Yeah.
racing. And so sometimes we want to use the time trial to kind of put us in a competitive position, to put us next to other crews that'll push us to be even faster than we could go alone. And so we'll see, even here in this boys freshman four, crews practicing their sprints,
Yep.
putting a really competitive time down.
I believe this is
Spackenkill?
Spackenkill. Hannah, you love a matching hat set.
And they're all backwards. Even the coxswain.
A vibe, Spackenkill.
They committed
Showing
to
up.
the bit.
Look good, feel good, race good, and race good they are. We see that rate coming up. They're in the red buoys, so time to sprint. Trying to just add a little bit more energy into the boat, gain a little bit of speed here towards the end, and there's Spackenkill through the line. Closely following, I believe that is going to be Pittsford crew, bow 591. There they are. We know those unis. The navy, maroon, and gold of Pittsford crew. Quite a margin. We don't have people in the last 300 yet. Possible that there's some finagling happening up at the start line.
And just going into just how you execute and think about the time trial, it's such a tricky thing. Kind of the luck of being next to someone of a
Yeah.
similar speed, or maybe someone of totally different speed, and you can kind of like
Create
take
a
the
race.
time to
Yeah.
walk through them and like use
Yeah.
it as a goalpost. If you're one of the slower crews, trying to hold off a fast crew as long as possible while you start ahead of them.
Yeah. It's productive.
Sorry. Looks like we've got the red and black color scheme. Could be City Honors.
I think so. Coxswain sitting up,
588.
taking a look around, making sure we're spot on with our course and our directing. That coxswain is going to act as, they wear many hats. They're a teammate first, right? They are a member of this lineup. They steer the boat. They motivate the rowers. They can coach the rowers sometimes, offer some technical feedback. They're a motivator. They wear many hats, and it takes a while to develop as a coxswain, just as it would take to develop as a rower, to figure out how to push your legs, how to swing your bodies. These coxswains have to learn how to use their voice to make the boat go fast.
Especially in the Cox 4 where the coxswain is loaded in the bow seat. This coxswain can't see anything.
You can maybe see your bow seats catch.
You can be
sometimes
really on it on your bow seat's catch. But let's say your bow seat has a great catch. What
else do you think about?
So you think about the feel of the boat and kind of create a call and response catalog
Yeah.
of, okay, if the boat's feeling heavy, what do I need to tell my rowers to do? If the boat's feeling chaotic, how do I calm them down?
Yeah.
If it's unset, what can we do to bring the boat back to level? Here's 592, St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute coming through their last 10 strokes. Look at this water, Megan.
I'm looking. That's all I'm doing.
Such
We are
nice
so
water.
lucky.
We're in the bucket here from St. Joe's.
And
Two
then
starboards in the middle.
Couple of boat lengths back. I believe that could be FDR. Couldn't quite catch your bow number there.
593.
Hannah, I got nobody.
That
Nope,
might have
I
been
got a 500. Here we are.
a 500 or a 600?
Sorry, at the 500.
Oh, got it. It's like,
I'm just peeking at them over these Bimini tops.
does it look like a 4 or an 8? Because we've got boys' second varsity 8s coming up. No, it's a 4. Fordham Prep.
There you are. Red maroon stripe. Welcome to upstate New York, Fish Creek. Lots to do here in Saratoga Springs if you have time for lunch, dinner on your way back home. We love living here.
It's true. Everything's getting ready for the horse racing season.
We do. We've got some big racing. We think that the New York State's rowing championship is the racing highlight of Saratoga Springs. But there are some pretty important horse races happening. We do have the Belmont coming this year.
It's true.
We've got all the summer of Saratoga Springs racing. But right now, are they the Rams?
They're the Rams.
We've got the Rams coming down the course under a gray sky, nice flat water here. This is the boys freshman Coxed Four, so all of these athletes are freshmen. They're rowing 4 athletes, 4 oars. This is a sweep event, so you'll notice the boys will sweep out to one side or the other to port or starboard as they place their blade. And they've got a coxswain, so you can see them right there speaking into a microphone.
This four's got great rhythm here coming through, just watching that blade work, catch and release all together, accelerating through the drive. Really nice work from Fordham here in the danger zone, no less.
Those red buoys, anything can happen. We see those girls' doubles warming up. Today we have time trials in the morning and finals in the afternoon. The boys' events will be the big boats, the quads, the fours, the eights, and the girls' events will be the smaller boats, the pairs, the doubles, and the singles.
Here comes our first boys' second varsity 8.
Here they come.
Row America Rye, about 598. And yes, we are going in order. I think we skip 5 or something like that every event.
Yes.
But we have had almost 600 boats come down the course so far in New York State's.
And it's 9:49 a.m.
Pretty cool. We got Row America Rye cruising through their last
Really
strokes,
sharp
just trying to
off
put
that
down a
catch.
competitive time, get into that A final. 9 boats across here in Saratoga. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. You can see Row America Rye here in this 8. Those blades go in. Those hips immediately start pushing together. They're very clean off of that front end. Just you want to tap that boat along. The boat's momentum is huge. How do we just make it move?
Add to it, let it go. Add to it, let it go.
There's Row America Rye, first boat down in the boys' second varsity 8. So this is your athletes 9 through 16 in a program's sweep skills, sweep squads. Here comes Saratoga.
Stern pair of Kyle Gordon and Liam Law throwing it down, backed up by Charlie. These are our hometown heroes.
Here they come, here they come. Watch those shoves disappear. Those legs go straight to the deck.
Yeah, that
There
middle
goes a
4 really
sprint.
goosing it along. They're flying, Megan.
They're flying. Well done there, Saratoga. Lots of cheers from shore. Grateful for the parents
Here comes
and
Pelham
family
Community.
members. Here they come in that blue and
Each
white.
of these 8s really taking advantage of that time trial to just
They
have their
are.
internal
They
race. We don't have a
are.
lot of passing here so far in the boys' second varsity 8. So each of these 8s is just trying to maybe move off the margin of another crew near them, but mostly execute that race plan.
Yep, and these coxswains likely will have some sort of, we call it a speed coach or a stroke coach, a GPS, a watch, a timer, to let their crews know how their pacing is. So even though you've got no crews next to you, you do know how fast you're going. And
Sure.
Hannah, did you just say on that last boat that we had no contact? Chaminade said, time for contact. I believe this
Mark
is
my words.
Pittsford crew and Chaminade. Pittsford in the white boat, Chaminade in the yellow. Bows number 601 and 602 of your boys 2v8. Chaminade moving on Pittsford. Pittsford just trying to take advantage of having a boat next to them, maybe spark some fire, ignite the legs. This is fun stuff. We have 18 athletes side by side, giving it all they got. This is a time trial. Can't wait for some racing this afternoon. There's 6:02 Chaminade, 6:01 Pittsford through the line. Well done, boys.
And panning back up, we've got, looks like 6:03 Canisius High School coming through their last 10 strokes. They don't have anybody next to them. Well
There's
done.
through the line, Canisius. Kind of a solo race there, probably.
Here comes next down the course, St. Anthony's High School.
All of your results from this morning's time trials will be through an email link that was sent to you, I believe, Friday afternoon, Friday evening. As the finals are set, they will also be available on streamlinerowing.com, so you'll be able to see kind of where you line up, where you stack up for this afternoon. This is bow number 604, St. Anthony's, cruise into the line, internal race, trying to find some fire to get us through these last 5 strokes. Very nice job, St. Anthony's. Our next boat will be, let's see, I'm going to think that's Chaminade's B boat here, 609. And that red and yellow.
Chaminade has a ton of depth in their program, really huge team. Coming and throwing down in many of these events.
They have. They are a high school team, so likely been rowing together, taking classes together, friends outside of crew, trying to make fast boats go. Here comes Burnt Hills, bow 606, just south of us here on Fish Creek. In that maroon. Looking long into this sprint here, Burnt Hills, very nice. Sun's out, guns out. Sun is not out. Guns can still be out.
At least the rain stopped.
At least the rain stopped. I have a race right here. I believe that is bow 608, Row America Rye. New unis? Question?
Apparently.
Yeah, there they go. And that right there, I believe, is Clarkstown Crew.
I think that's Cascadilla with the stripes.
Ooh, you right. I apologize, Cascadilla. You looked so good. I got frazzled.
Got overwhelmed. Panning back up, looking for any remaining crews on the course.
I got one. We're close.
Coming through the Bimini top. Here we go with that bow. Painted in yellow, the coxswain matching. Moving it right along in this boys' second Varsity 8 time trial of day 2, New York State Championship. Looks like that's our Clarkstown crew.
I believe you're right.
Keeping it high and explosive.
We are running a smidge behind schedule here, only about 10 minutes or so. We have about another 40 minutes of racing in the morning, and then we will get to some finals this afternoon.
I think we might be, well, I guess it could be close to 10. Because I think the next one is the boys' Varsity 8.
They are.
9:37 is on my sheet. Is that what you have? Maybe 20-ish minutes behind.
Yeah.
But here comes Clarkstown crew. Trying to stay ahead of that boys' first Varsity 8. That's coming down next.
Really fun yellow bow here, matching those yellow blades.
Megan, I do see a Pelham
I see
shell
a Pelham
here coming through, and they were supposed to start behind Romerica Rye.
Interesting.
So if this is the case, that's a bit of a
We
upset.
could have some fun happening today.
Could also just been a mix-up in the starting order.
Very true. There's Pelham Community Rowing there in the blue. Looking really sharp through this
right
sprint.
In the middle of the boat, bringing together stern four, bow four with that port side bucket.
Very nice, very nice.
Coxswain relentless all the way through the line there.
There's that Row America Rye boat. Bow 613. We've moved into our boys Varsity 8. This is the boys sweep premier big boat event. Accrues top 8 sweep athletes, your top coxswain. This is the Saratoga Varsity 8 laying down a rhythm.
Looking calm and composed here, flying down their home course.
They know this. They know this course. They know exactly where they are.
They've visualized it. They've practiced on it.
Look at that bow ball surge every drive.
They're in a king. Led by Ian Sondhoff here through the line. Experimenting with those sprint strokes. How fast can we go?
Those red buoys, time to take it up, time to move.
Gosh, you can feel
it's electric.
Like
it's
racing.
electric.
Even alone. There's nobody near them, and I can feel them going fast.
Yeah, they probably did not take a single stroke next to another boat that whole race and still had so much fun with it. I see a bucket from Port Rowing.
Yep.
A bucket hat. Bucket hat. No bucket in this boat.
Not that I see.
Port Rowing looking nice and smooth here. Picking that boat up together without disrupting anything. There's Port through the line, and then hot on their heels.
In orange, or is that red?
I think it could be a Chaminade in red and yellow.
You're right.
Two primary
but not
colors.
In a yellow boat.
Not in a yellow boat.
Mixing it up.
That was 618 Chaminade.
Here comes Pittsford crew through their last 20 strokes. What kind of strategy do you think they might be using in these last 20 strokes as we watch the boys Varsity 8s?
I would be paying a lot of attention to the snappiness of how quickly those legs are going down, the dynamicness, and then if I'm a coxswain, I'm looking at splits. I'm trying to get a little bit of speed out of my boat. We don't have really relevance for how we are on other crews. So
but we know at the end we want to get faster.
Right. So just using that GPS that's saying, all right, you're going faster now. There's Pittsford through the line. We've got 16, 17 boats in this boys Varsity 8 final. Only 9 will make that grand final. So
here comes 619 St. Anthony's High School getting chased down by 620 Wappinger's Crew Club. That coxswain wants to hold their advantage here, but Wappinger's Crew Club
I
is
see
charging.
a little bit of hand on the deck. Let's make this happen. Don't let them move. Hold them off. We can do this. Good fight. Both crews there. St. Anthony's and Wappingers. It's going to make both crews faster this afternoon, having that experience this morning.
And you hope coming out of the time trial, too, that you learned something, anything.
Yeah.
That you come away with one piece of the race that maybe was really great that you want to repeat, maybe something that bugged you that you want to do better.
Yeah.
And then final in this afternoon. That's 6:21 coming down the course, Row New York, Manhattan. Looking really fluid around that finish. I love watching the blades come out and just immediately come away.
They are simple and smooth. So this is a big youth nationals, big scholastic event. So not only are all of these crews racing for a spot in the grand final, they will be racing for an opportunity to be a New York State champion, for the opportunity to get a youth nationals bid, and for the opportunity to get a SRAA's, a scholastic nationals bid. So row New York, Manhattan, they know what's on the line. Cruise into the finish here. Hopefully some time to rest, recover, refuel for an optimistic grand final.
Looking back up to the start once again. Love this time trial, just one after the other,
Yeah.
all the way down the course.
We just get to watch rowing again
We
and
just
again
get
and
to
again
watch
and again.
Every one of these programs. Here comes Port Jefferson through with their baby blue uniforms, stripes along the edge of the blade.
Do you think they meant to go every other athlete has a hat on? These are the questions
Yeah,
we
it's
ask.
just a starboard personality thing, actually.
Oh,
You wouldn't get it, your
no,
port.
I wouldn't.
But yeah,
And you know what?
starboard's
I'm okay
just-
with that.
It's just better when you have something on your head. Really nice. Look at them. Pick it up.
I see some sprint. Go, Port Jefferson, go.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Port Jefferson is letting it rip.
Not starboard Jefferson.
All right, Miss Port Brigade.
They are starting an early sprint here. I would say a little bit further from the line than traditional, but that is what a time trial is for.
Like, what if you can
For throwing something at the wall and
seeing
seeing if it's going to stick. I say great move by this Port Jefferson crew. Can we go early so that this afternoon we know, we trust this process? This coxswain is
postseason?
urging
We're just fine tuning,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. That was awesome. Great work in that
Love
sprint
it.
there.
Panning back up, we've got another crew in this boys Varsity 8 time trial. This is going to be Cascadilla, about 6:23.
Cascadilla with that stripe. Just one bucket hat for you today in that boat.
Nicely done, Cascadilla.
Little bit of time back. We've got at least 2 8s at the 500-meter mark. We don't know what's happening up there in the warm-up areas.
You'll have to ask your inside sources, your athletes.
It's the fun part of being a rowing coach. It's not like basketball where you get to call a timeout, where you get to watch them. You just send them off, see what they can do.
Post-game interviews only. Here comes Clarkstown crew in that iconic yellow bow. Being chased by...
Oh no, is bow seat out of our far boat in
something's
blue?
happened. Is this Port Jefferson?
I thought we just had a Port
I thought we
Jefferson.
just had a Port Jefferson.
Maybe we've got another one. Let me take a look, see what we can do.
Wow, look at this battle between these two athletes.
This is 6:27. That is Port Jefferson, so potentially that crew that had the great sprint earlier was not a Port Jefferson. But here we have 6:27 Port Jefferson.
And watch out,
6:25
blazing
Clarkston.
through. In red, we've got Burnt Hills. Wow. What a tight
They made
finish
that a
in
race at
time
the end.
trial.
They did. They did 3 boats across. We love that.
Got just a few more 8s here in the boys Varsity 8 time trial. Here comes Rhinebeck High School on the right. 6:30 is Canisius on the left. Canisius seems to be on the hunt here. They're taking seats every single stroke. exacerbated by this camera angle for
It
sure.
is.
But
It is. But I do think they're on the move. I think they're just about to break open as we enter the last, I don't know, 15 strokes of this race, of this time trial.
really nice direct catches here from Canisius.
So even though Canisius has no idea how the boats in earlier in the flight went, they know they laid down a good race because they've moved on other crews, and that's the fun of the time trial. Just
Really awesome.
exciting to
Lice
do.
deck, hip opening strong, using everything powerful that we have. And here's Rhinebeck High School.
Great racing from Rhinebeck Coxon. You timed that last 10 near perfectly. I think I heard 3, 2, 1. Come on. Which is all we can do. Still got more 8s coming down the course here. 6:29. That's going to be Kellenberg Memorial High School. Using those legs to push together. That rate's coming up. I see you. In a sprint, you want to use that rate. The more strokes per minute you take, hopefully, the faster you'll go. So often you'll call segments of 3 strokes, 5 strokes, 7 strokes of up. Okay, let's do it again. Up. Time to go. Up. And Kellenberg Memorial definitely doing that. Emptying that tank to the line.
Nicely done.
Looks like we've got quite a little break here. We would like to move on to our boys' freshman novice quads. We will let you know as soon as we've got eyes on them.
It's the boys' freshman novice quad event coming up. We'll have half the number of athletes as we just saw in the 8s, as you can see here on the screen from Burnt Hills, bringing it into the dock. But the same number of oars, Megan. And we're losing a coxswain. So it's really about to get quite spicy here.
Controlled chaos, we hope. Maybe uncontrolled.
It's like
that's up to the boys.
Controlled burns, you know,
Yeah.
firefighters. They have
Yeah.
sometimes burn parts of a forest intentionally, and we just want to control that fire. So all
Keep
these
that fire
athletes
going
will-
in the right direction.
Yeah. All these athletes will be relatively new to the sport or new to the high school scene
Yep.
at this New York High School State Championship. And we'll just kind of see where we're at. Beauty of the postseason is just one glimpse.
It's just a result of the whole season. All the work that we don't see behind the scenes, all the late nights when you get home from practice and you're doing your homework, all the extra meals that your parents have to make you because you're working out every day. This is the result.
Oh, we can see them coming down the course. They're about to cross that halfway mark. With the nature of the time trial, we unfortunately can't give you that footage alongside the racing as it's happening, just because we would wake out everyone. Single crew, and then everyone would be doing coastal rowing, and that's a different thing.
That's for later.
So we can see Niskayuna there on the far right, just coming through the bimini top of one of our marshals, our safety marshals, followed by Port Jefferson Rowing Club. And then a ways back, you can see Albany Rowing Center in orange, and Friends of Shenandoah on the right. And oh my gosh, this is
Here
such a
they
beautiful,
come.
look at all the leaves on the trees, Megan. Upstate New York
we
makes you
love
appreciate
Saratoga.
the green.
Especially because it
foliage,
might have
the
been a little bit
flowers.
not so green a couple of weeks ago. We are looking at it now.
Here comes Niskayuna there in the red. You can see them really vibing, really getting a good groove down the course.
Niskayuna known, I think in the last couple of years, they've had a really strong freshman novice quads. Maybe last Saratoga invite. My pair partner for the season and I got to hop into a freshman novice quad event, race them as an elite women's pair, and those Niskayuna boys, they got us. They were fast.
They're fast.
So this is a different squad because you can't race a freshman novice event twice, right? Can't be a freshman twice, can't be a novice twice.
Unless the entire boat repeated their freshman year. but
Okay, yeah,
odds of
noted.
that
Good
happening probably pretty low.
But this
I was
water
like,
is
there's a will,
perfect.
there's a way.
There's a will, there's a way. If you want to row with that freshman novice quad again, but no, I just think Niskayuna's got a nice sculling youth. And here they come in the red, leading the way down. This is race number 65, the boys' freshman novice quads. So it shows up as 4X on your start list. Sculling, 2 little blades each for athletes, no coxswain.
And here comes, we'll watch Niskayuna see if they can rehearse that sprint sequence or if they're just going to vibe all the way down the course. We do want the fastest possible time. We've got, let's see, over 9 boats in this race, and we only have 9 spots in each of our finals. So we got 12 boats, 9 spots in that final. Niskayuna trying to put down a really competitive time, put themselves in a competitive position come this afternoon. You can see them really accelerating the boat a little bit more here. Those legs pushing down together.
Here's that Niskayuna boys freshman novice quad. I think this is a boat from a previous race that maybe had some equipment issue. It's making their way back safely to the dock, escorted by a safety launch. But
look at this.
There's the
Niskay
heroes
quad.
of the minute, your Niskayuna boys freshman novice quad.
They've put quite a
They
gap
did.
behind them here. Port Jefferson now coming into their last 20 strokes. Looking strong. Freshman novice quad here. No coxswain. Look at them wind it up. Takes a lot of
They're
communication
doing this
while you're
all by
going all out.
themselves.
Have you ever tried to have a coherent thought while you're sprinting?
Not me. Couldn't be me.
It's a tough thing to do. These athletes making it look easy.
Making it look fun. We are having some fun there. Shoving our legs together, swinging together. We are 2 strokes from the line here. Port Jefferson, freshman novice quad. Could be freshmen, could be novices, could be both.
Going back up, we should have Albany. Here they come. Being chased down by our Friends of Shen crew there. When you're doing a time trial, sometimes it's nice to have somebody near you just to distract you a little bit from the pain in your legs, the lactate.
I think
It's
ideally
uncomfortable.
you'd be like, I'm so fast, I don't touch anyone during the race.
Right.
But sometimes, like, a little bit of our competitive spirit comes out. We get pushed, we push. Here comes Albany Rowing Center, about 6:36.
Really nice push there from Albany to open the gap back up.
They did. They held off a charging Shen here all the way to the line. Kept that open water, maybe 3 or 4 seats. There's Shen. Great sculling program just
And
south
look,
of us.
another battle, Megan.
There is another battle happening.
We've got
Hannah.
Long Island Rowing Club and Canisius here. Long Island in the red and black, Canisius in the black and gold. Wow. So fun.
Well done to both of those crews. Not only did they create a very competitive environment for each other, but they stayed straight. They stayed in their lanes. They stayed safe. Can't ask for much more.
Never a guarantee. We gotta
Never
be grateful for that.
Every once in a while, we hear a little whisper from a referee's walkie-talkie that there's been a slight clash, a slight collision.
Here's 640 Row America Rise, boys freshman novice quad.
Looking really nice. Young athletes in the huge program that is Row America Rye. Looking to solidify their place in this freshman novice quad.
Well done, Rye. Coming up next, we've got a couple of crews coming through with the blue blades. It's going to be 642 Brighton Rowing Club.
Those yellow unis.
And then here comes 641 Saratoga Rowing Association. That stroke seat once ran a half marathon on a treadmill. That's
Whoa.
it. That's the inside
There's
scoop.
some mental toughness. There's hometown hero Saratoga.
And then here comes Fordham Prep, the Rams, through the line.
Got just a couple more schools out there in this boys freshman novice quad. I think we have some potentially side-by-side rowing entering the last 250. Nobody said time trials couldn't be kept exciting. Here's Manhasset, 644 in the orange. And then I believe that's our Niskayuna B boat. You can see these crews working together. We want not only the drive, so the part of the stroke when the blade's in the water, that's called the drive, but the recovery, the part of the stroke where the blade's out of the water, to be together, which is really hard when you are exerting full physical energy and also probably a lot of mental energy too, trying to complete this 1,500 meter race just under a mile here at the New York State Championships. Manhasset doing a good job here. They haven't let Niskayuna get much closer in the last 200 meters. They're holding off a sprint, moving those legs together. Stroke seat laying down a rhythm. Bow seat setting them up for a safe, secure finish through the line here. 2 strokes.
Whoa.
There's Manhasset through the line. And here's Niskayuna with some nice catchphrases from their bow seat. I believe that's going to be it for our boys' freshman novice quads. Next up, we'll catch them maybe 600 meters from the finish. That's the 500, I think, that red right there. Boys U15 coxed quads. I believe that red is going to be Niskayuna rowing, bow 650. There's Saratoga, bow 649. So these are athletes who are 14 years old this calendar year. If you turn
younger.
Or younger, correct.
Crazy.
If you turn 15 in this calendar year, you're out. You can't race this one.
You're done.
You're done. Well, you get to move on. Something.
You're done for now.
You can be U16, U17. Anyways, these are coxed quads, 4 athletes. They are sculling, so you'll see here in this Saratoga boat, they have 2 little oars each, one on each side. And then there is a coxswain, so they do get a brain in the boat. They do get someone steering, motivating, helping them out.
Here we go, coming up to those red buoys.
What's the red buoys, Hannah?
Red buoys signify the last 250 meters of the race course here in Saratoga and many courses around the world. Universal, all languages.
Very universal.
We speak. Red means go in racing.
Do you? I'm gonna embarrass myself, but I'm gonna.
Okay.
My graduation cap in college.
Yeah.
When I graduated college, that I rode at, had red buoys because the graduation was the final 250, and we made it to the end. I don't remember the exact quote I had, but little rowing nostalgia nerd
Pushing
for you.
hard here through
Here's
this time
Saratoga.
trial.
Let's go, Toga. Sitting up, making it happen.
Hauling right through that line here. 1 catch, 1 finish. Emptying the tank, trying to do it together. All of these boys U15 Cox quads will move on to the final this afternoon. So we're just getting some racing experience, ripping the Band-Aid off, seeing what kind of a piece we can execute together. Nicely done, Saratoga. First across the line, bow 649.
Started off first, ended first. Maybe a little bit of a
comes
quiet race, pushing off Niskayuna.
Niskayuna here, bow 650. Looking strong and composed here.
Hood up in that coxswain. Aerodynamicness. Blinders on. So Saratoga in this event is a club entry, but Niskayuna is a scholastic entry, as well as this crew from Burnt Hills. Scholastic, so that means all of these athletes go to the same school, are not only teammates at Burnt Hills, but classmates as well.
Nice job, Burnt Hills. Great piece.
Hannah, look at this water.
We've been
It's so
treated
flat, you
well.
can see every path that previous boats have taken.
Here comes bow 654, Saratoga B entry. Pushing hard, look at those legs going together. Long straight arm hang, and they're going as hard as they can.
They are. And they've been going as hard as they can for 5 or 6 minutes already. They hear the cheers on shore, a little bit of spark. We always can do a little bit more than we think we can. You always have, might not be much, but you always have something. Even if it's just a bit more pressure.
Nicely done, Saratoga B. Here comes Manhasset High School coming through. Hope those high schoolers are U15.
Yeah.
Oftentimes that U15 event will be some middle schoolers, some high schoolers.
Some young high schoolers. Can hear that coxswain. They've got 5 strokes to the line. We'll see if they time it right.
It's a tough thing.
Perspective. How fast are you going? Here's Manhasset High School, about 6:53 of your boys U15 Coxed Quad. And not more than 15 strokes from the line. Is this Friends of Shen in the peanut butter? We know the peanut butter. We've seen it before. Friends of Shen looking so smooth. Look at them glide over this water. Blades off the water.
Finding that rhythm.
Nice, Friends of Shen. Shenendahoa crew, right there. And I believe our final crew in this event, race number 66, the U15 Coxed Quads, will be Niski Unirowing B right here. Here's that sprint.
Yep,
that stroke
see them
seat.
picking it up.
Making it happen.
And they got to do it together, especially in this boys U15 event. Every little thing that we do, we want to try to unify, do it together, synchronized.
It's hard.
A tough thing to do.
It's really, really hard. Even at the varsity level, at the collegiate level, at the elite level, at the master's level, all we're trying to do is move together. But there is your Niski Unirowing Coxed Quad.
And we're going right into the boys novice Coxed Four event. Time trial here, that's 660. St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute here, pushing through the line.
21 boats in this event, 21 entries.
A lot of novices giving it a go at the New York State Championship.
They are.
Here comes Canisius, about 6:59. Novice athletes throwing down their first New York State time trial.
Yeah. Happy New York State time trial there, Canisius.
And what a day for it.
Oh, this water.
We've got calm wind, calm water. Here comes Port Jefferson. Nope. Oyster Bay.
Oyster Bay.
Oyster Bay and Port Jefferson, you share a color combination, and maybe you could be friends. Obviously, enemies on the water, sure. But
keep your enemies close and your friends closer. There you go, Oyster Bay, about 662.
Here comes 663, St. John the Baptist District High School. Yeah, winding it up. Nicely done. A little bit of gremlin mode there. That was awesome.
Make it happen. All you got. Looks like they're starting some of these novice fours with coxswain a little bit further apart. Sometimes a purposeful move on a official or a referee to give all of these novice coxswains and novice rowers a little bit more space in their first time trial. Here is 669, I believe.
Yep, Warwick.
Warwick. Love those splash jackets, that diagonal yellow stripe matching perfectly with your unis. Look good, feel good, race good. Warwick crew coming through the line here. These are novices, their first New York State Championships. There they are through the line. Great work Maybe we'll see you this afternoon. All of these boats will be looking to make a final. So depending on the number of boats in the event, potentially a 9-boat grand final, maybe a petite final. We will see. But right now, what's on their mind is get down this time trial as fast as I can, give myself a chance at a second race. This is 664 Nichols School. Really good send together. Look at that acceleration of the bow ball. Every stroke just moving a little bit quicker. There they are through the finish line, Nichols School.
Like 79? No, 73. Kellenberg Memorial High School.
That coxswain's sitting up, checking out where the boat's at. How close are we to that finish line? How can I encourage my crew to go as fast as they can in the last couple strokes? There they are. Put some good distance between themselves and these next couple of crews. In these time trials, we're really only seeing the last 200 meters, so hard to tell what transpired in the first 1,300 of the race. It's like hopping into a soccer game with a minute on the clock and trying to just figure out what happened in the last hour and a half. But here we have some black and yellow. Looks like 661, Our Lady of Lourdes, Lourdes Rowing Association. Really moving together into the stern here. Trying to rise those knees together and then push those knees away together. Keep some flow in that boat.
And we talked about it a little bit, but if you're just tuning in, we got to give coxswains credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
Cox fours are so hard for the coxswain because you can't see anything.
Put yourself in that seat and then imagine trying
You're
to
getting
figure out what's
backsplashed.
wrong.
You're getting just hit with water.
You're a little chilly.
Every stroke. And you're not exercising. You're not warm. Our Lady of Lourdes just crushing it down there in the bow. Here comes in red. Bow 666 is Fairport Crew Club.
There's Fairport Crew through the line. We
But
look
these coxswains,
upwards.
They can't see the athletes.
No.
They can't see the blades.
There's Port on the right-hand side of your screen.
If it
I
starts
believe
feeling wonky,
667.
What are you going to say?
You got to use some intuition. You got to use your experience. You got to rely on your rowers. It's crazy.
Port winding it up here, getting a little crazy with it.
Now's the time.
Wind it up. Don't let that boat
667.
slow
You
down.
can't see it, but we can. There are charging crews from all sides. We have bow to stern, 3 boats across. Here's 667 Port rowing. Get ready. We've got another bow number about to enter our screen. Couldn't quite tell who you are. Could be Newburgh Free Academy. Could be Spack and Kill. All of the time trial results.
The boats are moving too fast, Megan.
You're
And the camera is
going
still
so quick.
We can't see.
All results will be via an email sent to you Friday afternoon. Check with your coaches on what your afternoon's going to look like, and then your final start list will be back on streamlinerowing.com/regattas. Go ahead and check out New York State Championships. All the details will be there.
Here's Pelham Community rowing here through their last 200 meters of this race. It's time trial, single file, throwdown.
Throwing it
New York
down.
State Championship. This will seed the athletes into finals for this afternoon. We've got 9 lanes across for
9.
each of those finals, so try to get an A final and a petite final wherever we can, given the number of entries.
Here's 671. There's our Pelham community friends. Hannah, you don't get 9 lanes across at
Ever, anywhere.
NCAAs, at a World Championships, at an Olympics.
pretty cool.
This is
Everybody
the
gets a
place
sparring
to
partner.
get your race. Here's 675, perhaps? Suffern. Which very similar
Another
colors to
baby
Port
blue.
Jefferson and Oyster Bay.
It's a
We're
popular
watching
color.
you. We're paying extra close attention these days.
Here's 672, St. Anthony's High School. Empty in the tank.
They are. Well done, St. Anthony's. Welcome to Fish Creek, your New York State Championship venue. As we get close to this lunch break, go ahead and check out those vendors. We got pizza, we got ice cream, we got t-shirts, we got sweatshirts. Anything you'd like to bring home today as a
and make some friends in Food Tent Land.
Food Tent Land.
It's a great place.
It's a utopia over there.
674 is Pittsford crew.
We know those unis. Pittsford runs an awesome race on their canal. Not quite 9 lanes across, but 2 in some very
it's intense.
Small waters, so fun. Part of
this
this
funnel.
Cool sport of rowing is that we get to try a little bit of everything. Here comes Pittsford crew in the Novice Four with Coxon. Thanks for being here, Pittsford. Happy to have you. Hannah, I've got a race. I've got a race.
Let's see who's in this race here. We've got about 677 of Iona Preparatory School and 678 of Oyster Bay Community Rowing.
Woo! Oyster
Sprint
Bay
is a
looking like they're
tough
making a
space.
move. Stroke seat in the beanie, laying down that fast rhythm to move past that other crew. Trying to stay clean here in those red buoys.
Just go
Iona
as hard
Prep
as you can.
holding on.
Then row perfectly.
And
It's
again.
fine.
And
It's
do it
easy.
again. And do it again. 200 times.
Well done,
There's
Oyster Bay.
Bay.
Here comes Iona Prep. Nicely done.
Fire lit under them. Sprinted through that last 10 strokes right next to Oyster Bay. Very nice. I think I've got another contact here. 2 boats coming into that last 250 together.
In green, it's about 676
Cascadilla.
and then 665. So that's going to be our Spack and Kill Rowing Club entry in this Boys Novice 4 time trial at New York State Championships.
676, making some nice moves. Coxon's got that green hoodie up, represent school pride, trying to take a view like we were talking about in these Coxed Fours. When you're tucked in and tucked down and you're a novice, it is hard to see. It is hard to hear. So sometimes these novices sit up a little bit more. They can gather their surroundings. They can figure out what's happening. First New York State Championship for these athletes. We are emptying the tanks here, trying to move together. Cascadilla Boat Club.
Nicely done, Cascadilla, pushing away.
They did open up some nice room between themselves and crossing the line now. I believe that was Spack and Kill. Nearing the end of this Boys Novice Coxed 4 event, I'd say we probably have 5 to 8 more crews coming through.
Here's 679, Rhinebeck High School. Another one to my beanie count. It is chilly. It's about 50-something degrees.
Yeah. It's not quite the beautiful sunshine we had yesterday. But, Hannah, I spoke too soon. I said 5 more boats.
I thought you meant the sun was coming out.
No.
I was like, I need to get my sunglasses.
But we do have doubles chasing down this final Cox 4.
So Rhinebeck High School here on our screen is just about level with a first double from the girls' junior U17 event. Looks like, what do you think? Is that a Shen entry?
Could be a Shen.
Well, they're about to duke it out here in the last 20
Which
strokes.
is so
of each
fun
of their
for
time
both
trials.
boats. Everybody gets a little bit of competition. Sometimes the competition is more fun
inter-squad
when you
competition.
don't know the base speed of the other boat,
Yeah,
right?
that is
This
gonna be Shen.
who is this? This Rhinebeck?
Shen versus Rhinebeck High
Yeah.
School. Yeah, double, moving right along. Starting off
Rhinebeck
this
trying
event.
to gather some inspiration from that double. We're 5 strokes from the finish line. Shen looking smooth. Rhinebeck through
done.
in that yellow boat. Beanie first.
Both those crews just pushing right through challenge mode. Here comes our next double from Albany Rowing Center. Taking some nice powerful strokes through the line.
Another huge event, 28 crews.
Whew. That is a huge event.
Great that we have this much competition in New York, that there are these many schools and clubs ready to send out athletes in these boats. This is 684. This is our Port Jefferson crew.
Wow, look at that acceleration, Megan.
I'm looking.
They're
Bow
hauling
seat
it
checking
right along.
around.
Super fluid around the back end. Wow, look at them. They're moving. Gliding right through the water. That's Port Jefferson.
Yeah, Port Jefferson, 1 stroke to the line. Time trial at New York State's done. This is the girls' junior U17 double. It'll show up as a 2X on your start list. That X means they're sculling, like we can see in this Port boat, 685. 2 athletes. They are either juniors or under the age of 17 in this calendar year.
If I know that city, island, let's see.
Long Island, close.
Dang it.
Close.
Why do they confuse me so? Good job, Long Island. Really powerful strokes there through the line. Maybe it's just me. I'm matchmaking. You know, I'm confusing crews
we're just trying to make some
feathers,
friends.
just to encourage you to go.
Some intra-squad competition.
Similar outfit crews. You both like the color baby blue?
Go
Port
ahead.
Jefferson, Oyster Bay.
That's how I make my friends.
Just go compliment their outfit.
688 FDR. I love this matching outfit. Look at those visors moving together.
Searching for that finish line.
If you squint, they are one.
They are Megan.
One.
You're right.
FD Roosevelt through the line there. Here's, I believe, Mohawk Homeschool.
First homeschool rowing program in the United States of America.
Rocking the blue here. Nice job, Mohawk Homeschool. Just to our south, down in the Albany region.
Speaking of, let's see, we've got bow number 690. That's going to be Manhasset High School. Again, Albany, Manhasset, Orange.
We're just playing some matchmaker over here.
Maybe they've
you guys
got
could
an
do
extra cookie at the
You
food
guys
tent.
could do some lunch
do
swaps.
A trade.
Yeah. 590. There's Manhasset through the line. Nice job there. Really swinging together there, Manhasset. Love
Here
to
comes
see it.
689 Oyster Bay Community Rowing. Shoving hard, shortening that stroke rate up.
We're high. We're sprinting.
More strokes for more folks.
Practicing for these finals this afternoon, putting together a sprint here. Possible, very possible that a lot of these crews have been rowing together for a long time, but I'm going to say in the sport of junior rowing, also possible that this is a fairly new crew.
Let's just hop in
and that's just how it is. So fun to kind of watch. We only know what the production is. We don't know all the behind the scenes. Here's 691 Shaker Rowing Association shaking things up into these last 150 meters.
So again, this is bow 691 Shaker trying to get a spot into one of those 2 finals this afternoon. We've got grand final at 327, petite final at 319.
Wow.
9 boats each.
Wow.
Pretty cool. New York State Championship, high stakes here, 692. That's going to be our Pelham Community Rowing Association entry. Really nice. Sitting up tall around that finish. Powering through the finish line. Let's see who we have next. Bow 694 is our Row New York Queens entry.
Very nice. Row New York Queens showing up yesterday in the girls' big boats and showing up today in the girls' small boats. So yesterday we watched the boys row the small boats, the singles, the doubles, and the pairs, and the girls row the quads, the fours, and the eights. Today we swap it up. Here's 695 Brighton Rowing Club rowing our girls' small boat. This is the double.
Pick it up.
We're hanging. Look at that long arm hang. Well done, Brighton Rowing.
I love a good sprint.
You do. You do.
I get excited. Get goosebumps. Coming back up, we've got hot pink visor and stroke seat, backed up by the zero hat bow seat. Different vibe. 693 is going to be our Mount St. Mary Academy crew.
3 strokes charging to the line here, Mount St. Mary.
Look at those 1 catch, 1 finish. Those athletes are in sync all the way through that finish line.
They made it. They made it. Time trial complete. I see some smooth rowing on the horizon. Where are you from?
Coming into focus is 697 Niskayuna.
I know that double. Well done, ladies. From just south of us. I've seen them put in the work. Here's the production. Yeah, Niski.
Really nice engagement there of the lats to really connect seats to handles. Gosh, the joy of rowing never ends. We have 698 Buffalo Scholastic Rowing Association here, powering it through that finish line to try to get a spot into one of those two finals this afternoon.
So
Nicely done.
18 boats in the finals this afternoon.
18 boats.
Very nice.
Looking at the red, purple blades of Pittsford.
Maroon.
Maroon.
They do look a little purple from this light.
I'll blame the camera.
But that's because it is a gloom and zoom today here. no doom.
That's our trending
just
hashtag.
Gloom.
Use it.
Just a
700
zoom.
bow is Row New York, Manhattan.
700.
700 crews coming down the course.
And that doesn't include finals.
That doesn't include. This is just the time
This
trials.
is just the time trials.
Good
In
job,
the
Row New
finals, you
York.
get assigned to a lane 1 through 9. In the time trial, we are just counting upwards.
Who do we have next? We got more doubles coming.
They still coming. There's like 30 doubles in this event. It's
In red,
amazing.
we've got Emma Willard School. Emma Willard, Niski. I know you guys know each other, but like, have you talked recently? Just saying, you both wear red. In the green
Go red,
bean, Emma
Niski
Willard
Una.
powering it
Emma
through.
Willard.
Look at this sprint sequence. They're winding it up around the finish.
We are moving our legs nicely, really together. Watch that space under their knees just disappear as one.
Explosive.
Yeah, Emma Willard, bow 701. 5
Nicely
strokes to the
done.
line here.
Separating a little bit. They've extended that lead a little bit over the next crew in orange. Who could it be? There are a few options in orange. 704.
I think it's Manhasset.
Manhasset High School. Nice long leverage up at the catch. Getting that full reach. Look at them accelerating that. Nicely done, Manhasset. And then we've got two boats close together. 702 and the double helix is Cold Spring Harbor High School. Hauling through that finish line, holding off 705 from
They
Friends
did.
of Shenandoah crew.
Held them off.
Incorporated. It's just the full title.
Shen, just south of us here in Saratoga Springs. There's a few crews in New York that didn't really have to travel that far. Maybe slept in their own beds last night. Here's 706, Brighton Rowing Club B. Really cool for some of these crews to have 2, maybe 3 entries in this girls' junior U17 doubles.
Got a whole
Bodes
training
well.
group of doubles.
Yeah, bodes well for the future of your sculling program. Really exciting. These are 16-year-old athletes or younger.
Crushing it, making it look super efficient through that sprint sequence.
That's when you know good rowing, that it looks smooth, it looks efficient. It looks like you're not working all that hard,
The
but
athletes
we
are
know.
dying inside
We
a
know.
little. 707 is Albany Rowing Center B, pushing it all the way through. And they just keep coming because we've got varsity doubles after this.
Crazy,
It's gonna be a
crazy.
seamless
It's
transition.
a doubles parade over here on Fish Creek.
Speaking of varsity doubles, here's our first one.
You
Oak
think
Neck
this
Rowing
is?
Academy A.
Wow. Creeping
Those
into
bright
that
blue
junior
riggers.
U17.
Look at them wind it up, Megan.
They're winding.
Just cycling.
Smooth, simple. Trying to
circular
just do
rowing.
what you've been practicing, right? There's nothing crazy that needs to happen. You've done the work. Here's Oak Neck through the line. They're just trying to execute what we've planned.
And we've got two boats side by side here. Potentially the end of our junior doubles, start of our varsity doubles. 709 is Manhasset C entry. 716 is Port Jefferson. Port Jefferson really lighting it up here in those last 10 strokes.
Maybe a little bit of fire to get through that Manhasset crew. Maybe Manhasset a little bit of fire to hold some contact almost all the way to the end. Great
Having
racing
fun
there.
racing.
It is. This is why we're here.
Here comes Oak Neck B through their last 10 strokes.
Those black boats with the blue riggers, we know you.
Nicely done, Oak Neck. And powering through, really surging across the water here is bow 717 Mohawk Homeschool Rowing. Nicely done, Mohawk. Same thing for this girls' varsity double. There will be a grand final and a petite final later this afternoon. We might change the schedule. Just hold on, stay tuned, as we're a little bit behind this morning. But the original schedule is for a 3:43 grand final, 3:35 petite final. Here's 7:18 Albany Rowing Center through the line.
These varsity doubles will likely be your top 2 girls scullers from each program. 7:19 Friends of Shen in that green boat.
Using comp blades too.
Ooh, what a
Cutting
treat.
edge technology.
What a treat. And cutting through the water
It's
they
just
were.
the newest thing from Concept 2.
So each of these teams, I'm going to equate it to maybe like a pair of running shoes.
Okay.
There's a different boat. There's a whole bunch of boat brands, right? Hudson, Pocock, Empacher, Filippi, Vespoli, Resolute, King. We've got a lot. That's just a handful. And all of these teams, for one reason or another, based on type of boat, availability of boat, price of boat, equivalent with their team. Here's Mount St. Mary Academy through the line. Will row a different kind of boat or have a different kind of oars.
Mount St. Mary's got a fluid here.
And
One
that's
of the fastest boats
it
to
is.
rig in
It is
history.
one and done.
It's so fast.
And so kind of like how everybody's got a different pair of running shoes, everybody's got a different kind of boat. Some are a lot more popular. Here's 722 Niskayuna rowing.
And the Swift.
Right? 2 I didn't even name, and they show up. Crazy.
Universe is speaking to you.
It does.
Look at these
It
power
does.
breeds here from Niskayuna coming through the line. Nicely done. The tough thing about the time trial is you put in all this effort, you give it everything you have,
Mhm.
sometimes entirely alone, and you don't know.
And you have no idea.
You don't know
Probably
if
for
that was
another
enough,
20 minutes.
What position that puts you in until you get back to the dock and the results
Yeah.
have been posted.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mind game. It's like when you take the SAT.
Here comes about 724. That says Hudson River Rowing Association from the
I'm
Hudson
just
River.
saying, red and black. Got City Island.
We are are
got
we
city
causation or
honors.
correlationing over here?
I'm just telling you, when we get things confused, it's for your benefit
to go make some friends.
I'm reframing.
We are. We are.
In blue, we got coming through. Once again, could be anyone. Port Jefferson, could be Oyster Bay. Who is it? 721 is going to be Manhasset High School. Now that has to be a prank. Come on. Manhasset High School has, if you're new to this live stream, Manhasset High School has been showing up in neon orange
All day,
single
every
race.
day. Maybe their girls varsity doubles decided to make some fun unis for themselves. Maybe those are sweatshirts. I think they're wearing sweatshirts. We got a boat closing. I'm hoping we've given ourselves some space, crews
So the time
here.
trial, it's tricky because you got to yield.
And that was Spack and Kill Rowing Club.
But it's tough to yield when you're going race pace, and steering is
It
difficult.
is. It is. Here's 726 Row America Rye. And right behind them, you are
729.
could be a 729 Nichols School. I'd believe that. A lot of varsity crews here. The double is a fun boat to put out because you can just throw 2 really good rowers together, and it is often a fun boat to find some speed in,
Here's
to
Row
develop
New
some
York.
boat moving skills.
Row New York Queens in, looks like the Sweet Hill Wintech rowing shell. Powering through the line. Look how fast they are, Megan.
I love it.
They're winding it up.
Row New York, Manhattan.
Powering
I really like
through.
your uni. Come find me. I love the teal and black.
Commentator Megan wants to do a swap.
My boat was teal. There's
Love
Row
it.
New York, Manhattan through the line. Nice job there, ladies. Looking fast and fly. That could have been a Newburgh Free Academy, perhaps. Perhaps also a Nichols School. We will stay tuned. There's 725.
725.
That was Newburgh Free Academy. Excuse me. There's
That last one could have been Poughkeepsie, maybe?
could have been Poughkeepsie. All of your results from these time trials will be on an email link sent to your coaches pre-racing. However, I would stay tuned to the streamlinerowing.com/regattas list, and that is going to have all of your finals lanes, so you'll kind of be able to see where you ended up, who your afternoon competitors are going to be.
Here's bow 730, Cortland Community Rowing Association through their last 10 strokes here. Nice long straight arms
They
here
are.
as they power the legs in the hip opening.
We're
Really
hanging.
nice.
You want to use those big muscles down low, those hips, those quads, those glutes,
Good work,
and just
Cortland.
let those long arms be the puppet strings. Here's 732, Our Lady of Mercy High School crew out of Rochester.
Powering it right along the top of the water in a Kangwa.
Kangwa. Love me a Kangwa.
I think
Just
that's
behind.
33.
Brighton Rowing Club, perhaps?
You guys are moving too fast.
We are
finish.
figuring out these
Your
bow numbers as we
numbers are
can.
getting blurred. It's not. It's a good.
You're doing too
problem.
good. Too good.
Here's 735. That's going to be Brighton Rowing Club B. So if you're thinking we're seeing double, we did just have two Brightons finish back to back.
We've got a couple of B, C, and even a D boat in this race. So lots of internal competition.
Taking a lot of pride in our double moving skills here at Brighton. Got a whole armada every day.
Every day. As you check for those results, they should be on Regatta Central as well. Great website, our Regatta website, as well as Row2K. So Streamline Rowing and then Row2K will have your results for this morning and this afternoon. We're really lucky here at Saratoga Rowing to have Streamline Rowing, our very own Regatta website. Super, super proud of it. Here comes 37 will be Friends of Shenendehowa in that green boat. And 40, we've got our Oakneck Rowing D boat. So a race to the line here. Shen trying to hold off a charging Oakneck. And they will, just by about a half a boat length. Now keep in mind, these are still time trials. So all of these boats started by themselves. They are racing the clock. We're trying to create a top 9 for a grand final. And I believe they get a petite final as well.
Yep. Here's Row New York Queens. B entry coming through their last few strokes. Wow, look at that full length, really leveraging through those last few strokes. I love it.
I love it.
Here's 736, Manhasset High School B. Keeping
There's
it
those orange blades.
smooth and fluid around the back end.
As this water it's getting calm and quiet here at the finish line. It's
Kind of
just
ridiculous.
so pleasant.
Wow.
Who did some really good things this week to give us this weather? To the weather,
I'll
the
take
powers
I'll
that
take
be.
the karma. I'll take it.
Got a couple boats still on the course coming down, a couple of doubles here. We will move eventually into our last 2 events of the morning. The boys freshman U16 8 with coxswain and the boys varsity straight 4. But for now, still paying attention to doubles on the course. These are our girls varsity doubles. Show-ups on your start sheet as 2X. That X means they're sculling, like we can see here, through our bimini tops. 2 athletes, 2 oars each.
And Megan, while we wait for these doubles to come
Tell
through,
me about it.
I'm just looking at some of these results, and time trials are my favorite when, like, obviously a close finish is a close finish, and like when you're watching side by side sprint racing, you can see a close finish in real time. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And then you look at these results. 30 plus girls junior U17 doubles. The top 2 times were separated by .03.
Who literally had no idea where the other one was.
The speed of the other.
Nuts. As Dockmaster Julia would say, cuckoo bananas.
It is. .03 between Row New York Queens and Albany Rowing Center in that girls U17 junior double.
They're going to get to go head-to-head this afternoon.
2 seconds back. The next one was 2 seconds back on them, then 2 seconds again. It's going to be a great afternoon of
We're going to
finals.
have some barn burners, I
and
dare
it's
say.
across all these different events. You have super tight finishes in the time trials, and the boats have no idea how fast these competitors are going. They've just been doing the training, showing up every day. So cool.
They're from totally different rowing experiences, different coaches, different training plans, different boats, different oars,
different food,
different genetics.
They had different dinner before. Maybe
And
one
they're
had a
going.
breakfast sandwich, one had a burrito.
Here's 741 Friends of Port here in that, I'm going to say purplish navy and black. Laying
Like
down a piece.
Like the night sky.
Like the
Port's
midnight
uniform.
sky. Anyone see some cool lights 2 nights ago? I was sound asleep. But did anyone look up in the sky here in New York and see some beautiful colors? Port rowing showing us how it's done in this girls' varsity double. Blades moving in together, blades coming out together.
Here we go, coming into their last 10 strokes.
Bow seat
Double's
checking
tough.
where she's
have a little
going.
bit of like a mind meld. Everybody's got to come together. Look at them. In sync, one catch, one finish.
Nice. There's Port through the line. I've seen some stories of twins rowing doubles, and they just know.
They don't need to work on the mind meld. They've
melded. And just like that, we're back to our boys freshman U16 Eights with coxswain. 9 athletes, 8 rowers and a coxswain. Here comes Chaminade. We know that red and yellow of today. They have potentially passed a Row America Rye here. Started bow number 745, second in this flight.
Really strong strokes here from Chaminade. Boys freshman U16 8, so every athlete here in this event is either freshman and or a 15-year-old athlete here. Pretty cool.
Yeah. They're moving together well. They're figuring out how to use
at
their
water.
bodies.
You can see the reflections of the athletes in the water. When's the last time a state championship had that level of glass for the time trial?
Amazing. I love rowing. I love watching rowing.
One acceleration here from Chaminade all the way through the line.
Here comes, I believe, Row America Rye, bow 744 with those gold blades and that silver boat.
Cycling right around that finish.
Row America Rye, a very big team, very deep team, and as well as Chaminade. We've seen, did they have, 3 eights in the U16 event? U17 event? This is the U16 event. Crazy.
Yeah, we have a lot of athletes double racing here in these events. Seeing the fitness of our programs here, Saratoga.
Bow 749.
Bow seat fin across that line as fast as possible. Pushing strong catches, strong finishes. Look at that straight arm hanging middle 4.
Hanging. We count our seats in an 8 from bow to stern, so there on the right-hand side of your screen is our 1 seat, our bow seat, and we go all the way down to 8 in the stern. So 1 first across the line. Nice job, Saratoga.
Really matched up there in that freshman U16.
That looked real nice. Real nice.
Trucking right along. Going back up, we're looking for our next boys freshman U16 8. Looks like Niski Yuna is going to be coming through.
646, I think you're right, in that red. These are all freshmen or under the age of 16 in this calendar year.
Just telling that crew exactly what's to come.
Yep.
Got 100 meters to go.
Go.
What do you
do? Go. I see some sprint. Did you see that? Did you see that lift?
Everybody reacted.
Trying to just go a little bit faster, squeeze out a little bit more energy towards the finish line. You got this from that Niski Yuna crew. You got this. Coxon telling him how it is. Extended a pretty nice lead from those top 4 crews. Back to the rest of the pack here.
Here's bow 750, Brighton Rowing Club.
Bringing some bright yellow sunshine to this cloudy day here on Fish Creek.
5-seat bright yellow visor.
Yeah, buddy. You can see they all gather really nicely at the release of the stroke.
Yeah,
trying to finish that drive together.
Trying to simplify rowing by just thinking about the blade. One catch, one finish.
There they go, Brighton boys freshman U16 Eight. Pushing those legs. This is the future of your team, the future of your squad.
Just like that, we're into the second half of boats here through the boys freshman U16 Eight. Here comes in red, bow 751, St. John the Baptist District High School. Pushing through their last 200 meters here together. One big program.
Representing in the red. Might be their first state championship as a freshman U16. They might have raced it.
Megan, I want that t-shirt. The Olympic rings on the back.
It's sick. It's sick.
I would love to look at that in the entire race.
Well done there, St. John the Baptist in red, St. John the Baptist.
And look at this duel here between 752 is McQuaid Jesuit, and then right behind them is 753, I want to say.
I'm going to say that's Shaker in blue.
Wow, they're blazing down this course.
They can hear each other. They can hear each other's coxswains. They
Big
can feel
watts in that
lots of power.
Boat. Here's Shaker sneaking right through. Nicely done. Another one. Megan, we have two more.
Race,
you know,
race.
At the freshman U16 level, we just really want a friend. Is that too much to ask? We're finding friends here. 754, 748. St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute duking it out with Chaminade B entry here.
Chaminade trying to push away. I'm going to say St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute trying to maintain contact here. This is a time trial, and we ain't getting this kind of exciting racing. Chaminade through the 9.
A whole lot faster.
There goes St. Joe's. Well done to those two crews.
I think that might be. Do we have one more?
I think I might. Or maybe it's a 4.
I think that might have been our last one. So we're already to the last event of the morning time trials. The boys of Varsity 4.
We are.
Time trial, we have, let's see, 7 straight 4s coming down the course, starting off with Row America Rye, 758 bow number. Again, this straight 4 event, super cool. If you've been with us all weekend, you saw this yesterday with the girls' side first. Boys straight 4,
very
no
competitive.
coxswain. Each athlete has one oar, and so it kind of has the boat feel of a quad.
Yeah, the speed.
But the just like play of sweeping where everybody's rotating out.
Yep.
It's a really cool event, really fast, especially if you can get it to set up and gel together.
Believe this is our 758 Row America Rye boat. Started off the event. Looks like they've put some pretty good margins between themselves and the rest of the field. Again, we're not sure exactly how often they are going off that start line. We aim for about 15 to 20 seconds. But we're just coming in to the sprints here. Watching some tanks get emptied. Watching some souls be sold.
Just throwing down a good time. Experimenting, trying to find next level speed at this postseason level of the season.
You'll notice we do not have a coxswain here, so these athletes are doing all of the steering, the motivating, the brain work in addition to the body, the muscle, the power.
Nicely done.
Yeah, they're proud of that race. Nice job, Row America
Looking
Rye.
for Canisius and West Side next. A little bit of a low rate coming up of our next
big power,
number.
big power.
Looks like that's Canisius. Playing some games as all of these boats are going to go straight to final. So maybe
that is possible.
We've got different strategies.
We're making some decisions.
Maybe we're double racing the straight 4 and the 8.
True.
So this is more of a flush of
Swinging.
the legs.
It's
we
true.
Don't need
Could
to
be
prove
true.
Anything.
Yeah. We see reasons for boats using different rates in time trials. Maybe trying something new. Maybe saving some energy. Maybe we're a little high and we're seeing what we can hold.
Yeah, exactly.
But here, 759 Canisius looking long and strong. Look at them floating up over this glass water. Oh, it's like
it's a little showcase of
a melody.
beautiful rowing.
The water just gets glassier as you get towards the finish line here.
It's unreal.
I can see
Super
reflections.
grateful.
Oh, we are not
Got a
through the
couple
line yet.
more.
We're close. We're close. There we go.
See you later, Canisius. Here's Port.
Definitely practicing a bit more sprint there than Canisius was. We'll see what happens this afternoon.
And here comes West Side.
I hear a lot of yeah, boys. I love it.
They're hyped. We're hyped. Everybody's hyped.
I am hyped. If we are nothing, it is hyped.
Hyped.
Nothing but hyped.
We've got 3 more crews here.
That's going to be our yellow stripe
Warwick.
of Warwick. Ports get to wear yellow hats. Starboards. We got one starboard with a black hat. Look good, feel good. Here's Warwick. You can see them coming out of bow together, letting their hands guide their bodies so they get to the catch all at once. They're in these red buoys. That means it's time to go. Maybe we're practicing a sprint. Maybe we're not. Time trial could be anything you want it to be.
Seems to be a bit of gaming the system here.
I see some thoughts happening. It is a small event. They will all race for a New York State Championship this afternoon.
This is a youth Nats eligible event. So these 7 boats really trying to just see what kind of opportunities may be in store.
Here's another Friends of Port boat. 764. This is their B entry. Rowing
Looking
tall.
really smooth.
Port's had some distinct shifts to sprint. I've been liking it.
It's gutsy. I like it too.
At
Just like
least
that.
one more boat on the
I
course.
think we've got just, St. Joseph's Collegiate. Let's see, 763. That's them. St. Joe's.
Looking long and low.
It's giving like a Henley Royal.
I am
vibe, you know?
regal. I am
Shut it
just
down.
gliding over this water.
All right, and once these guys cross the line, we're gonna
Time for
sign
lunch.
off for lunch. So we'll see you back here.
Do one for
Stay
us
tuned
and
on
thank
on
some
schedule.
volunteers. Thank an official.
thank an official, thank a volunteer, thank a staff. Everybody's working really
We're
hard.
going to take one good look around the course. And I think that is it for our morning. We will see you this afternoon. Stay tuned. Potential for some time changes with our delays. But we'll see you in a few. All right, welcome back. We are here in the last 500 of our first final after lunch, our boys varsity quads. Here we've got, looks like Burnt Hills with a Port Jefferson and an Oak Neck. We'll have Port Jefferson closest to the Saratoga Shore over here, then Oak Neck, then Friends of Shen, and Burnt Hills. Looks like we've got Burnt Hills and Port Jefferson leading the way here into our last 15 strokes.
Got it tight. I don't think I'm on.
Yeah, you are.
We got a tight one coming through here. Our angle is going to be pretty close. This one could very easily go to a photo there. We've got Burnt Hills in the maroon hull trying to push away.
I'm going to give it about bow to stern to Burnt Hills, Port Jefferson, Row America Rye into Shen, bow to stern on those 4 boats. Really tight racing there. Burnt Hills upsetting their seed from the time trial. Port Jefferson with the silver and Row America Rye with the bronze. There comes, Oak Neck with the bronze. There comes Row America Rye through the line. There comes, I believe that's going to be Long Island.
Got Albany Rowing Center here, the orange blades.
There we go. Woo!
Not to be confused with the other orange and blue, Manhasset. Those two
To
next to
be
each other.
confused.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's an easy one.
Here comes Manhasset out of lane 1. Dialing in that first race, we had a Burnt Hills, Port Jefferson, Oak Neck, 1, 2, 3. Looking for those qualifications to your postseason racing.
Yeah, so this one, the Varsity Quad and the sculling events here, as you guys discussed, I'm sure there's scholastic qualification, there's use qualification.
Yeah.
Top 3 go to use. Sculling, first place to scholastics.
One and
you have
done.
to petition in otherwise, so which is a tight field, and especially for Section 2 around here. You could have 2, 3 quads, even out of the same river. Burnt Hills, Shed, Niski, Una, often years, are 3 pretty quick quads.
Pretty darn tight, yeah.
So a great race there. A lot of those athletes have raced each other all season. Some are teammates in the club season. So a really, really excellent race to start off, which should be a nice afternoon.
Water looks nice. Conditions look clear. Might have some drizzling, some spitting later this afternoon, but couldn't ask for a better day here on Fish Creek.
Nice and flat. It's been a windy spring in upstate New York.
Been,
I think a lot
to
of the
say the
Northeast.
least.
So we've got the 2V Quad here. It's the boys' second varsity quad. This is a new event for Youth Nationals this year. So previously you had your U17 Quads. Those are athletes that don't turn 17 in this calendar year. And then you have your varsity quads, who we just saw. They've got a 2V Quad now,
They
which
do.
I think is a nice event to add. A lot of these sculling teams, it's kind of you're in the quad or you're not, right? And now some teams can kind of grow their programs a little bit more. So we've got Row America Ryan there. They're going to be in lane 8, closest to the Saratoga Boathouse. Long Island, 7. Oak Neck, 6. Manhasset, 5. Port Jefferson, 4. And then Manhasset, a second 2V Quad entry in lane 3. They're underway here.
Clean start here from the finish line, the start line view, excuse me. You can just see how nice this water is, that it's looking even a little disheveled after the boats go through it. It is that
It's
clean.
true, yeah. Nice. Everybody's going pretty straight here. A lot of the coaches were talking about the camera and the footage has been awesome this year, especially having these start line cameras now. But it's really putting people on notice that if you don't mind your P's and
Some
Q's,
perspective is there now.
there.
Yep, a lot
you're
of.
getting caught on camera.
We could only see the last 200 previously, and now we get to see the whole thing. Here out of lane 8 is Row America Rye, and then it looks like we've got Oak Neck there out of lane 6 leading our charge into this first 300.
Oak Neck's found their settle and stride a little bit more, rowing long and strong there.
Row America Rye still bopping up, maybe settling in. We often look at that first 250 as like a guns a-blazing, get out there quick, get those boats moving, establish a rhythm. If you can command that whole field from the front of the pack. In rowing, you get to look back on the people that you're beating, which is a very unique thing in sport. And so to be able to get out early and get out quick and then kind of be able to survey the moves the other crews are making is going to bode well in this middle 500.
Absolutely, especially in the boats that don't have coxswains.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You can take it for granted, but when you don't have somebody who's looking out for you and you got to do it on yourself, the rowing, it pays to be in front for sure.
Yep. Less communication that needs to happen between the athletes, a little less brain space.
Got Long Island in a solid third here. That top three, that's going to go to youth qualification. This is not a Scholastic Nationals event,
Right.
So really youth qualification is what's on the line here. So we pan back a little bit up. So the race is still close between lane 8, Row America Rye, and lane 6, Oak Neck, with lane 7, Long Island. Comfortably in third there. And there's a good race developing towards the back of the pack there.
Yeah. Looks like between Manhasset and Manhasset.
Manhasset's.
They've been dueling every day at practice, and they're ready to duel today in this boys' 2v quad final. Going to show up on your start list as 2v4x. That X signifies a sculling event. We've got 2 oars, 4 athletes here. No coxswain, so these athletes are doing all of not only the muscle work and the power work of pulling on those blades, pressing on those legs, but they're doing that mental work, that brain work of calculating strategy, when to move, how fast am I going, what is my rate, and that's a skill that's learned, a skill that's practiced.
You've done a lot of quad rowing. Who's making the calls in the quads that you're in?
In our quads, we use two-seat a lot.
Yep.
We allow our bow seat to focus on the steering. Two-seat's the one that kind of gets to be the brains of the operation, but
Absolutely.
I would say probably in some of these quads, I would say, I don't know, 50-50, two-seat and bow seat.
Yeah. Yeah, because the bow seat can still hear the two-seat because they're right behind them,
Just
but
close
3 and 4
enough.
can hear.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A lot of coach's discretion, I would imagine, on what kind of athletes you have and what seats.
Absolutely. For me, it usually is, if the bow seat needs to just focus on the steering, maybe the two-seat gets the speed coach,
divide
all
and
those sorts
conquer.
of things. And then if it's a newer crew, sometimes everybody's got, it all going on there.
It does look like perhaps Oak Neck opening up a bit of a lead, couple of seats on that Row America Rye boat. Long Island off that first and second position. Definitely some open water back. I think those Manhasset crews are dueling stroke for stroke. We've lost our Port Jefferson boat there off the pace. But that's here in this 2v quad, and it's kind of fun that these crews get to come out. We don't know what athletes 5 through 8 are going to look like in any sort of program. Could be a wide variance like we're seeing a little bit here.
Absolutely. Could be 5 through 8. Could even be 9 through 12. Maybe the 5 through 8s in the JV or the U17. So there's a lot of opportunities to row, but it leads to a lot of confusion sometimes if, it's not apples to apples a lot of time.
Yeah.
When you've got a basketball team, your 5 best are going against somebody else's 5 best.
Yep.
The Oak Neck boat has been impressive here. Overstroking the whole time. Rye was kind of hanging with them, but they've kept it up.
Yep. And I would say we're even moving up here.
Yeah.
We've been higher the whole time, and we have a little bit of space to go.
Absolutely. Oak Neck getting solidly in position. They're going to be able to finish ahead with a little bit of open water there in the 1-2-3. The real race is the Manhasset grudge match out there in the far lanes.
Who's going to have bragging rights on the bus ride home?
That's when you're a 16-year-old boy, that counts for a lot.
It does. It does. There is your winners, Oak Neck Rowing Academy of the boys 2v quad here at the New York State Championships.
Oak Neck, the first ever 2v quad champions for the boys side.
There we go.
There's only one first, and they did it.
Row America Rye through the line. Here comes Long Island.
They're undefeated. They've never lost this event.
Never lost this event. Here they go. As of 12 seconds ago.
This is a great race.
Manhasset, Manhasset.
Ooh, I'm going to give it edge to lane 5, but it was tight.
Orange Manhasset with a half a seat, maybe, if we're lucky. That's the Manhasset A boat. Manhasset B will follow in 5th. Here's our Port Jefferson crew.
Port Jefferson finishing strong here.
The quad is a blazing fast boat. Often you've got 4 athletes, no coxswain, so no weight that is not being actively pulled on the handles. You've got 8 blades. It can often feel like just a missile firing down the course, and here Port Jefferson's trying to take advantage of these last couple strokes, sprint out, find some speed in the end in this boys 2v quad final.
And through the line. Nice job. So we've got our official times here from the Varsity Quad. It was Burnt Hills in first at 4:43, 4:45, 46, 48. Tight top four there.
Yeah.
And Romerick Rye 58 and 5:05 rounding it out there. So
and if you're
time's improving, getting a little quicker.
Yeah, if you're in a top crew that's just qualified for a Youth Nats bid, a Scholastics bid, what are your thoughts the rest of today? You might have another race to focus on. Do you get to kind of go home and celebrate, or is it back to work?
I can tell you for the Burnt Hills Boys Quad that just won, they're going to be joining up with their teammates that are in lane 6 in this JV quad, and they're hopping back out there in the Varsity.
Let's go. Day is young.
They're going for it.
It's only 12:21. We got a lot of racing left here at the New York State Championships. If you're just joining us, you're tuning in right on time for our boys junior U17 Quad final. We're going to have full lanes here, all the way from 0 to 8. These athletes raced earlier today in a time trial where they went down the course one by one, raced against the clock, tried to go fast enough to get themselves a spot in this final where we're going for all the gold.
And we're going to have a mix in this event. So some of these, anytime with the junior U17s, by definition, if you're a U17, you don't turn 17 this year. So you're going to be a junior. Those aren't seniors in high school. So all U17s are juniors, but not all
not
juniors
are U17s. Yeah.
And so some people here were trying to go to Scholastic Nationals. Some are trying to be a U17 Quad at Youth Nationals. Some could be both.
Right. Yeah, I would say, I'm looking at my sheet here, we've probably got half and half eligible for both. Some are eligible for both. Some are eligible for neither. But I think right now probably in these athletes' minds is just go. Just go.
Out there in the blue in the middle there, a hot start from
Mohawk Homeschool maybe?
Lane 3, lane 4? I think it's probably Mohawk Homeschool. Lane 2.
Out there in that all blue, we've got closest to us on the screen in that orange Manhasset. But I don't know, 30 strokes into the race and everyone has contact.
Yep,
nobody's dropped and nobody's done enough to get ahead just yet.
Shen in lane 8, closest to us, going bow to bow with Burnt Hills in lane 6. A strong start from Niskayuna in lane 5, getting in the mix. They're edging into second. But this one, I mean, there's going to be a ton of contact through 500
This is a barn burner already. I love this. This right here, 9 boats across, is something I'm not going to say never see, but see so rarely across the country anywhere. Here on Fish Creek, we've got it. And this is just our first of many 9-boat races of the afternoon. So here's Shen. There's your Silver Jubilee out of lane 8. They were your top seed from the time trial this morning.
Then there were 5 seconds between the top 5 crews this morning.
Wild.
And it looks like some more people decided to get that mix.
I'm going to say that's probably going to narrow down this afternoon.
Yeah.
The time trial, you rely a lot on internal motivation, a lot on like splits on your clock, on your GPS. But here, they just get to race. It doesn't matter the time they throw down. If you win, you win. Look at Shen making a big move there.
From Shen there.
Yeah, bucket hats and all.
Yep, so we've got Shen moving into first there, a little bit ahead of Manhasset. Burnt Hills and Niskayuna, tight race with the lane right next to them. Fordham Prep.
Almost dead even, those 3 teams for third right now, fighting to get in, jockey into position for that. I mean, 5 teams in striking distance of a medal is very exciting. Don't forget about Port Jefferson or Mohawk, those 2 blue-tinted boats. Port Jefferson with the blue unis, Mohawk with the blue boat and the blue unis. And then just off the pace, a smidge, is going to be our Niskayuna B boat that has made this final very impressive. 8 athletes from Niskayuna in this final. And then Row America Rye on that right-hand side of your screen, trying to pick the race they're in. Stay in the race that's leading, not the race that's trailing here.
Had a nice move from Fordham Prep there in the last minute or so. Looks like they've pushed out into third place. And what we've got in our top 5, all Scholastic.
Yeah. Very strong school programs here in New York. It means all of these athletes, Scholastic, not only race for the same rowing team, but go to class together, represent the same school as opposed to a club, which can be made up of many different schools. So kind of fun to be able to just represent your school, your team. You can go to go to English class on Monday and brag about your racing that weekend with your teammates.
Absolutely.
Fordham Prep with a big move here. I'm going to say they're pulling up with Manhasset here. Friends of Shen hasn't moved away too much here. I think they're just sitting. Haven't been able to necessarily drop any of these teams, but Burnt Hills and Niskayuna, they're not letting much go.
No, they're going to need, and we're starting to get to the point in the race where you got to, if you're back, you got to start to reel.
You got to go now. We can see them from our finish line here. They're in that last. We're going to see these buoys change from those light colors to red in about 4 strokes for these guys. They're in it. There we are.
Manhasset and Fordham Prep are pretty close. Shen's still in front. Burnt Hills maybe a little edge over Niskayuna, but this is the action's about to happen in the next minute here. We're seeing a lift from Manhasset.
Yep. Has Shen done enough to stay ahead?
Shen responding now.
Burnt Hills not ready to be left out of this race for medals.
Nope.
Fordham going to try and move.
And Fordham Prep's going as well. Yeah, you see the red buoys. It's go time.
And they all are. Everybody's up in rate. Everybody's up in intensity.
Got to turn the brain off and get the blades in.
We can hear these athletes in the boat, and there's no coxswain. So they are really giving it all. Shen with a deck up on a dead even Manhasset and Fordham. I'm not going to call it until it's at the line.
Ooh,
Manhasset
by an inch
Fordham.
or two.
There's Burnt Hills. There's Niskayuna. Huge contact, all 5 of those crews. A seat of open back to Mohawk. 2 seats of open back to Port Jefferson. This is tight stuff.
It looks like we're going to go Rye and then Niski beat to round us out here.
That's what rowing's all about. Some great character building, stroke for stroke, 1,500 meters done in that boys junior U17 quads. So we'll kind of depend on what type of lineup those boats have made, whether they are juniors or they are U17s, like we talked about at the beginning of the race, to see what bids they're eligible for.
And that is what becomes interesting with these events too, because a team could get 6th or 7th in their event, but if they're the top
second
U17
scholastic
one,
team,
they're going
or
to nationals, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get to catch our breath here a little bit. 3 excellent quad races right in a row, and now we're going to get to girls singles. So one person, there will still be some dramatic moves, but they won't happen as quickly.
Yeah.
A little bit more time to unfold, see how people are rowing.
And sometimes in these singles, a little bit more variance in our top athletes. So we're actually looking at a petite final here. Athletes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 in the state. And in any state, any region, the difference between your 10th fastest athlete and your 16th fastest athlete could be nothing and could be pretty substantial. So these athletes are lined up according to what they did in the time trial this morning. So hopefully there was someone that's going to give them a great race, be super competitive, whether this is a cherry on top kind of race and you're a senior and you're off to row in college, or this is, hey, I'm just fighting my way into the petite final as a younger athlete. We don't know that, so we just get to watch the production. We don't know all the behind the scenes,
right,
which is kind of exciting.
Exactly. There could be an athlete that didn't have the race they wanted this morning, and they're in the petite final here, or this could be the first time they were raced a single and they learned how to do it a few weeks ago, and they're excited to be here.
So the difference between our petite final and our grand final is just under 5 seconds. So not much. That's going to define the winner of our petite final and the trailing crews in our grand final. I think probably these 2 Oakneck boats that are seated first, we have Oakneck B and Oakneck C out of lane 8 and 7, might have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. Can I press a fast enough time that I would have been competitive in that A final? So
I know for a lot of athletes I've coached over the years, especially the ones, if you find yourself in a petite final in a single, and that time is better than the athletes in the grand final, you sit there
it's
and
on
say,
my shoulder.
I would have actually gotten third. I just didn't have a good time trial. You got to tell yourself that.
And it's a game. We're out here just rowing boats, playing games. There's lane 5. Great start out of Albany Rowing Center with those orange blades.
Yeah,
we know them well. We'll have closest to our media camera once we get started. Out of lane 8, Oakneck B. Lane 7, Oakneck C. Lane 6, Ave Maristella A. Albany Rowing Center C out of lane 5. Lane 4 will be Cold Spring Harbor. Lane 3, Mohawk B. And lane 2, Our Lady of Lords. Great shot of our stake boat holder here. This regatta really relies on the heart of a volunteer staff. So thank you, stake boat holders, chase launches, timing hut, food tent, everybody in between.
Well, credit to the Our Lady of Lords sculler here. This is probably the best water she's ever rowed on, because I rowed at Marist College, and that's right next to where Lords rows out of, and it's bumpy on the Hudson down there. So to be an athlete in a single, it's never easy coming out of the Hudson Valley.
And so who knows what she's going to be able to pull off right now, having some flat water. She's used to having to create a whole lot more clearance, be a whole lot more
absolutely
dynamic and stable and this and that, and now maybe she just gets to pull hard and go. Good start from that outside oak neck boat, but really it's going to be even across. Maybe a slight slower from that Albany Rowing Center boat, but in the single, much like we do on the erg, those rowing machines, everybody's got a different race plan. So while some people might be better at the start, maybe you've got a heck of a sprint, maybe you're a meat and potatoes middle 500 kind of person. So don't ever discount your competitor, but don't ever get too knocked down or too confident in this kind of race.
No, especially in the singles, right? The game plan for the eights is
go
kind of get up and get out, right? It's a full tilt sprint. There's time to make moves here. If you don't have the first 500 you want, you can reset.
You can do it. It's not too late till it's too late.
To close a length or two of an 8 is a huge amount of wattage change.
Almost
but for
unfathomable.
This, you know, going from maybe 215 splits to 210, you can wind it up.
You can whip it, yeah. And to get through an 8, you're going to need to take 25, 30 strokes. To get through a single, a high 6.
and in these conditions, too, when there's a big headwind, it's choppy, you can't really do what you need to do. It's out here. Whatever you want to make of this race, you can as an athlete. And got this drone shot. You get to see
beautiful?
The amount of colors that
it's so cool.
The singles have the most colors of the different boats, and this is a great shot here.
We were talking earlier about how boat manufacturers and boat types are often like a pair of running shoes. What works for you might not work for me. We've all got our favorites. We've all got our ones that we don't want to use so often, and so much has to do with what your school or club is able to procure and where do you get your boats and what are your finances and this and that. And we talk about how it's really the horses, not the chariot. But if you can find a chariot you're comfortable in, you might be able to run a little bit faster.
It's look good, feel good, play good.
Yeah. Looks like a little bit of lead up on that Oak Neck B boat. Oak Neck C right next to her in that second from left lane is not letting much more than a deck happen. Maybe bow to stern back to Ave Maristella and Cold Spring Harbor in that third and fourth positions. And then Mohawk Homeschool slightly up on our Albany Rowing Center C and Our Lady of Lords.
Still a pretty tight field for the singles, though, for going into the T final here. There can easily be a lot of separation in singles here, but keeping it tight. It looks like pretty much I look at it sometimes. Everyone's got a dance partner out here. There's not one single out there in no man's land. There's somebody that you can look across and say, I'm going to stay in front of you, or I'm going to try to catch you.
In the time trial, these ladies, all 7 of them, were 26 seconds apart, and I would give them half that, a third of that right now. So some really competitive racing happening here. Kind of a perk of this side-by-side is that you're held to a higher standard. You're encouraged by those next to you. Hey, if they're doing it, you know what? Maybe I can do it too. Going out a little bit harder. You're warmed up. Very exciting.
We've got the Oak Neck battle here for first and second, the B and C entries, and they'll have rowed these boats in practice probably more often than not, going against each other. So they know who generally gets the better of the two of them, but
it's race day, anything can happen.
Exactly.
But different entry. Going up against someone that you row with every single day in practice than against someone who you don't know their strengths, you don't know their weaknesses, you don't know their race plan. You don't know if they're rating high today, if they're rating low today, if they had a bad sleep last night.
Well, so you, the Orion women, you guys are perfect for that. So you train against all these other women every day, and then you go to trials.
Yeah.
Do you sit there and you go, I've never been in contact with her at practice
Right.
and think that's going to change. Like, how does that factor in?
I think you gotta be confident that anything can happen.
Yeah.
That race day is different than practice days, that certain people respond differently to waking up on race morning. There is the knowledge of the body of work that we've put together. So, if I've beaten you 8 times out of 10, you're going to know that, and I'm going to know that, and it's going to give you a sense of perspective, but also me. But fun thing about this field right here is only those Oak Neck boats know each other. They're the only ones that they have any sort of expectation of, and the rest of these, check out our Ave Maristella boat and our Cold Springs Harbor boat that aren't letting that Oak Neck Sea boat get any sort of distance.
Absolutely. Lane 6 is, in a single, is very much right in it still.
Yeah.
Coming in front of us here.
Oak Neck B with, I'm going to say, a reasonably, nothing's ever comfortable, especially in the single, but she's done a good chunk of work in this first 1400 to set ourselves up.
She's going to look to stay smooth and finish confidently.
Yeah. Whereas maybe Oak Neck C, Ave Maristella, Cold Spring Harbor, maybe throwing something against the wall to see what's going to stick. There's Oak Neck B through the line. Oak Neck C holding off.
Good push from Ave Maristella. Really good race there.
There's our Cold Spring Harbor athlete through the line, followed closely bow to stern by Albany Rowing Center. Nice race there for 4th and 5th.
I believe that was Lords, and this is
I do
Mohawk
think so.
B.
There's your 10th through 16th fastest scullers in the state this year.
Very good racing.
Check out that 2nd and 3rd from our boys' junior U17 Quad final.
That was a tight one.
That was fun.
Less than half a second. Wow. Congratulations to Friends of Shen crew for their winning that.
And right back into it. Here's our girls' varsity final. We got an extra. Looks like perhaps we didn't have a 9 out of lane, or maybe we didn't have a 7. We might be rowing an extra boat across here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The athletes
5,
are
6,
correct. The
7,
bow
8,
numbers
9.
are not.
Yes.
And that's okay. So we've got Oak Neck nearest to us. We've got Albany Rowing Center. We've got Mohawk.
I believe that blue is Pelham Community.
Yep.
That light blue uni white boat's going to be Port Jefferson, and then just slightly bows tipping into the edge of the camera will be Brighton Rowing, Long Island, Port Jefferson B, and Wappinger's crew. But with the bow number 8, she is in lane 8. That is Oak Neck, Albany, right there in the orange, and Mohawk Homeschool. Not letting much happen. I'd say we're through at least that first 300 here, maybe the first 500. This Oak Neck Rowing Academy athlete looking tall and strong. She can see this whole field to her right-hand side. She's the one in control right now.
So we've got Kelly Clark here from Oak Neck. The team Amadeus on the side. Their head coach. In Albany there, that's Shannon Breimer. Been a consistent performer in the single for them over the last few years. She's off to Columbia next year.
Awesome.
Anna Venditti in Mohawk Homeschool there in lane 7. I was actually talking to her yesterday. She's off to High Point next year,
cool.
Which is a brand new team.
Wow. Debut.
We had Sophia Martinez in Port Jefferson also up in the mix there at our last camera angle.
We're looking here from the finish line. These athletes are, I'm going to say, still in that middle 500. They haven't quite crossed into our last 500 yet. That middle 500, especially in the single, is a game, a mental game with yourself of how hard can I push without it feeling unsustainable? How calm can I keep myself? How much can I conserve my energy for this sprint but not leave too much to the end? It's a fine line. It's a game.
The experience matters, right? You could be a really fit athlete. You can be a really good sculler, have a lot of success in quads and doubles, the singles its own thing.
It's
completely
it totally
different.
is. And I think it highlights not only the things that you might be working on, some weaknesses, but it can highlight some strengths too, right? Maybe I'm a little bit better in this second 500 than sitting in an 8 makes me. Maybe I need a little bit more work on bringing my rate up at the end. And obviously, these athletes are in the grand final of the New York State Championships, so they've had some experience, but maybe they are pretty early in their sculling career, or maybe they've been around here for years and they've figured it out. Still cool to have all of these different experiences kind of put together in one 9-boat race.
So, still not quite into view from the finish here. Tough to tell who's in front from our camera angle here. Looks like Anna Meditti from Mohawk Homeschool still battling. Shannon Breimer up on her a little bit. But this would be the angle could be a little deceptive, but I could
As
even
it often
be out
is.
in lane 0 and 1.
Like
in
playing
the
the game. Yeah. And speed can change so quickly in a single. You get somebody catching a digger, a little bit of mental doubt, or swing the other way. I'm a little confident for 5 or so strokes, and that momentum can change. So super important. They are coming in maybe 5 strokes. You see those red buoys. That's our last 250. We have 1250 of yellow and white buoys, 250 of red. So they're coming in. It's time to go. It's sprint time.
So lane 3 there, who we're focusing in on in the yellow hull, that's from Brighton Rowing Club. That's Maya Torres Panzer. They did a scrimmage with us a few weeks ago, and I was spoken with their coach. She placed 3rd in the U17 Single at Youth Nationals last year.
Nice.
So moving up to the varsity category with a bit of
and
pedigree.
holding their own.
And in the mix.
I think that Albany Rowing Center out of lane 7, Oak Neck out of lane 8, I think do have a bit of an edge on the field, but Mohawk Homeschool and our gal from Brighton Rowing in the hunt for medals for sure.
Hunt for medals, hunt for Youth Nationals bids.
Yeah.
It's a really good race going on up front there. See Albany, Shannon Breimer's moving up, making a move. Her dad Eric is one of the coaches at Albany, so
Awesome.
This will be a special season for them as she wraps up
Some
her
club pride
high school
here.
career.
Albany with the lead. Almost bow to stern back to the Oak Neck athlete.
Really emphatic move from Shannon in the last 100 meters here to
There's our New York
go
State
out on top.
champion.
Congrats to Shannon, Father Eric, Albany Rowing Center. So that was Oak Neck in 2nd, Mohawk in 3rd, Brighton in 4th in her varsity premiere. We've got Pelham and Port Jeff, really good race to the finish there.
Everybody gets a race here. We've got such an awesome spread. There's Long Island Rowing.
And then I think it's going to be Wappingers and Port Jefferson B.
And I think you're spot on.
Wappingers, another Poughkeepsie area single sculler. God bless them. They're out there fighting the good fight.
That was your top 9 athletes in New York State, your New York State champion. We've got a few Youth Nats bids in the mix there. Very exciting. Girls, varsity singles. A lot of training goes into being good in the single. It is a tough one when you have a bad day. It can't blame it on anyone else. It's all you. But then, man, when you have a good day in the single, it's a nice, like, notch on the resume. You're like, that was me. I did that. I had that good day.
Floating around a little bit.
Yeah, as they should.
Sun's a little brighter. The food tastes a little better. It's all
Everything
good.
is just filled with a little more joy.
So we've got the girls varsity pair here, and this is a full slate all the way across. So we're going to have Oyster Bay, Friends of Port, Friends of Port, Friends of Port. That's right. There's 3 of them right in a row, and their times I think we're all within about 2 seconds or so in the time trial there. Then we've got
Spot
Brighton,
on.
City Island, Port D, West Side, and Warwick. 4 Friends of Port boats.
A lot
in the
of
final
friends.
here.
A lot of
Coach
friends.
East has been rowing the pairs. They're excited about them.
Very cool. Imagine lining up in a 9-boat race and half of the field is your team.
It's going to feel like practice.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Give you a little bit of comfort
Through
there.
a few unknowns thrown in the mix, but
Right.
nothing
Well,
like
and
it.
that was based on the. So 3 of them were within 2 or 3 seconds of each other. So I mean,
Yeah.
That margin means nothing coming into head-to-head racing.
Nothing. No, that's
going to be awesome. That's going to be a fun race.
And how fun to know that they've been throwing that down all season.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, those must have been some competitive practices. The Oyster Bay boat here in lane 8. Now, I was sitting at the finish line near the docks here. They almost ended up in our food tent. They were going so fast. They were a little out of their lane, and they were flying right at us like a missile.
And they still pulled your fastest time of the morning.
And they still had the fastest time.
Holy,
so
I remember.
If they can keep it between the lines,
they're
out.
Literally golden. Oyster Bay, the timing shed was saying way enough. The food tent people were saying way enough, and they didn't weigh enough until they were at the dock. But past the finish line,
crossed the line,
and that's all that mattered.
Yep.
And they probably added, 50 meters, 70 meters to their trip down the course. So,
and that's the challenge for these young athletes. Sometimes the pair will have steering, sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
I mean, you can even see up to the international level the Great Britain men's straight four in Tokyo almost crashed into boats. It happens.
Yep.
So for 16-year-olds, do your best.
Yep. And they are. And they're doing it. In these pairs, sometimes you don't have any steering at all, and you're just relying on a great match, a great unification, some equal power press, and sometimes you get a tow. You have a rudder on the bottom of the boat that then is attached to the toe of one of these athletes, sometimes in the stern, sometimes in the bow, and you move your toe and the boat responds. So we've got another double lane 8 bow number. Little tricky, but that's all right. I believe the boats are correct. On the furthest to your right-hand side here on the drone camera will be Oyster Bay, and then Friends of Port A, Friends of Port C, and Friends of Port B going right to left. On the left-hand side of your screen will be that Brighton Rowing Club boat. Looks like these 4 to 5 crews have done a good job getting off the line together. We see we're a little close on our blades here. These are 2 Friends of Port boats. Likely that they've done this at practice.
They'll have to settle that score on the bus ride. It'll be a long bus ride home.
I do think that might be Brighton out, up just a deck or so. Hard to tell with this angle. You can see that white buoy. They're approaching that first 500 done. So we've settled into our base pace. We're trying to set the floor, a pace that we won't go below, and just hang and bang.
If it appears to you at home as if sometimes they're speeding up and slowing down, that's not a strategy.
They're just rowing like that. That was some camera work.
Little streaming there. So we got our Oyster Bay boat here. That's the light blue closest to us in that Vespoli. Straight and steady.
They're so far so good, Oyster Bay.
Brighton is out
They're
in
out
front.
there.
Lane 4.
And a tactical move. If they can get ahead of that field, you have a little bit more control. You can see the strategy play out. I think if you're Oyster Bay and if you're Brighton, you've got 3 port boats in between you. And if you can kind of create some distance from these port boats, maybe they'll play with each other instead of with you.
So I've gotten a fun fact here from the director over at Port Rowing. Of the 4 pairs they have out there, 2 of them are sets of twins.
No way.
So
that's so fun.
Half the port field, twins there. We can see
we have some slow-mo
3 of the 4 port
on.
boats right there.
I do think that perhaps that Oyster Bay boat is coming towards the Saratoga shore again. In their time trial, they joined us almost on the dock. They were still the fastest boat in the time trial, so they're out there in lane 9. It looks like they may have escaped lane 9 a bit, but we will see.
We still got Brighton out in front a little bit. They're being challenged by the Friends of Port B boat in lane 5, but a nice race out in the middle of the field there. So from our left to right, we've got Brighton, Port, and Port.
And I do think that Friends of Port C boat is definitely meandering into some lanes, but there is likely a safety launcher referee right behind them, waving a white flag. You can see that bow of that safety launch, just making sure everybody stays safe. We see the puddles of our Oyster Bay boat, not quite in the lane, but perhaps still up with the field. Yeah.
Definitely moving fast. I always say when there's a little bit of traveling within the lanes, the entry fee is the entry fee. You're paying for 1,500 meters, so you get your money's worth. Doesn't cost extra to go 1,600 meters. Does in time, but not in money. So it looks like Oyster Bay is riding the line there.
Yep. We just hope they maintain that straight line. Fastest distance is A to B, straight line.
And it can be a challenge in the pairs, right?
It's hard.
You're timing, it's pressure. Or maybe somebody just gets really tired and they have a toe and they forget they're on the toe and just kind of tip it to one side.
Been there, done that.
Never fun.
As they come into this last 250, all of those things that we talked about in pairs, the matching, the power, the moving together as a team are going to become even more important. Like we see, we've got 2 boats in 1 lane here. That's just going to be huge in trying to maintain speed. I do think Oyster Bay is going to be up. It looks like they are in a safe space right now. I do hear a lot of referee movement. Lane 5 moved to starboard. Lane 4 moved to port. This is live pair rowing.
It is active.
I'm going to say perhaps Brighton and Friends of Port B, the 2 on your screen right here, might be slightly up. Hard to see from our angle. Oyster Bay not out of it yet. On that outside lane.
Oyster Bay is moving fast in the outside lane. They're finishing strong, good charge, winding the rate up. And that's a big thing in the pair field, too, here. For inexperienced pairs, if you have the confidence to get the rate up, that's going to really give you a nice advantage.
I think Oyster Bay looking really smooth here, dead solid in their lane. Port B out there with Brighton in the hunt for medals. It's not over till it's over in these pairs, though.
I think Oyster Bay, as they're going to get a nice strong win here. Brighton trying to recover at the end here.
Can they hold on to that bronze? They better get back on it right now.
That's going to be tough. Ooh, that one's going to be tough to call there.
We did have Oyster Bay, Port B, and then a timing question for Brighton and Port C, followed by Port A.
That'll be a 1/10 of a second.
Nuts.
Got City Island here, finishing strong.
And that pink.
Nice paint job on the boat there.
We love that. We love that. We love a unique paint job, a unique uni. There's your D, Friends of Port boat. So cool to go down the line with 8 of your teammates.
Got West Side here out of Buffalo, finishing strong. Rounding out the field is going to be Warwick crew.
Nobody ever said rowing wasn't exciting, rowing wasn't a contact sport. Just go watch that pairs race. So 6:14 for your state champion in the girls varsity single. Not too shabby. Quick off that line, Albany Rowing Center.
I think for Oyster Bay in that last pairs race, I'm not sure that they deviated that much from the lane. It may be just the camera angles that we're going to have. Because watching them come the last 250,
they were
strong
solid
and straight.
Yes.
Lesson learned in the time trial. No harm, no foul.
And
really,
there
really
you go,
excellent
state
race
champions. State champions, and they finished the time trial on the dock. So speed is speed, man. You get going in your straight line, you're in your rhythm, and when you can throw down a good race, that's what it's all about. Welcome to the New York State Championships.
And just excellent conditions. Saratoga Invite, a little cold, windy, slow times. It's tough when the time's that slow to really see how you did.
Where we are.
Right? And here, we're getting to see a little bit more true speed of what people are capable of. We're underway here in the girls U17 Single Petite Final. We've got Oak Neck D closest to us here. Long Island, another Long Island, another Oak Neck, and Port Jefferson. So this is a downstate affair. Long Island well represented. They could have all raced each other at home, but they're here at the state championship.
This is our top seed in this petite final, Oak Neck D, looking tall and strong. She's placing her blade, kicking her hips. A little bit of a fight here between our 2 Long Island boats. You know what? I lied. That's going to be Long Island B and another Oak Neck boat out of lane 5 and lane 6. Here comes bow 7. This is Long Island D. Half Oak Neck, half Long Island. With a Port Jefferson on the outside here. I love those blade colors on our lane 6, our Long Island
Rowing Club
B.
blades, yeah.
That's fun. Really couldn't ask for better conditions here. These are U17 athletes, so they are 16 this entire calendar year. They will not be 17 this calendar year. And they're out here rowing the single, which is notoriously one of the hardest boats to row well as a younger, more development athlete, and they're doing great.
Certainly benefiting from these conditions. This is one of the events that if the conditions get a little sketchy, you're nervous.
It all gets a little sketchy.
They're having a great time out there.
Yeah.
Our Oak Neck athlete in lane 8 here, putting on a strong performance thus far.
Let's see where her time landed her amidst the grand final. See if she's got a little chip on her shoulder. Oh boy. 0.1.
Oh.
0.1 out of that grand final.
And a decent gap to
in
the
either
next
direction
place that we're seeing there.
Yeah, so I would say she's got a chip on her shoulder. She is ready to race. She is going to come home saying, you know what? I put together a grand final worth performance.
That's exactly one of those performances we were talking about earlier where if you're that athlete, you're going to compare your time to the A final, whether you're in or not.
And she's allowed to. I support it.
10th of a second, 100%. Absolutely.
Conditions may not be perfectly equal, but especially on a day like today, yeah, you do some comparing. Especially if you have further junior rowing eligibility. You're a sophomore, junior. You know where you want to be next year. You know what you can be hungry for all winter here in upstate New York.
She's rowing well, looking strong, nice and composed out of bow there.
Yeah.
Getting an excellent shot of Coach Ronnie driving back to us.
Coach Ronnie. Live, laugh, love, Coach Ronnie. Coming to that, I believe that's going to be our 1,000-meter mark. Maybe it's our 500. I can't read you very well.
500.
500. Yep. So they'll have about 2.5 minutes left, give or take, of this race. Maybe closer to 2. I think this third 500 is where you start to get to be excited. Get to start to put together a sprint, show what you're made of, show what you've kind of been hiding.
Be ready to wind it up. And in a single, it can't come soon enough.
You were just aching for those red buoys to show up.
500 to go, and then 3 minutes later, you're still not at the
482 meters to go. Yeah. Looks like Oak Neck just in a commanding lead. She's really clean, dropping those blades in quick. We've got our Long Island athlete here in the mix, and then I believe our Oak Neck C boat as well. Port Jefferson over there in the blue with the red boat slightly off this pack, but still hunting for a ranking in New York State. That's what we're all doing here today, looking for how do we set up against our other New York State schools and clubs, and as we see in some grand finals, can I earn a bid to the big dance of Youth Nationals or Scholastics?
And the winner of this one in the petite final, top 10.
Yeah.
You seal that 10th place spot up.
And I don't have it right labeled up in front of me. This is not a SRA event, but in some we saw yesterday, there were only 1 or 2 Scholastic boats in the grand final, so there were Scholastic boats that potentially could earn a bid from the petite final.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, and there's medals on the table here too. Now, this is a personal opinion. The Scholastic Single, by nature, everybody in the single goes to the same high school, but there's an entry for
True.
And we're racing for that on the table here. That will not be the case for this petite final. These are all club teams, that is. The individual athletes are rowing for a club versus a high school.
Right. Here they are in their last 250. There's that buoy color change, especially to a single that does not have a coxswain, does not have a separate bow seat, kind of telling them where they are on the field. This is huge. I got 35, 40 strokes to the line. I can do anything.
It's in sight.
I can do anything for 10 strokes, and then I can do anything for 8 strokes, and then I can do anything for 6 strokes, and then, dear God, please let me be at the finish line.
And then 10 strokes. Yep. You got to keep telling yourself.
But Oakneck, really strong. She's using her legs. Big, strong muscles, letting the big ones do the work, allowing the small ones to stay finessed. That rate is up. She's led the whole way.
Elizabeth Gaki, sorry for the mispronunciation there, but Elizabeth's finishing strong here to round out that petite final and say, hey, I didn't make the first final, I didn't make the grand final, but I'm still gonna have a good strong race.
And she set herself apart from this field. She's, I don't know, 6 boat lengths up, greater than that. She's done a really nice job here in this petite final. Well done. 10th in the state.
It's been a good race here at the finish. Lane 6, looking for that finish line, ready for it to be there. You're close. You almost got it.
2 to the line. There's Long Island Rowing B, I believe. Yep. Here comes Oakneck C. Very deep program, both of those. Lots of single scullers, doubles, quads. There's another Long Island. There's our D entry through the line. And Port Jefferson here in the girls' U17 Single petite final.
Rounding out, nice and strong.
Cruising out our field.
Way to finish.
All right, we are here. This is our grand final of the girls' U17 singles. All of these athletes will be 16 in this calendar year. Look at this race already. We are side by side by side by side. Out of lane 8, we have Oakneck right here in front of the camera. Lane 7, another Oakneck boat, the B entry. Albany Rowing B there in the orange. Emma Willard in the red. Long Island in the red. Niskayuna in the red. Mohawk Homeschool there in blue. Niskayuna will be wearing a red uni there, and then Albany Rowing C to finish out the field.
Megan, I'm a sports psych nerd, okay? And they studied at the Olympic level in wrestling.
Yes.
They assign you randomly a red unisuit or a blue unisuit because they don't want 2 similar color countries to be facing off against each other.
Okay.
And statistically significant finding, the people wearing red won more Olympic wrestling matches than the people wearing blue.
Red's a good sport color.
It just brings out that fire, that aggression.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just giving you the facts. I'm just giving you the facts.
Wow.
It may not play out. Obviously, there are outliers and exceptions to every rule, but there's something to be said about wearing red.
Red uni over there likes what you're saying. She's picking up what you're putting down. Out of lane 3 over there, Niskayuna Rowing, and then out of lane 4, slightly closer to us, will be Long Island. They are up there with lane 8, Oakneck A, and then in this second pack, we've got Albany C, Niskayuna B.
It's like another
Emma Willard, Albany, Oakneck B, with just Mohawk Homeschool maybe a boat length off the pack. It is tight here.
What I really like about watching this Oakneck sculler here in lane 8 is that you can actually see the seat on wheels. Oftentimes the seat rides below the gunnel line.
Well, I did notice her this morning. She's sitting tall.
So you can really appreciate like just how rowing works a little bit more. I think a lot of times people look at rowing and are asking like, oh, your back and your arms must be so strong. And I feel like when you can see the seat sliding up and down, you get a better appreciation of exactly like what's happening.
Yeah. Our Niskayuna athlete over there in the red and white boat, Meredith, I have coached her.
No way.
Her younger sister, and her dad. I almost got the whole family.
It's a family affair.
And just fun to kind of see.
We got to get the mother in there.
I know.
It's Mother's Day.
I asked if
Meredith,
she rode, and
we're
they
getting
said,
your mom to row.
Maybe it's a dad and daughter thing.
We'll start with the quad. It'll be a whole family affair.
One day. Hear that, Adams family? You're listening.
There on the left side is that Oak Neck. Let's see, Oak Neck A entry. Yeah. So that Oak Neck A is Elisa Kelly. Really strong rhythm there. Really proving something in this middle 500.
Yeah. Meat and potatoes.
It's a gutsy place to prove things.
Did you do all your work all winter, all spring? Really fun. All these singles still fairly in contact. This is exactly what we want a grand final to look like, much less a U17 grand final. These 16-year-old athletes.
And check out this fight for third. Like, everybody's got contact. Oak Neck A of that Elisa Kelly still got about maybe half a deck of overlap over there with Long Island. Who's this? Evelina Giel.
Who is trying to inch it from into that Oak Neck A boat, trying to slightly separate herself from Oak Neck B, Albany B, and Niskayuna,
who are almost dead level here, coming into the last 500.
And Hannah, to us, these boats look fairly close together, but in a single, a lane is substantial.
You got to remember, peripheral vision can only go so far backwards. It's really more of a side-to-side thing, and it's really hard to take your focus outside of your own boat and turn around.
Especially when the actual stroke and this race is taking so much focus. Sometimes, and I'm guilty of it, I've forgotten to look outside. I forget, oh my gosh, there's other people around me. I'm not just trying. So hopefully all of these athletes having a little perspective, a little sense of where they are. But look at these six boats.
So Oak Neck A, Elisa Kelly still sitting in first. Long Island rowing of Evelina sitting in second place. And now check out this Albany Rowing Center B entry. That's going to be Allison Mayer, sitting pretty confidently in third, coming into the last 250 just in a few strokes here. We'll see which of these single scullers has the best last kick.
And we are looking for a Youth Nationals bid here. Top 3 who are eligible get to go, which I believe the whole field is. So not only are we vying for the title of New York State champion, New York State silver medalist, New York State bronze medalist, but can I go to the big dance?
And we've got medals for the scholastic finishers at States.
We do.
There's a lot on the line here. And check out this move from Albany Rowing Center.
Yeah, inching past.
And Niskayuna's also charging.
Long Island currently sitting in second.
Wow, and Emma Willard trying to get into this fight as well, sitting just about astern off Niskayuna.
Emma Willard's done a good job trying to play with that top 5 and not following the trailing
field. And don't
field.
discount that Oak Neck B entry either. Really trying to get into that. Isabella Watson charging hard. They've got about 15, 20 strokes left.
I'm getting excited.
The single can change pace like that. It's so fast.
Oak
it's
Neck
so
A
easy to change momentum.
Leading the way. I'm going to give a slight advantage to Long Island right here, and then Oak Neck, I'm going to say Albany B. Yeah.
But Oak Neck B is charging. Niski is charging. Emma Willard is charging.
Hannah, I have tears in my eyes. This is incredible.
Wow, Oak Neck with a dominant performance, start to finish. Here comes
Long Island rowing through the line. There goes Albany. There's your 1, 2, 3.
Wow, what a sprint from Oak Neck B. Isabella Watson.
There goes Niskayuna. Here comes Emma Willard. Holy moly.
Meredith Adams. Ava from Emma Willard. Who's this over there? Far end.
I believe that is a
Niskayuna
athlete.
Maybe Addison. Our friend Addison across the line. And then that was Mohawk Homeschool.
I think that might have been Albany.
Here. Oh, yeah.
And here's Mohawk Homeschool. Yeah. Well done.
Well done, Vivian Gorman. Everybody crushing it.
Huge props to those 16-year-olds for laying down. What a solid race.
Now we're back up to the start just like
Can I interest you in the complete opposite type of event?
Please.
We have girls sculling. Can I give you boys sweeping in big boat?
So excited. Got another
this is going to be a fun
race.
One. The difference between these boats this morning. Who was our Oyster Bay? If Oyster Bay there is a 25-second difference between these 9 boats this morning. I'm going to put money that it's going to be a whole lot smaller this afternoon, side by side.
I agree. Oh, what are you thinking about at the start? There's so many people up there.
Does anybody talk? If I'm a
novice? Does anybody like talk smack?
Let me tell you a story about smack talk. Would you like to hear a smack talk story?
This was a shot in the dark. Yes, I'm so happy this is happening.
Canadian Henley 2022.
You're telling me the story.
I'm questioning. I believe it was 2022. Myself and some of my Orion teammates went up to Canada. There's a start in our boys Novice 8. I'll tell it really quick. We went up to Canada.
Yep.
We had an average age in our boat in the Open 8 dash of like 28. Okay. Something a little on the older side. But we're elite rowers. Whatever. This is our full-time gig. We went up next to some of these girls that were U17s.
Oh God.
They were throwing elderly jokes at us, and we were throwing right back some like prepubescent jokes. So it was all in good fun, and good fun these novice boys are having.
Look
Closest to us out of late 8 will be St. Joseph's.
These are novices.
I know, insane. Then we've got lane 7 with maybe a half deck up.
I can
New
watch
York,
this
Manhattan.
bow pair from lane 7, Row New York all day.
Liverpool High School, Chaminade, Pelham Community, Friends of Port, Fayetteville Manlius, Row New York B, and Oyster Bay.
I say this again. I could watch bow pair of Row New York all day. Look at them.
Bow seats connected.
And then you've got St. Joseph's Collegiate saying,
no,
actually,
excuse me.
I would
like to be the forefront of the camera.
Thanks.
And here they come.
They earned it in that time trial. They did.
St. Joseph's had the fast time out of the time trial by 3 seconds. We'll see if they can create that kind of margin here in some side-by-side racing.
A really nice shift to base.
Taking seats,
taking
names.
Got a bucket in their 7-6 pair.
So, if I am a novice parent and someone says my son's in a bucket,
your child's not actually standing or sitting in a bucket. I'm so sorry for the confusion.
If you see in this boat, we've got a starboard oar in stroke seat.
Yep.
And then a 7 and a 6 on the same side. So your son is in what we call in rowing a bucket. And that just means we've got 2 athletes on the same side for rhythm reasons, for power reasons, and it's surely working for St. Joseph's.
Athletes or coaches will try to convince you that it's better to look at the person in front of you than it is to look at your oar. Right. The oar is this foreign object. It's fine. It's unfamiliar. I get it. Look at it to figure it out. But then you have to, at some point,
take a look in
front. Stop looking at the oar. And so sometimes coaches will have the bucket because it's just a monkey see, monkey do.
Yep.
Sit behind somebody and do exactly
follow
what they're
and
doing.
push. Hannah, these are novice boys. This is their first year of rowing. This is their first New York States. And they are rowing 6 boats across and staying calm and staying cool and staying collected.
Great.
Look at this.
Oh.
Someone screenshot this and make it your computer wallpaper. This is the dream. We've got bow to stern up.
GIF.
It could.
If you can do a little screen recording.
St. Joe's parents, you see that? Your novice coach would love this. But there's St. Joe's.
Sitting a length up.
Yeah.
And then that's Row New York next to them from left to right. That's Row New York sitting in 2nd place.
And
almost
then
a full length over this next clump of 4.
Liverpool, Chaminade, Pelham Community, Friends of Port, maybe Liverpool, 3 seats, 4 seats down. But I'm going to say Chaminade in that yellow boat, Pelham Community in that blue, and Friends of Port in that dark boat are stroke for stroke. Whose blades in the water is who's ahead.
And Megan, we can't tell from here, but it is loud when you're next to boats like this. Each of those athletes is bringing their own energy. They might be chirping, they might be screaming, they might be breathing hard, they might be whatever. Tennis grunts, everything happens.
All of it.
The coxswains are mic'd up, screaming all the way down. We've got a little crab there from Pelham. They're going to build back up and use that adrenaline rush to try to get back in this fight for the medals. But it continues to be St. Joseph's Collegiate, Row New York, and then Chaminade for those top 3 finishing places overall.
And this is for the medals. This is not a youth championship event, and this is not a scholastic event. So this is for all the money. This is the one and done.
The money being, we don't give you any.
The money being a clearly pure gold New York State
and
championship medal.
And the t-shirt.
True.
Don't forget the t-shirt.
True. So really, really good work by this St. Joseph's Collegiate boat. They really established themselves as the crew to beat.
You said it was 3 seconds this morning.
They were 3 seconds this morning.
This looks more like
I think it's going to be more.
15. I don't know.
I'll give him 7 in this moment. A boat's what, like 3 or 4, I think.
I don't know. Just
so
saying,
they've established themselves
15 seconds ahead. I called it.
in the first. I do think that Row New York Manhattan A has done a good job in second, but I'm not going to discount Friends of Port. I see that dark hole surging, and Chaminade with those red unis and the yellow boat.
Made a risky move early on.
They
in that
did.
Middle
They
500.
pushed right when I think Pelham had a little digger or something. They capitalized on it.
Wow, look at this crowd of St. Joseph's. The sun is coming out.
The sun is out. The dead
me?
flat water. How could you not love anything so much?
Yeah, they're pushing hard, trying to get to that finish line as quickly as possible.
Really great, powerful rowing from these novice boats.
Just putting together a piece.
It's so loud.
It's so loud.
Row New York, Manhattan, maybe just
Port,
deck
look,
to deck.
You called it. Port is on the move.
They
Megan.
are. They've got 4 seats on Chaminade,
who
is barely bow to stern.
But holy smokes.
Liverpool, Port for the bronze.
Wow.
Chaminade for 4th.
That's unreal. There's
Liverpool for 5th. Pelham Community for 6th. The horn won't stop.
Oh, my goodness.
Fayetteville Manlius. And then almost dead even, maybe pulling ahead a smidge, Row New York B.
Wow.
And Oyster Bay.
What a fun race.
Woo!
Hear those results from
that wasn't me. There were other people whooping.
From the timing hut. They're so jazzed about it, so are we. Here are the results from the previous race. Before that one was the girls' U17 Grand Final. Had a pretty dominant display from Oak Neck Rowing Academy, both in their A entry and their B entry, honestly. Paced it pretty nicely.
Really
all
nicely.
The way down.
If you do not have the most giant smile on your face after watching those U17 singles and then those novice boys, what are you doing here? This is what dreams are made of. We go onwards to a U16 Quad. So mixing it up, very different type of boat here. This is a quad, so 4 people, 4 oars, a coxswain, and all of these athletes are under the age of 16. So quite a few variables here. Getting ready to rip. All of these boats raced the time trial. All of them made the final. There were only 7 entries. So it will be kind of interesting to see what some of these boats left for the afternoon, if they left anything. If they left enough, if they left too much.
Can you believe the sun is out?
No.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I can, because it's the best day ever. It's day 2 of New York State Championships. We've got finals all afternoon.
I'm jazzed. Boys, U16 Quads, they're getting underway. As we speak, we've got Row America Rye on the far right side. They'll be closest to the camera. Crew, Canisius High School in lane 7, Port in lane 6, Manhasset in lane 5, Port Jefferson in lane 4, Burnt Hills in lane 3, and Albany Rowing Center in lane 2.
And there they go. Oh,
look at this start. Okay, what's going on? How does one race the first 500, Megan?
In a Coxed Quad, which is a quick boat for these athletes.
I mean, look at
I think I got to try and get up and out. I'm going to try and be Row America Rye. I'm going to put a little bit more. I'm going to put a little bit more weight into my first 250. I'm going to be a little scary.
Ooh.
I'm not normally a little scary, but I'm going to try and be a little scary in the first 250.
All right, you heard it here first. If you're racing against Megan Goodman,
get scared.
Be prepared to be scared.
But Row America Rye doing a great job getting up, like Hannah said, above the fray. Rowing is a cool sport where you look backwards. So if Row America Rye gets up early, they can see this controlled chaos, this party back here, and kind of like have a finger on the pulse of the game.
Wow, look at that suspension. You can see, by suspension I just mean like you kind of suspend your body weight off the oars.
Yeah.
So if you think about it almost like if you were told to pole vault down the road, like one in each hand. I don't know. I'm trying to describe
we're finding some metaphors. These are U16 athletes. It's potential that parents know nothing about rowing, and we're just going to throw all the metaphors at them.
Your body weight against the oars, and you've got this contact point with a foot stretcher. And so while it looks like you're just kind of like running with it, there is a physics aspect of bending the oar and letting it unbend in the water and then just floating on top of the boat that's running underneath you. And so you could really see that ride crew just kind of suspending their body weight,
Yeah.
hanging off long arms so that their legs can do all the talking.
Yeah.
And then letting the boat just run free underneath. Oh, I love rowing.
If ideally you can keep all of your body mass in the handles connected to the blade, and then your body is like a rubber band or a rope connecting to the foot plate and pushing that boat forward, that's the goal. But holy moly, look at Row America Rye.
Wow. And then that's Canisius High School next to them in that blue boat. Then Friends of Port is duking it out with Port Jefferson. So those two boats there on the right middle of your screen. Looks like slight advantage to Port at the moment. Just about halfway through this race. And then sitting in 5th is Manhasset High School with the orange, all orange everywhere. And then just trailing is Albany Rowing Center there on the top right of your screen. But wow, let's take a look at this Row America Rye crew. What are they doing that is so effective? You can see the blades moving together.
This is actually a great view. Notice their blades go in and then their blades kind of stay put. It's the boat that then gets slingshotted past that blade point. So we're trying to just send all of our mass, the boat's mass, in the direction of the finish line as quick as we can. And they're doing such a good job of it. They've really separated. I think in this fight for third, maybe Port High School, Friends of Port, mixing up my Port and Canisius, Friends of Port and Port Jefferson are fighting back there, with Canisius in a solid second place.
Yeah.
Our Port Jefferson and Friends of Port vying back and forth in this boys U16 Quad.
You can see this Row America Rye crew really has a lot of swing, a lot of momentum, and like a dynamic element of their rhythm that's almost like mesmerizing to watch. You just see the boat surging. It's not kind of forced or mechanic. It's just kind of flowing around. Really awesome to see from a U16.
It's so cool. There's so much career left in these athletes. There's so much to learn. There's so much to grow. And they're already doing things so well. Even our boats in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, 7th here, they are in the U16 Quad final at a state championship. They've put in the work. They're trying to execute the race plan that they set up with their coach.
Oh, coming into the last 250, it is Atticus, Asher, Cannon, Connor, and Thomas.
Love it. Let's go, boys. They're excited. They're going to be so hyped about this. That Coxon's got to be on the edge of his seat.
And you train so long without really knowing your speed, right? Like, you can go for splits, you can do workouts.
But you don't know what everybody else is doing.
You don't know what anyone else is doing exactly, especially at the U16 level.
Right.
Who knows?
Right. Row America Rye bringing that rate up. We can see the Coxon's head here. All these athletes clearing the blades nicely, flowing up to that catch. Big send. Yeah, boat. Yeah. And Hannah, this is fun stuff happening. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I got some hyped up Coxons. I got some hyped up rowers.
Has done a similar thing. They've risen above the fray for that 2nd place.
But Port and Port Jefferson.
Because Port Jefferson are duking it out here. Maybe a slight advantage still to Port.
Like half a seat. Half a seat to Port.
Be specific. Friends of Port.
Friends of Port will take it. They
Port
extended
Jefferson,
that to a deck by the end.
They want it. They're going so hard.
Port Jefferson will have to settle for the 4th place.
Oh my gosh,
in
congratulations.
U16 Quad.
What a valiant
look at these.
Look
at these Manhasset rowers and Burnt Hills right next to them.
Wow.
What a fight.
It's been an awesome display from the U16 level in New York.
Here comes Albany Rowing Center representing the capital.
They are.
They are. Pretty cool.
Nicely done.
And that orange and black out of lane 2. That's Albany Rowing Center across the finish line.
So fluid. Even through their last few strokes, they made it look good.
I literally love rowing so much.
Okay, so Megan, I thought it would be 15 seconds between St. Joe's and the next group. It was only 8. Sorry, I got too hyped on the St. Joe's.
Jumped aboard the St. Joe's train.
Yeah, I did. Well,
I don't know.
Congratulations,
8 seconds in a final is substantial.
pretty cool racing across the board in that Novice 8s race. Back up at the start now with the boys Varsity Coxed Four third final, so the C final here at New York State's. We had so many entries. What was it, 31? So we can, unfortunately, only take 27 out of the 31. So if you didn't quite make it out of that time trial, we had so much fun watching you this morning, and you've had such a great season. Now we turn our attention to the C final, where we have 9 boats across. FD Roosevelt over in lane 8, Brighton Rowing Club in lane 7, Cortland Community in lane 6, McQuaid Jesuit in lane 5, Spack and Kill in lane 4, Cortland Community B in lane 3, Our Lady of Lords A in lane 2, Horace Mann in lane 1, and Fairport Crew Club in lane 0.
Whew. These boys Varsity Coxed Fours. Often the top 4 athletes in a program, there's your start. We do have a little bit of steering going on. 4's a tricky boat. They do have a coxswain, though.
Adjusting.
So we see our referee with that flag commanding them to move over. The tricky thing is here, think about the boat.
May have gotten some adrenaline and said, I'm going to get out of
Think about the boat. The coxswain cannot see that flag.
True.
The rowers are responsible for
That's
communicating that back.
Hard to communicate.
It is tricky.
Craziness. Oh, here's that side by side. Wow, we have so many boats nearly level, but definite advantage to FD
and then
Roosevelt.
I'm not giving anything else to anyone else.
Because it may be a slight cascade from the seedings of this morning, but wow.
We see out of lane 8, FD Roosevelt. They know they went the fastest in the time trial. They're going to try to do it again. But side-by-side racing can be a little bit different than time trial. You've got a lot more external factors. You've got a lot more noise. These coxswains are mic'd up, so they do have a speaker in the boat. The oars are loud. The athletes are loud. We might have some heavy breathing. But, man, look at that water. We sure don't have any noise from the wind or the wakes. You can
almost see the mirror reflection, Megan.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
On race day.
You know what? This is some good karma coming around. New York State's, our schools, we've been through the ringer. But lane 8, FDR, and lane 7, Brighton Rowing, maybe a deck up on the field. Really taking advantage of this beautiful water. Trying to put together your exact race plan. I would say ports. Excuse me, that's not port. That's going to be Cortland Community. That dark blue almost got me.
It's Brighton.
Out of lane 6.
Yeah.
They're inching up into that 3rd place position. Would be nice if they could give themselves a nice patient middle 500, secure that bronze position. But right now, heroes of this race so far are FD Roosevelt.
Megan, we got to admit it. Being a hero is tough. It is risky business to be a hero.
Yeah.
And sometimes
it's
if
bold.
There's even
it's
like
brave.
One seedling of self-doubt.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my gosh, I think we went too hard,
too early. Mm-hmm.
That's a battle between the years. It's a battle.
It is.
To convince yourself that you can in fact hold on to this pace.
Yeah.
You can keep going.
Yeah.
You're okay.
You are okay. But what a race coming out to be between Brighton, Cortland Community, McQuaid Jesuit, and Spack and Kill. And you know what? I'm going to throw Our Lady of Lords in there too.
I think you should.
I'm going to throw her right in there.
Wow, what a race that's unfolding. And we're just about halfway through that race. You can see maybe those little green buoys, the referees are just passing them. That's the halfway point on this Saratoga Springs race course. Here's a look at Brighton and Cortland duking it out. And then right next to them, another battle. McQuaid Jesuit has walked back into this story with Spack and Kill. They had a little bit of trouble off the start, and it doesn't seem to have flustered them too much at all.
No, they're patient. They're trusting. Their coach has set them up nicely with some fitness, with some technical skill.
And sometimes if you're nervous, if you're like just really stressed out at the start, having something crazy happen can almost like shake the nerves away even faster.
The worst already happened. Let's just do what we know.
We just got to claw our way back into this.
Yeah.
That's the 500 to go buoys there they're crossing.
I can hear them from the finish line.
Yeah, those coxswains really doing everything they can. They may not be able to physically move the boat, but they can play an integral role here.
I
especially in the last
been in
500.
races won by coxswains. I don't know if I've been in races lost by coxswains.
They bring the most out of people,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah. They are so important to the speed of the boat, even though they don't.
Whoa.
I know, I'm watching
Check out
it
the
happen.
move from Brighton.
Brighton said, FDR, you got a little too comfortable, a little too quick. Here we come.
Oh, my gosh. Brighton is on the move here. They have taken back 3 seats in the last 15 strokes. That's a ridiculous rate of seats
It is.
to take.
It is.
We'll see who has the better last 250 meters here as these buoys will change from white and yellow to green, then red.
Yep. There's our green.
Go, and then red means really go.
Green says one
wow,
breath.
Look at this
and
move
time
from Brighton.
to go. I do see FDR trying to take a move, but I'm going to say
they
Brighton
have
is
the
the
upper hand,
fastest
right?
fastest moving boat on the course right now.
I agree.
Will they be able to pull it off? They've saved a lot of room, almost a whole boat, 3 seats to the end.
But we're running out of room here.
But I think they know that. I think their coxswain is telling
Pressure
that.
makes diamonds.
Better
go.
The Brighton coxswain on the right side of your screen absolutely knows where they are
FDR on
this
the left.
FDR boat. These athletes
FDR
are starting
seems
to
know too.
feel
Look at
each
that
other.
coxswain looking over. And
Oh,
Cortland's
boy.
still pushing hard there for third.
Cortland trying
the 3
to
of
be
them
in the right
pushing
kind of
everybody
game.
else away.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I think Brighton, if they do enough in these last 6 strokes,
Stay clean.
FDR is going to just try and hold on to this 1-seat lead.
Wow. FDR
And
has
they
done it.
are.
Gold for FDR. Silver. What a fight from Brighton.
That was phenomenal
There's
racing by
Cortland
Brighton.
for third.
A little patient at the end. They left just enough to
Spack
scare
and Kill's about to
FDR.
come across the line for 4th
There
here.
goes Spack and Kill with a great middle 1,000 there.
Yeah. McQuaid Jesuit really battling through a tumultuous start to have a fiery last 1,000.
They did.
And look at this. Oh, my gosh.
2
Cortland
seats
B.
up. Yep. Lady of Lords has on Cortland Community B. Yeah. Cortland Community B crossing the line here.
And here's lane 0, Fairport Crew. We're missing a horseman.
We're going to double check our start list. Things change between when we get it printed and when the race starts. So we are always just trying to stay on track of what we have access to, and that is all we can do. That was fantastic racing, like it's going to be most of this afternoon. This is a very exciting day for us here. New York State High School Championships 2024.
Coming up, we've got the boys varsity Cox Four Petite final. So if you've been with us, we just watched the C final. Can you believe the level of competition? I can
in our third
hardly.
final for this
We've got
31
so
boat
much
event.
depth of competitive spirit here at New York State's. We've got the B final coming up. Fayetteville Manlius, Romare Karai C, Port B, Riverdale Country School, Liverpool High School, Oyster Bay Community B, Nichols School B, St. John the Baptist A, Bayshore High School A.
And possible that almost all of these crews have raced each other previously this season.
True.
We had Saratoga Invite. There's a
Got
lot
scrimmages.
of scrimmages that happen on, I know Shen, Burnt Hills, and Niskuna row on the same body of water. They can scrimmage often. I would guess that a lot of these schools go to these same regattas all season, maybe showing all their hands early, maybe saving a little something special for this New York State Championships. This is your petite final for positions 10 through 18 in the state. Winner of this, top 10 in all of New York State.
And just good racing experience in general. Sometimes
Yep.
we get caught up in it, and just in the competitive spirit, I'll be like, they're the winners. They're the absolute victors of the whole thing.
But the
they
6th
are.
and
It's a
7th
race.
teams might be having just as good of a time.
Like, race the race you're in. And if
And that's
you
all
can
you
cross
can
the
do.
line
Yeah.
first in a race, if you can beat one other crew that you're duking it out with, if you can stay tough, stay stubborn, it's also
Probably a lot to
exciting.
be learned other than winning a gold medal here today on Fish Creek. I'm learning a lot just watching
Winning
all these
gold
athletes.
is just a mentality, if we're honest.
I mean, nice
If you
if it
ask me.
comes with the
If you ask
physical
me.
aspect.
I don't know.
But look at this
What's the real goal here?
joy.
Joy.
That's my answer. Outside smoke from our two lanes, Fayetteville Manlius on the right-hand side and Bayshore High School. That is actually going to be St. John the Baptist up there with Nichols School, your second and third from the left-hand side. These boats are moving. Look how fast that launch is going.
Wow.
A little bit of steering here.
This is kind of exciting. People may have been, what are they doing in the time trial?
Crazy.
To have this kind of
side-by-side
in different lanes.
So
we seeded this B final from the high lanes to the low lanes. So the right side of your screen is the favored crew based on the time trials.
Correct.
That is not the story. I mean, our far outside lane of Fayetteville Manlius is in fact in the lead. Here's a shot of Row America Rye, who's kind of in the thick of it.
They are.
With everybody else.
They are.
But look at this. You are so right. St. John the Baptist, Nichols School B, they're putting out some really strong first 500s coming into that middle 500 here.
And honestly, if I was a lower ranked school in a petite final after a time trial,
would you just gun it?
I'd go a little crazy in that first 500. What do you have to lose? You got nothing to lose. And so maybe some of these schools in our lower lanes, which again, by the seating standard, were slightly slower in the time trial, that doesn't mean anything to them.
Wow. So that's Nichols School with the green and white there on the left, the St. John the Baptist on the far left, Oyster Bay here with the light blue oars. That's Liverpool High School with the orange. And then on the right side of your screen, you can see Riverdale Country School. And they're all so close, not more than 3 seats separating these crews from the next boat. And Nichols School is on the move here in that middle
They're
500.
charging.
They're getting up to the 750. This is the halfway point in the race. This is where it gets interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is where your fitness gets a little bit more exposed.
Craziest
in the second
thing
half
to
of the
me
race
is these athletes are all rowing different shells, right? We don't know how old they are, how good they are, how new they are, how they're built.
The oars are
they all have different oars. They have 4 different rowing athletes from different backgrounds, different genetics, different fitness levels.
Different
and they have different coxswains,
different lunches
with different race plans, and yet here we are, 5 boats across through the middle 500.
And so we can't see that Fayetteville Manlius crew or Row America Rye. They were our first and second place positioned crews.
I would guess they likely still have a bit up.
So as we come into this last 500 here, you can see those buoys marked with the red buoy ahead of the crews here. We'll see how this race is about to unfold for this B final. Nichols School still taking an advantage. They're almost sitting up a full length, maybe just a bow stern deck overlap here between Oyster Bay and St. John the Baptist. But as I say that, Liverpool's on the move, taking on Oyster Bay. And you've got Riverdale hanging pretty tough, staying in contact. There's Row America Rye and Fayetteville Manlius on the top of our screen, Megan.
I'm hoping that Nichols School crew right in the middle of your screen leading this second pack is looking over at those 2 lead boats, Fayetteville Manlius and Row America Rye C, and encouraging the crew that we got to go and we got to go now. We're in hunting distance. We're getting close. You can see top of your screen.
Look
that's
at Nichols
Regatta
go.
Beach.
They just took a little step.
Yeah, they did.
They got a 400 to go move.
Approaching this last 250. Leading crews will be 3 strokes and they'll be in the red buoys.
Still chasing here, pushing away Oyster Bay,
I think
pushing
Liverpool
away
is on the move.
Riverdale, St. John the Baptist trying to claw their way back into this.
I do think this angle is not quite as generous to Fayetteville Manlius as the real perspective.
They're sitting up a full half length of open.
Yep. And then we've got Row America Rye back to Nichols School, who's going to have to do some work to hold off these charging crews.
They started early, though, and that's a risky, gutsy move.
But it's one you got to do. Here comes Fayetteville Manlius looking for top 10 in the country. They've separated. They have at least a seat, maybe even 2 or 3 have opened. They're extending here. I do think it's going to go to Row America Rye next. And then Nichols School in a good position.
Manlius,
but
Megan.
They look good. They
Power
look good.
per stroke.
Leaning into
all
it.
the way through.
Here's Row America Rye. And then Nichols School going to have to stay really clean to hold off that charging.
Liverpool has been mean this whole last 500.
Woo! Liverpool with just a 4th place position.
Wow. That's
Riverdale Country.
and then St. John the Baptist, then Oyster Bay, and then
Friends of Port. Woo! Bayshore High School through. That was fantastic. All of your results from this afternoon's racing, as well as all of your seedings, so all of your lane assignments for the finals, will be on streamlinerowing.com. I believe they also are on Row 2K, which is a wealth of knowledge for rowing on the interwebs.
We're back up at the start again, Megan. If you're just joining us, welcome to the New York State Championships.
This is the one for all the hardware in
Boys,
our like
Varsity
35
Cox
boat event.
So many Cox 4s. Such a fun boat class. Takes a lot of grit, power, training,
To row a Cox 4.
balance.
Yeah.
We've got Row America Rye on the right. Here, what are we looking at? We're looking at our low lanes. We'll start there. Manhasset High School is over there on the left. City Honors High School next to them. Then Row America Rye B. Then St. Joseph's Collegiate. Then Oyster Bay in lane 4. There on the right here. Nichols School next. I love that they're panning with me. Then Port Rowing is going to be over there in lane 6. Pittsford Crew in lane 7. And Row America Rye in lane 8.
I have high hopes for hype levels of this event.
You think anyone's going to run away with it?
Let's take a look.
Let's look at the time trial results.
We
Come
did
on a
have a
journey
1
with us.
second Row America Rye back to Pittsford, and then a 5 back to Port, and then 10 back to Nichols School.
Okay, so we've got maybe
so
some
high possibility for
clumps
some
of
margins.
really fierce racing.
But like we talked about this morning, time trial is so different than side-by-side racing.
it's so different.
You take away a lot of external stressors, but with that you also take away the external motivations, and then you throw them back both in this afternoon. Everybody's warm.
Here we go.
We're off. Everybody's had a good lunch, maybe a nap, maybe 2 other races. We don't know. I would guess a lot of these athletes are in the 8s, maybe in the straight 4s, maybe in a sculling boat. But here we are, grand final.
We are coming in with some intentions here, Megan.
Ain't we?
Intentions to put together a good piece, whether that's nailing our start 5 and 20, nailing our shift to base,
Yep.
nailing a move at, I don't know, the 500.
If you rode a
mark.
1500, where would you take your move?
I think I would nail
Hannah,
my...
Just look at this.
I'm looking at it. It's a beautiful day to row fast. I think in the 1500, it's a fun distance because the 2K does something different physiologically to your
Correct.
body. The
Correct.
1500 is just short enough that your shift to base can be a little bit riskier.
Yep.
You can shift to, from like your high peak speed, you can shift maybe, I don't know, 8 splits
Yeah.
to your base rhythm and then just kind of hold it there, knowing it's risky, knowing it's hard.
Yeah.
But then that middle 500 is over before you know it.
It is.
And you can
It's
just
quick.
start to descend and go
Get
faster
right back
and
up.
faster and faster.
We're approaching about halfway here.
Get out of the way, birds.
Some birds in the danger zone.
And check out Pittsford Crew currently duking it out
Sitting
with,
right there.
just as we suspected, Row America
But
Rye. They were
check
separated
on
by
over
1 second.
to Manhasset and Row America Rye B.
I'm looking.
Oh. And
And Port
man,
with the
if we
bucket hats.
read the margins, we read those margins for the time trial. I don't think those are relevant right now.
Throw them to the wind.
They're in the wind,
Forget
which is
them.
not here.
Pittsford says, forget about it. They're moving here.
In their bucket, we see 2 oars in the middle on the same side.
First 500 down. Pittsford is trying to establish themselves as your favorites here in the beginning of this race, but Row America Rye, super well-trained crew. They are not going to go down that easily.
No.
They're
Port
hanging with them, maybe
trying to
just half
play.
a seat down, trying to keep it explosive, keeping the energy up. Sometimes
Yeah.
the rhythm of your stroke can actually make a huge difference in how you feel about your
Yeah.
race.
Yeah.
And if the stroke is decelerating or kind of slowing down into the finish, it can
Yeah.
literally manifest into how you're feeling about
Yep.
the race.
This Port coxswain, who we can just see that bow ball disappearing off the right-hand side of their screen, trying to convince their boat that they're still in this race for medals.
Oh, look at this bow seat from Row America Rye. You can see that acceleration.
Accelerate.
Trying to pick up that bow.
Accelerate.
keeping that energy in. And that's what I love about rowing in team boats is that you can really build off of the energy of the athletes you're rowing with.
So exciting. So exciting.
If you're just tuning in, this is Row America Rye versus Pittsford Crew vying for the gold medal in the boys Varsity Four Grand Final.
Not only the gold medal, but the scholastic bid will be given in this race, as well as the Youth Nats bid.
And there's medals for the top scholastic crew, the top club crew.
There's a lot on the line here. And I'm guessing maybe these athletes have a little bit more brain power than me halfway through a race. But at this point, I'm not thinking about any sort of like qualification, direct positioning. I'm just trying to go as fast as I can.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking, oh, is the crew next to me a scholastic boat? I'm just rolling.
So we're looking at Rye, Pittsford, and then there next to them is going to be our port crew. But don't forget, we had some really gutsy racing over there in the low lanes as well.
I see them right now. They're still gutsing, still being
Row
gutsy.
America Rye is Cox by Juliet. Then we've got Harrison, Jackson, Jude, and Charles crushing it down this course. Scrolling down to find my Pittsford entry. Here they are, Carter, Waylon, Benjamin, Mason, and Ryan. Those are our two crews vying for that gold medal
right now.
So cool.
There's Row America Rye B, as well as Manhasset High School on your screen.
They've been holding them off pretty strong.
I wouldn't discount
gritty.
some of those outside lanes.
Here they come through their last 20 strokes.
In our vision.
Who's got the better last kick? Who's got the more explosive push?
I couldn't give it to anyone in this
Pittsford
moment.
and Rye still
hammering
neck here. Those
stroke for stroke.
Are looking over. But at this point, you got to be tunnel vision. You
Oh,
can't be looking over. You just got to dial in.
You just got to put your head down and go. It is stroke for stroke. I'm going to give half of a seat to Row America Rye.
Wow.
Half of a seat. That was
Gold
nuts.
for Rye, silver for Pittsford. Here comes Port for bronze.
Great row by Port, putting themselves in a nice position.
We've got Nichols and Row America Rye B to the line. It'll be Rye just about 3 seats over Nichols.
And then here comes Oyster Bay,
and
followed by Manhasset.
And then that was City Honors High School, finishing it out with St. Joseph's Collegiate.
I think after that Port third place finish, everybody was connected.
That's
amazing. So cool. These crews are going 5:20 in a 4.
That's the B final.
That's pretty darn quick already.
Yeah.
Woo!
Super
All your
cool.
results can be found on streamlinerowing.com/regattas. Go ahead and click on New York State Championships. As we wait for our next petite finals to get started, check out our vendors. I heard there's some pretty cool merch over there, some crew necks, some hoodies. I think there's probably a tie-dye shirt or two for you out-of-the-box individuals. You're fans of tie-dye.
Is that what we call tie-dye lovers, out of the box?
You have to tie-dye the shirt. It doesn't come right out of the box tie-dye, does it? I don't know. I don't know. That's where my mind is. We had pizza. We had ice cream. There's lots of fun things to do over there. If you are done racing today, you're waiting for friends to race, family to race. You're that hero of a younger sibling who's here all weekend cheering on the older sibling.
The true heroes.
I see you. We're both the oldest of 4, so, we don't really know the feeling. But I've been dragged to a sporting event or two.
I think I've visualized what life would be like as a younger sibling. It's been a dream of mine for a long time.
Here come getting into our lanes. There's Chaminade High School.
Great shot of
Arlington
how
High
you get
School.
into these stake boats. It's kind of hard.
And everybody today's been doing a great job.
Yeah, you got to come through. You got to come over and then do something called backing it down. And then you back it into the stake boat, all of which are manned by volunteers. Today, almost all of the volunteers are Saratoga Rowing Association junior girls. So we've got, I think that's Lucy about to catch this boat here in lane 2. Champion of the U16, U17 squads for Saratoga. They're our heroes. Couldn't run Saratoga regattas without them, including New York State Championship. Whoa, that was a cool shot of the bird. We've got quite a lot of racing here in this B final. Let's get it going. We've got Friends of Port B over in the highest lane 8, City Honors in lane 7, Row New York, Manhattan in lane 6, Our Lady of Lourdes in lane 5, Fordham Prep in lane 4, Chaminade High School in lane 3, Arlington High School in lane 2, St. Joseph's Collegiate that's their B entry in lane 1, and Oyster Bay Community B in lane 0. As we get ready to get this race underway, just shout out to all of our moms, both biological and chosen moms of this rowing world, coming to support all of these athletes as they get this race underway. Again, this is the boys' junior U17 petite final. So all of these athletes are juniors or younger and or 16 or younger. So I love this event because it kind of shows us the future leadership of a program. So that junior class, these top athletes that aren't necessarily looking to shift to college yet, they're still contributing to these high school programs, to these club programs here. We've got this start underway. They'll start shifting to their base pace rhythm shortly. So we're kind of getting through this very fast and furious high stroke rate portion of the race. That first 250 is almost so crazy that most athletes can't really remember what happened. And then we get to base and we start having a little bit more coherent thought as we get into the meat and potatoes or the main course of the race. Here we go. From the finish line, we can see this race starting to unfold. They're just about 500 meters into the race. You can see they're about to cross those little red buoys. This course is very officially marked so that all athletes know where they are throughout the race. So every 250 is marked with a green buoy, every 500 marked with a red buoy, and then the last 250 meters, those buoys turn red.
They turn red. Time to go.
Time to go.
Here we are at the New York State Championships 2024. We are in our afternoon finals racing. This is the petite final of our U17 Four. All of these athletes will be under the age of 17 in this calendar year. So even if you got an after Christmas birthday in this calendar year, sorry, you're too old.
Ooh, look at this shot.
This is awesome.
So that's a look at Arlington High School, panning over 2 lanes. This is going to be Fordham Prep. Working nice and hard, pushing that boat along. Little upset there in the seating. You can see both Arlington and Fordham Prep trying to push out ahead of the rest of that pack. Ooh, I might have misspoken.
I think that might be Lady of Lourdes
Lady of
there.
Lourdes, you're right. Forgive me.
Which I've heard you row on a very turbulent water. So hopefully this peaceful fish creek is bringing you some free speed today. We know that if you practice on some really tough water and are forced to become a little bit more technically sound, sometimes when you get to flat water, you just get to sit up and go.
True.
Got a lot of cloud coverage here today, but otherwise great racing conditions. The water at the finish line, and from our perspective, is near dead perfect. Hard to tell what crew this is, but putting themselves in a medal
Looks
position
like
here.
Definitely, maybe. Oh, I said definitely, maybe. That's funny.
So those high lanes over on the right side is Port, City Honors, Row New York, and no, it's Port, City Honors, Our Lady of Lords, and Fordham Prep here in front of us. So that one trailing is going to be Row New York.
But Port and City Honors
duking it out over there.
Potentially with a bit of a lead on the field as they pass Regatta Beach coming into our last 300. Those who have rode here before at Head of the Fish, Till the Fish, Saratoga Invite, you know where you are. That Regatta Beach means it's time to sit up, take a couple of deep breaths before you hit those red buoys.
What is this deep breath you speak of, Megan? I can't imagine. And check out that charge coming from Our Lady of Lords. They're just outside of the current frame, but I saw 2-seat from Port take a peek over.
That means something's happening in Viewpoint.
What a nice move here from Port. Really kicking it up a notch here in these red buoys. Whew. Megan, there's a lot coming at us.
There is. I hear a lot of voices. I do see Port and City Honors leading the pack, but 2 more over, I think. That's going to be Lady of Lords right in the mix. Those look to be your medal contenders right here.
In this petite final, it's
Port
really
with
heating up.
2 seats on a charging City Honors. Port, I think, is going to have just enough, holding this position about a deck up, maybe a deck and a seat. They're proving me wrong. A deck and 2 seats. There you go, Port. City Honors through the line. That's going to be Our Lady of Lords in that bronze medal position. Those are 10th, 11th, and 12th in the country. That's going to be Fordham Prep.
Go Rams. Wow, look at this fight. I think that was lane 1, St. Joseph's Collegiate.
And Row New York Manhattan there.
Wow. Here comes Arlington. And Chaminade through their last few strokes.
I don't believe we had an Oyster Bay. They were on our schedule, but I did not see that beautiful blue. Sub 5 for 2 of our crews in this boys Cox 4. That's a quick 1500. I'll tell you that.
Blistering fast race.
And likely those athletes have raced once, twice, 3 times, will race again. Testament to fitness, to training.
Well, just like that, back up to the start for the grand final of this boys junior U17 Cox 4.
This boys junior U17 Cox 4 is a bit of an enigma because we have Scholastic crews, we have Youth Nats crews, there are some junior crews, there are some U17 crews. Most of the juniors will be U17s, but not all of the U17s will be juniors.
It's like all squares.
Yes. All parallelograms are
all yeah. I see what you're saying.
Something back in my brains in there. So a lot of this bids for postseason will depend on like who finishes where and who's eligible for what. I've got it all on my paper, but for a lot of these athletes, the name of the game is a New York State Championship, and anything else that comes along with it is a bonus. So we are excited for that. These will be junior U17 Cox 4s, 4 athletes, 4 oars. This is a sweep event, 1 oar each, and a coxswain. Nice conditions up at the start there. We see our stake boat holders. We are very grateful for all of our volunteers, from stake boat holders to chase launch drivers to food tent help to parking, especially parking.
Especially parking.
Very happy to have you here at the New York State Championships. We rely a lot on the Saratoga community.
And thank you to all the moms. It's Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Without moms, most of rowing would not be able to happen. Just couldn't be done.
So our spread across these 9 boats from Friends of Port down to St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute was less than 20 seconds. 9 boats. We did have Wappinger's Crew Club, who placed 12th, but they had an interference. There they are off. Wappinger's Crew had an interference in their race that delayed them 20 or 30 seconds, and so the regatta officials gave them that bid in this grand final because they were only 6 seconds off of making the final.
Got it.
And with a 20-second obstruction, that'll do it. So out of lane 9, our extra lane for the day, closest to the media camera when we get running, will be Wappinger's Crew Club. Lane 8, Friends of Port. Lane 7, Fayetteville Manlius. Lane 6, Canisius High School. Lane 5, Pittsford. Lane 4, Oyster Bay. Lane 3, FDR. Lane 2, Friends of Shenendehowa. Lane 1, Kellenberg Memorial. And Lane 0, St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute.
And we can see these athletes in their high strokes here. Well, crews will kind of strategize differently here in this starting sequence. So some athletes maybe have just stronger explosive power, and
where's
so
your strength? Where's your weaknesses?
They'll hold those high strokes a little bit longer because it's just free speed, right? It's a different energy system to be explosive and fiery, fast twitch oriented. And other crews might want to just get to base and start getting right to their rhythm early. If you hold those high strokes too long, it can almost feel chaotic to a crew. If
we row well comfortable, perhaps.
Often loose is fast, fast is loose. And if we hold those high strokes too long, we can start getting up on our shoulders, start getting a little tense.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot to ask of the body to go AFAB as fast as possible.
That's our first 500 down.
Yeah, they're coming through that red buoy as we speak. It's a little gloomy, Megan.
It does look dark and stormy.
It's kind of sunny at the finish line.
It's not quite as there.
There's a big dark cloud over that first 500.
There's lane 8 will be Port rowing. Lane 7 will be Fayetteville Manlius. Lane 6, Canisius High School. I believe those are your current leaders. There's the bow of Wappinger's Crew. We do see also over there
really nice leverage
Oyster Bay and Pittsford. This Wappinger's Crew taking advantage of a belief in an official that their race is in this grand final. Does look like Friends of Port and Fayetteville Manlius
we're just
with
about
an early
coming
lead.
Through that halfway point here. I like to think of a rowing race like biking up a hill. Takes a lot of work to get to top of the hill, but then you start cresting over.
And then maybe you climb another hill?
I like to psychologically think of the
psychologically you hit that last 700 and your momentum's there. You've built so much into it.
Evil grin.
Yeah.
Think I'm having fun.
This is the good stuff. This is the gritty stuff.
It's a little bit of a type 2 situation, type 2 fun.
Here's our field. Great water here on Fish Creek. Got a race developing in these lower lanes between St. Joseph's Collegiate, Kellenberg Memorial, and Friends of Shen, as well as FDR. There's, I believe, Kellenberg Memorial.
So next to Kellenberg is Friends of Shen. Let's see. It's too gloomy, Megan. Can't see the colors.
These athletes about to enter the last 500, if they are not already there. I do think Friends of Port and Fayetteville Manlius will still have their lead as they come into the last 2 minutes of this race. They were the fastest seated.
We're also dueling it out. Dueling crews often go really, really fast.
If you have someone to hold you to a high standard, here we go.
Yeah, here's passing over St. Joseph's Collegiate there. And then over here onto the right side, we've got quite a battling pack of crews.
I'm going to say Fayetteville Manlius with a bit of a lead here in our
Canisius,
last
though.
250. Canisius and Port hanging with them. I think that might be.
Yeah,
that
Fayetteville
might be
Manlius.
Fayetteville Manlius.
Currently
Have they done enough in the first 1400?
A seat's not a lot when you've got a surging Friends of
Surging Canisius, too. I think Canisius might have taken a seat or two.
Canisius Bowseat taking a peek over there.
He's peeking. Canisius
Some
is in
external motivation.
this lane
Doesn't
6,
never hurt.
that white long sleeve we see. There's Fayetteville Manlius in the green. I think Canisius has 3 seats up on Fayetteville Manlius. Port looking over to Pittsford and Oyster Bay for that bronze medal.
Canisius is hauling through this finish line. Wow, Fayetteville Manlius for 2nd, Port for 3rd, Pittsford for 4th, Oyster Bay for 5th.
Some really tight
That's
rowing.
FDR for 6th. Here comes Wappingers for 7th, proving they earned that spot for this grand final. I think that's St. Joe's, followed by Shen and Kellenberg Memorial.
What a
Whoa.
race. 10 boats. Boys Junior U17 Coxed Quads.
Unreal.
Hannah, I'm just taking a look over at our finish line area. There's
I
a lot of
love
tired
the
boys.
And they're all so proud and so you know, like,
It's just
giving it
it's
everything.
a rewarding feeling.
You just did everything you could.
They did.
And there's nothing like giving your teammate a fist bump, a hug,
Yeah.
whatever it
Yeah.
is. The kids say, dapping him up, I hate it, whatever. It's not what I say, so I'm a little uncomfortable saying it. But just all of the camaraderie at the finish line is unparalleled.
Yeah.
So cool. And then, like, take a look out of your boat and you give a really sincere, like, good race.
Nice job, all crews.
Nice race, all crews. So cool.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it. Watching our next event, the Boys Junior U17 Eight Petite Final. Get into their lanes. This is a 7-boat race. All boats in this event have made either the Grand or the Petite. So we have from your highest seeded crew, your 10th fastest in the time trial, Fairport Crew Club, Liverpool High School, Chaminade C, FDR A, Pittsford A, Arlington A, and St. John the Baptist A. Chaminade with 3 boats in this event, Romer-Carai with 2, and Saratoga Rowing with 2. Some real depth of some of these bigger programs.
Here we go.
Able to throw out 2 junior U17 Eights.
Trying to get straight in these lanes so that everybody can have a fair, collision-free starting sequence.
That's all we want.
If you're just watching and looking for the results, you can find them on streamlinerowing.com/regattas/NYS High School Championships 2024. If you just go to streamlinerowing.com, you can navigate there pretty easily. And then all the results can be found there in the order of the racing as it unfolded.
So very interesting. Like the Cox Fours we just saw, this event is a junior/U17 event. So the junior events will be for SRAA's Scholastic Nationals. There will be 3 available bids in this junior 8. But if your boat is classified as U17, then you go as a Youth Nationals boat. So in this final, will kind of depend on how that first final plays out. So perhaps these boats might have to wait for some results from the grand final to see how their future fares and out of the petite final. But if I was an athlete in this race, I'd just be thinking get to the line first, and that solves all my problems.
Right.
It does the best job I can.
Nerves at the start line here. The 8's a really tricky boat to get to off the start. So if you think about it, every one of these athletes has like some slightly different amount of strength and power.
As much as we want to be 8 identical athletes.
Right.
Probably not.
And so we've got to get everybody in and out of the water at the same time, trying to match the power of each other and get as much speed as we can out of the boat. And each of these athletes relying on that coxswain for the rhythm and the stern pair to kind of lead them through that rhythm as well.
Right.
And you've got to just back the person up in front of you.
Look at the sharpness of this lane
Liverpool
7.
High School, crushing it. They had a really nice looking time trial this morning. That stern pair really lighting up a ferocious rhythm here. We'll see these crews starting to shift to base. They've just crossed the 250-meter buoy marker. Yeah, you can see, wow, Liverpool with a nice floating circular finish.
They're fluid.
Really nice stuff. And right next to them is Chaminade C in that yellow boat, holding quite a lot of overlap here. In the 8s, it's really fun to just break the race down into the momentum shifts of one seat at a time. It's decided by inches at the finish line. So if you can just listen to your coxswain and say, here's where we are. If we are Liverpool right now, we are sitting coxswain on somewhere between 6 seat and 7 seat.
Yeah.
That coxswain, all they want is like, don't overthink it.
Nope.
We're sitting on 7 seat. I want to sit on 6 seat.
If I am
and
bow
if you can
pair,
do one seat at a time,
you can do one seat.
Let's get to 5 seat.
Yeah.
And just kind of break it down into one incremental step after the other.
Yeah.
The race doesn't need to be one.
No.
All on one stroke.
No.
You can just
one
take
at
a
a time.
successive series of strokes.
If
to
I'm
get
bow
your
seat
goals.
of this Liverpool boat, I can see the deck of that Chaminade boat. I'm going to try and push for that deck, but I think Chaminade's walk back to a few seats.
Nothing like sitting in the bow pair of a boat and knowing I've got bow ball.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give the bow ball as a gift, as a present.
Pass it along to you, my friend.
2 seat, to my 3 seat. And just have every single one of my teammates feel that feeling of having the bow ball of another boat.
Chaminade really holding strong here. Really not giving another seat.
They're moving. They're responding pretty well with that base rhythm. So that's Chaminade on the right, Liverpool in the middle, and then over on the left-hand side, just about a length, maybe 2 seats of open water back is Fairport crew.
Hannah, they are stroke for stroke.
Wow, they're almost rowing the same stroke.
I'm going to give 1 inch of push.
I mean, you got it. They're going.
No, but I just gave it to Chaminade.
They're going 2 beats higher.
And there goes Liverpool.
Liverpool with that striped deck.
Bow pair of Liverpool.
They're giving a little bit of Dutch energy.
Feeling.
I'm not going to lie. It's giving the Dutch. I don't know if that's what they're going for, but I'm thinking about
but
tulips,
we're embracing it.
And I don't know why.
Bow seat and 2 seat, sending that bow deck back
what a
to their
response
teammates.
from Liverpool.
They responded. They said, Chaminade, good try.
It's not easy
Here
to
we are.
concede 6 seats to another crew and
then hold
fall
on.
apart.
Yeah.
Especially in the 8 where it's so many different people. All of those minds have to be stubborn, have to have trust in each other.
If I'm in this Liverpool boat, I'm trusting my coxswain right now. If I'm in this Chaminade boat, I'm trusting my coxswain right now.
Liverpool
and you just got to believe in your teammates.
Fairport is trying to get into this mix for gold. They just crossed that next 500-meter buoy. We're already 500 meters to go. How did that happen?
It's close.
These 8s,
Their 8s are moving quick.
The 8's such a fun race because there's so much distraction. There's so much movement, so much going on, and there's so much momentum too. It's like an intoxicating thing, the momentum of an 8. If you can get the 8 moving well, you can get taking
Nothing
seats.
like it. Nothing
oh my
like
gosh.
it.
It's like the best group project of all time. We've got a little bit of steering there. In the back, we can see the next crews of FDR, Pittsford, Arlington, and St. John the Baptist.
Having their own race back there.
It's really tight. It's really competitive. Liverpool maintaining their lead for first here in this petite final of the boys junior U17 8. But Chaminade just only conceding 2 seats. That bow seat is
not much at
so
all.
ferociously holding on. It can be hard sitting in the stern of a boat that's just a few seats down because you
feel
too
like
much
they're more
space,
gone.
too much silence next to you.
Look at these catches
wow,
of
look
this
at that
Liverpool
sprint
8.
from Liverpool.
They are moving. We're in the red buoys.
I
would say
they took the first punch, Megan.
Yep, we've got 25 strokes left. Liverpool knows they have the upper hand. They know they have to do just enough to hold off this charging Chaminade. And can we check out Fairport crew, who's not going to let this medals
we can look at them.
or these places 10, 11, and 12 go down without a fight.
Wow, look at this
Chaminade's
battle.
moving, Hannah. Chaminade's moving.
Boys Junior U17 Eight Petite Final, 10th in the state on the line. Liverpool has had quite the race from start to finish, and they're going to hold on to that gold here in the Petite Final. Wow.
Liverpool with the Petite Final win. Chaminade with a close second. And here comes Fairport Crew Club.
Wow.
Those three crews, and Fairport did a
good.
heck of a job hanging with the gold and the silver. Did such a good job at separating themselves. But
Here
look
we
at that.
go.
We've got a fight in the back.
Here comes FDR, Pittsford, Arlington High School, and St. John the Baptist here. Just about a length of open water. We've got FDR over the rest of this trailing pack. Looking strong and smooth.
FD Roosevelt in that green, lane 5, through the line there with a 4th place finish in this Petite Final. And it's going to be tight. Whoever's going to be on the drive is going to eke this one out. Ay, ay, ay. I'm going to say an Arlington High School over a Pittsford crew. I'm not sure where St. John the Baptist went.
I don't know.
Are they still coming?
I don't see them.
We'll check in with you later, St. John the Baptist. Make sure everything's all right there. We've got the white flag from the umpire down here at the finish for the Petite Final. And here we go. The one for all the hardware. All the Scholastic bids. All the Youth Nats bids. And the New York State Championship.
Here we go. Over there we've got Row America Rye, Chaminade High School in the yellow boat. Saratoga Rowing Association in lane 6. Chaminade B in lane 5. Niskayuna in lane 4. Pelham Community in lane 3. Row America Rye B in lane 2. Manhasset High School in lane 1. And another Saratoga entry over there in lane 0.
So 2 Row Americas.
2 Saratogas.
2 Saratogas.
And
2 Chaminades. And then a Manhasset, a Pelham, and a Niskayuna. Gonna be spicy. Results from all of your racing can be found on streamlinerowing.com as well as on Row 2K. We are so excited to be able to bring this all to you from this live stream. Go ahead and check out Saratoga Rowing on Instagram for more content. Send us a message on what you thought about today. Wish your mother a happy Mother's Day or the motherly figures in your life. And thank a volunteer. We're doing it. We're getting through these finals here. A fantastic day for racing. We have a puff of wind here at the finish line.
The water's beautiful, though.
But, man, you couldn't ask for a better day.
It'll just give the opportunity. You know, if you didn't, you got to savor every stroke
Yep.
of your state championship race.
There's a start.
And in the headwind, you just get to savor a couple more strokes.
Yep. Do have some steering from our center lane here. But we'll figure ourselves out. This is the grand final of the boys junior U17 8.
Here's that side profile. You've got Rye, Chaminade, Saratoga. Then over, we've got Chaminade again, Niskayuna, Pelham, Row America Rye, Manhasset High School, and Saratoga. And Megan, we've got 9 boats across.
And I love it more than anything. Row America Rye, this bow pair, like we were talking about in that Petite Final, feeling a little bit of space. Bow seat and 2 seat.
But we just crossed 250. There's a lot left
There's
to
a
go.
lot of race, but if I have space in that first 250,
helps you relax a
I'm going to take half of a breath. Not a whole breath, but I will take half of a breath.
Sometimes half a breath is all you need to get out of your own way in rowing.
Yeah.
Sometimes we carry that tension and that stress a little bit too much in our bodies, and so that half a breath can help us
Absolutely.
feel in control.
Here's Chaminade sitting about 6 seats down on Row America Rye. And then, man, it's anybody's game back there. Saratoga, Niskayuna, Pelham Community, Chaminade B, Row America Rye B, Manhasset there in the orange, Saratoga B.
Yeah, time to get to work.
Everybody's
here in
in
this
it.
Middle
Everyone
500.
has contact. Chaminade did not race smaller boats yesterday. We are seeing them for the first time in the finals this afternoon.
All boys school.
And
all
they're
boys
showing up,
program.
rowing those big boats. But there's Saratoga.
Saratoga taking a pretty aggressive stride to their base pace here in this middle 500.
Look at that lock and send.
Trying to take some risks early and extend themselves ahead of bow number 4, which is going to be our Niskayuna crew.
In that red.
It's currently sitting in 4th.
Pelham Community in the blue. We see the corner of Row America Rye here.
I was going to say that's the Rye uni if I know it.
And you do, Hannah, and you do.
Here's a great shot. So our leaders from left to right, you've got Row America Rye, Chaminade High School, and Saratoga Rowing. Then in the red boat, you have Niskayuna. Blue boat is Pelham. Next to them, you have Row America Rye B, just sitting 3 seats down on that group. And then 2 lanes over is Saratoga B, who is sitting bow to stern ahead of Manhasset High School. Wow.
Wow.
What a race.
This race for 4th, I think, is going to be the story of the day. The story, at least, of this field. Niskayuna, Pelham Community, and Row America Rye B.
And Saratoga's on the move here. They're taking back a few seats on Chaminade, having a really gutsy 750 to go here.
Sit in that middle 1,000. Sit in that discomfort.
And we're about to cross that last 500 here for all these crews.
And Chaminade's got to be wondering,
when do you start your sprint in this situation?
Do we have enough to catch Rye? Do we have enough to hold off a Saratoga? While Chaminade is sitting in a very nice second-place position. They've got connection on both ends, for sure.
Bow is sitting right on that coxswain. We'll see if that bow seat can help try to break into that boat.
I see our Saratoga coach on the dock. He's watching.
And look at the Saratoga boat, the B boat entry on the top end of our screen. And then you have this battle over on the right. You have Pelham in the middle, Niski on their left, and then Rye on the right.
All of these coaches standing on shore, watching that finish line.
Row America Rye continuing their lead. They've extended it to about half a length, no, maybe 3 seats of open water over Chaminade.
I think so.
Saratoga has been stubborn there. We're about to cross the 250. Let's see who's got the better last 250 meters here. Who can send it?
We've got overlapping decks, Chaminade and Saratoga.
And watch out for Rye B making a charge on Pelham for that 4th place finish. Niskayuna just getting out pushed a little bit here in that last push to that sprint. Oh my gosh,
those
here
red
comes
buoys.
Row America Rye.
Rye looking so strong here.
I think they've extended it to 5, maybe 6 lengths of 6 seats of open water.
I think they had 7 seconds on the field in the time trial. My guess is it is right about there, right here.
Really strong push from Row America Rye. Chaminade able to maybe get an inch of open water
I
in
don't
those
think
last
so.
few strokes.
I think Saratoga might hold on some contact. Maybe just half a seat of open in
Saratoga
those last few
3rd.
strokes to Saratoga.
Wow, and then you've
holy
got
moly.
Rye, Pelham,
and
Niskayuna in that order. Wow. And we're not over yet. Here comes Saratoga B through their last 3 strokes. Taking on Manhasset High School, finishing just about 3 feet of overlap.
And we do have a Chaminade B still out on the course, I believe.
I think I saw them at the start line.
I think I did too.
Wow.
Woo!
So
what a
exciting.
race.
Boys Junior U17 Eight final. Done and dusted.
And dusted are those athletes. I see a lot of very, very tired faces at this finish line, which only proves they did give it their all. Back up at the start, we are with the boys freshman Cox Four. 1 final, 6 boats. These boats were within 31 seconds this morning. So we'll see what kind of races they can put together this afternoon.
Coming through the line here. Good race in all crews. We're back up at the start for the boys freshman Cox Quad grand final. So the Cox Four, almost all scholastic entries here. We've got City Honors High School, Fordham Prep, Spack and Kill, St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute, and FDR. And then Pittsford Crew is the sole club entry in this race.
But I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong,
freshman Coxed Four,
that it is not a scholastic event. And I don't think freshman is a youth event either. So we are just racing for the state championships here. Just the state champions.
So lane 8 is that FDR crew. Lane 7 you can see is Pittsford in the yellow and maroon. Lane 6 getting their point is Spack and Kill. St. Joseph's just off camera to the left is St. Joseph's Collegiate. Then we have City Honors High School and Fordham Prep. And we have a start here. These athletes giving a first 5 strokes to build the boat speed up, and then usually a high 10, high 15, maybe even a high 20, where we kind of go unreasonably fast.
Yeah, a little quicker than we think we should.
And it's unique to rowing because in a lot of other sports, you do not start a race going
at a sprint
peak speed.
Yep.
You might get like maybe a little bit of jostling, jockeying for position in other sprint races, but in rowing, the psychological benefit of being ahead and looking down the backs of your competitors is just that powerful. Like, the mind game of rowing is unreal.
So important. So important.
Here we see.
We do see from the right-hand side, FD Roosevelt and Pittsford crew, as well as Spack and Kill. Spack and Kill maybe with a seat on Pittsford, and then Roosevelt maybe a seat on both of those teams. About bow to stern, we've got St. Joseph's College as well as City Honors High School with, I believe, a Fordham Prep off the back, but I don't exactly recall if we had them in the start, so we'll just make sure we catch our boats in this race when we can. This is your freshman 4, so all of these athletes will be freshmen, including the rowers and the coxswain. They do have a coxswain, and they are sweeping. So 4 athletes rowing, 1 coxswain, and 4 oars, as we see on our screen here. Those oars go into the water and then slingshot that boat past.
I like to think about like catapult sometimes.
They do.
You know, those just medieval. It's a nice, powerful image.
And look at Roosevelt holding off Pittsford right there, knowing they're side by side. Both of those boats have put a little bit of room between themselves and Spack and Kill. There's FD Roosevelt in the green, Pittsford in that maroon and gold. Rowing a green boat. That's fun. We can see the sun starting to come out for these afternoon finals. We've only got, 15 finals left.
Too many, I know.
13 including this one. So taking advantage of this great water. We can see a puff of a headwind.
I was going to say,
that's
the
just
water
fine.
Maybe getting a little bit bumpier than it was before, but truly
not
very
really
much.
quite negligible at this point. These athletes have handled much worse. They've rowed at the Saratoga Invite. They've rowed at previous New York State Championships. Bottom of your screen, there's FDR. I do think that Pittsford has eaten up and took a little bit of that lead, maybe just sitting a deck and a seat down here. Both boats extending open water back to Spack and Kill here.
Wow, really great shot here. Both these crews matching up, getting those blades in, especially in this puff of a headwind. It's really important to not let the wind mess you around.
Nope, drop and go.
Yeah. Stay in control, stay long, so you're using that full leverage. Looks like Pittsford maybe just has a little bit cleaner rowing here. You can see they're not getting as much disturbance from the water. And that can add up over the course of a 1,500-meter race.
And this morning, Pittsford only went 1 second slower than Roosevelt to earn that second bid. So
we're in the last 500, Megan.
Perhaps
it's about
could be a barn burner.
To see just what that margin will be. Still FDR just a smidge over Pittsford, then back to Spack and Kill on the top left of your screen in this boys freshman Cox 4 final.
FDR holding off that seat or two of a lead, but as they come into our view,
here it
maybe
comes.
in the
You
last
called
300,
it. Pittsford
400.
is just a second off, and now they're on the move. I think they may even have
I think we might be
of
close
an
here.
advantage.
We might be moving Pittsford.
Here we go. Who's going to start moving first? We're approaching those red buoys.
Both crews moving away from Spack and Kill.
And
there they go.
Pittsford is on the hunt. They just took 3 seats in 20 seconds.
Yeah. They're excited. They've maybe left a little bit more in the tank.
Coxon, if you ever decide to go into motivational speaking, you just let me know. I
And
think
we're
I would
ready.
follow you into the ends of the earth. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to make the leap of faith. I'll do it.
Half a boat up. There's Pittsford in a clear second place, silver medal position in this freshman Cox Four.
It's not over till it's
Roosevelt.
over, though. FDR pushing pretty hard.
FDR not giving up till it's over. Anything can happen in rowing. We are an outdoor sport, outdoor team sport, if anything.
There's a good
But
luck at Pittsford here.
Pittsford,
your current
look at them.
first place
They're
position.
clean. Look at that Coxon yelling with everything they've got.
Must feel good. They took so much in that first
Big
250
negative
of this
split
last
from
500.
Pittsford.
Now they just get to enjoy the ride here. Last 10 strokes. Pittsford,
Roosevelt not giving up,
FDR.
though.
Wow.
Bow to stern. Pittsford with the win.
What a sprint. Both crews, congrats. Awesome racing in this freshman
Really good
Cox
racing.
4 grand final.
Here's our backward hats, neons. We
Spack
know
and
you.
Kill.
We remember you from this morning. Bronze medal.
Well done.
Hang that around your backwards baseball cap.
And there's St. Joseph's Collegiate.
Actually, yes. You're right.
So St. Joseph's Collegiate was actually the 3rd place Scholastic entry there, so I think that'll get them
I think so too.
a Scholastic bronze.
And we did miss out on Fordham Prep. Looks like perhaps they just didn't make it to the start line.
Nice racing.
Back to some big boats.
Here we go, boys. Second Varsity 8.
This is a Scholastic event. Only 2 boats make it through, however. So unlike a lot of the varsity events, especially the Varsity 8 and the Junior 8
2 SRAs.
and the Freshman 8, 2 to SRAs.
Got it.
Not 3.
Got it.
I believe they will still have 3 to Youth Nationals. But we are looking at quite a variety of Scholastic versus Youth Nats boats. Starting from your furthest top-seeded boat, closest to the camera here, out of lane 8 will be Row America Rye A, Row America Rye B, Chaminade, Pelham Community, Canisius, Saratoga, Cascadilla, Pittsford, and St. Anthony's. We see Row America Rye A in that classic red and blue. And then here's Row America Rye B in their fun, new, to me, light blue unis.
New to us, it's true.
Over there, I think that's going to be perhaps Canisius and Saratoga in the hunt here. We can see Chaminade's yellow bow deck. Still very early in the race. We've got club entries with Row America Rye, Pelham Community, Pittsford, Cascadilla, and Row America Rye B, with everyone else being a Scholastic entry, everyone eligible for Youth Nationals. So we're fighting for a top 3 for Youth Nationals, a top 2 among our Scholastic boats, as well as just a New York State champion, silver and bronze. There goes Row America Rye, hoping to run away with this piece. Let me tell you, they were 4 seconds up on their teammates, Row America Rye B from the time trial, and 12 seconds up off of the 3rd place crew. So we do expect Row America Rye A to be very strong in this event.
We do.
Here comes perhaps
One of our missing crews from earlier. Maybe they had
a boat that
breakage
didn't make it into a previous race. Hope everyone's all right.
And look at this race ferociously coming down the course.
They're moving. There's a lot of oars. There's a lot of bodies.
This is the 2V Grand Final if you're just joining us. New York State Championship here.
Romerica Rye
race.
A, Romerica Rye B, Chaminade, Pelham, Canisius, Saratoga, Cascadilla, Pittsford, and St. Anthony's.
All big names. All names we've seen all day.
Here's Romerica Rye A and B duking it out side by side, coming into the last 500 here already.
Right there.
There's Chaminade and Pelham side by side, but Saratoga maybe has an advantage. They're just offside the screen, but I see their puddles.
I think
which means maybe they're sitting in third. Let's see if we can get a better look here as they come through.
Chaminade, Canisius, St. Anthony's, all Scholastic crews. So Saratoga's looking for that 1-2 to go to Scholastic Nationals. Everyone is looking for that 1-2-3 to go to Youth Nats. And obviously the 1-2-3 of the New York State Championship. Romerica Rye A, bow to stern over their own teammates, who are bow to stern on Chaminade and Pelham.
But Saratoga is that dark horse. We don't know.
And Saratoga.
Wow. So here's Rye A, Rye B coming in first and second so far through the red buoys. Last 250 meters, less than a minute to go. Strong rhythm, getting those blades in, leveraging through. Class acts, A and B entries here.
The Row Americas, both boats done a good job.
Look at this acceleration in Rye B.
But Hannah, from the finish line, I'm not going to call anything in terms of third place. We have
Saratoga pushing.
Pelham, Saratoga, and Canisius. They are fighting for that third place spot. We are 4 boats across. We are 4 boats across.
We're watching Rye A, Rye B. Rye B making quite the push to get a lot of contact through that finish.
Saratoga, Canisius, Chaminade. It's going to be whoever's on the drive into this finish line.
Get that right up. Get that right up.
Saratoga, I think it is. Canisius with the 4th place. Chaminade with the 5th. Pelham Community with the 6th.
Wow, what a finish. We're just trying to get the attention of our friend Tessa here.
Tessa Yurka coaching that 2V. Got to be a proud coach moment. Very exciting.
Honestly, could have been too close to call from their angle. We've got the best angle here in the house. Here comes lane 0, lane 1. That's going to be St. Anthony's over Pittsford by just 2 seats.
And just over Cascadilla.
Wow.
Really exciting racing there. We love the 2V. Always a gutsy boat. Very exciting. We are lining up for our 2:39 race right on time. This is the boys Varsity 8 Petite Final for places 10 through 18 in the state. Whew. I love rowing. I love rowing so much. I hope if you're at home, you've never been to a regatta, you've been to a regatta, I hope you learn to love rowing too, because this is what it's all about.
That's what it's all about.
Waiting to see these Varsity 8s in the Petite Final lineup. These will be the premier event in high school sweeping.
Boats getting into these stake boats, very tricky to do. You got to kind of go outside and then over and then back it in.
In and around and over and under.
It's like
Can't go over it, gotta go around
1,500-pound operation that drifts and wiggles and has sometimes too many cooks in the kitchen.
We're seeing nice good water today, so hopefully not a ton of finagling ourselves into those stake boats. With a crosswind, it gets really tricky because this giant 60-plus foot long thing wants to move sideways. You want to stay straight. Your oars move you sideways, so some good practice. This is the Petite Final at New York State's, so I would guess that these crews have had some experience within the last month or two getting into a stake boat, practicing with their teams, etc., etc.
Great overhead shot here. Got a stake boat holder on every one of those platforms, helping these boats get a fair start, stay straight in their lanes.
Beautiful shot. I wonder what we are doing missing. We've got from the top of your screen, Pittsford, Port Jefferson, Friends of Port, Wappingers. Looks like we are missing a Rhinebeck and a Clarkstown. And then there is Suffern High School. Here comes potentially Clarkstown, maybe Rhinebeck in that yellow boat. Really nice view watching these teams get into the stake boat.
Yeah. How often do you get to see this
Bet your
happen?
friends and family were never going to see that.
That's a start.
Not before
our liners
today.
platform over there on the left-hand side of your screen. They have a certified referee and staff up there making sure the boats get aligned so they communicate with the stake boat holders to go maybe out a foot or in a foot so that those crews start even. And then you see our starting platform up there. We've got referees with a megaphone and a flag. And so they pull all the crews, make sure everyone has got a straight point before we get going.
Here comes into their stake boat Kellenberg Memorial, right in between Fayetteville Manlius on their right-hand side and Suffern on their left. We are still missing one more crew. I believe that could be Clarkstown.
Yeah. I think it might be our lane 3. So that's Clarkstown. Oh, maybe we spoke too soon.
Maybe we're missing a Rhinebeck.
We're missing yeah. Huh.
Looks like I see that Clark's still trying to get into there. They'll figure it out.
Quote from Saratoga 2V. We gave it everything.
And that's all you can ask for.
I'm going to cry. Anywho, happy Mother's Day. Thank a volunteer. Thank you for coming. Waiting for this boys Varsity 8 petite final to get underway.
Here we go. Whoever we were missing. Rhinebeck sneaking in a little bit behind time.
Scheduled start of 2:39, so we're just 4 minutes behind. We're feeling gracious. We want everybody to get their last race of the
state championship
season.
These are the Varsity 8, so they will be the top 8 sweep athletes from each program. I don't believe we have any B boats because your B boat will have to race in the 2V. So this Varsity 8 is only for that top 8. If you have a second, third, fourth, 8 that is competitive, you can throw them in the 2V, in the U17, and the U16. But this is just the one and done. And 8 is the heavily contested event in collegiate rowing. So this will be good practice if these athletes want to go off to college.
Right.
This is a very cool view. I've been rowing for 10 years, and I'm not sure my friends and family have ever seen me at a start line.
Isn't it so fun? And I also love the Fish Creek angle of the 1500 start because
it just
opens
opens wide up. Here it
the
is.
Little twists and turns. Obviously, we don't necessarily row every cove and eddy on the course. We usually take pretty straight lines.
Yeah, we try.
But you could take the scenic route.
Look at all those final 1 Varsity 8s waiting to go. Itching, shaking in their boots.
We'll get this race underway shortly here. This is the boys' Varsity 8 petite final for places 10th through 18th in the country, in the state.
In the state.
I just keep thinking about national championships all day.
New York State it's all that matters. It's coming from both of us who did not grow up in New York State but are thrilled to be here.
And the water's getting calmer, Megan.
Just in time for these
showing off. The sun
these
is out.
A-finals, these grand finals. I'm going to guess that we're pulling the crews very soon. So that means we run down the line, call each crew by name, and then they sit ready to roll.
See some of these athletes sitting at attention with the blades squared and buried. Other athletes just sitting relaxed. We have eyes up there, but we don't have ears. So
part of the
once
whole
those starting
race.
marshals start to pull the crews, you might say this is a quick start since we are a little behind. And there are 9 of us in this race. Takes a good number of seconds to read off each one.
Here we go. I see some squared and buried blades. I'd say it's within the next minute. This is your petite final, the boys Varsity 8. Full 9 lanes from left to right on your screen. Pittsford, Port Jefferson, Port, Wappingers, Rhinebeck, Clarkstown, Suffern, Kellenberg Memorial, and Fayetteville Manlius. Let's look at the spread from this morning's time trial. From Pittsford to Fayetteville Manlius, about 40 seconds, 50 seconds, somewhere in there. Fayetteville Manlius had some equipment issues, so they are listed at the bottom of this field, but very possible they could go be
and who's that?
Fayetteville Manlius on the outside. Could be a dark horse there. We will see. It races off and running in the boys Varsity 8s.
Various speeds of the start, 5 and 20 here. We're at 2:50 in. These crews are shifting to their base pace rhythm, finding that red line between unsustainable and sustainable.
Just unsustainable enough that it's going to last you another 4.5 minutes.
Aggressive, but in control. Yeah, look at that outside lane, Megan. They're so in control. Right. Fayetteville Manlius really putting out a strong start with nobody around them. But I don't know if it's quite as competitive as these crews
our
here
top
on the
3
right.
over here.
Pittsford, Port Jefferson, and Port. Maybe slight advantage early to Port Jefferson with that neon splash jacket of the coxswain of Port Jefferson leading the way here with about 6 seats of advantage on the field. Wow, look at Port. Nice shot there. Friends of Port rowing trying to get into that really competitive spot, but Port Jefferson really blazingly fast first 500.
Yeah.
We're now in the middle. We're in the main course of this 3-course
time
meal.
to settle in. You've
got
had your
apps
appetizer.
Done. It's been fun.
You're eating your meat and potatoes.
We're now on the heavy stuff.
You could be looking
and then
forward
we're
to
going to wind
dessert.
it up to dessert later in the last 500. But Port really strong rowing here. Then we're looking over who else we have. Wappingers next to them. And then Rhinebeck next to them. Followed by Clarkstown crew, Suffern. Back a ways is Kellenberg Memorial. And then just out of view, but you can see their wake over on the right-hand side of your screen is Fayetteville Manlius. You can see the wake on the left-hand side of your screen of Port
Leading
Jefferson.
The way. Port Jefferson
Quite
and
a strong middle 500 here. We can only imagine. They're just out of shot, but.
These are your premier 8s in each crew, in each club, in each school team. Working together as 9 athletes.
Wow, great shot here of Friends of Port rowing, trying to lengthen that lead. They have been sitting just about a length up. And it's tough in the 8 because you're all looking backwards.
Yeah.
And they don't know that progress that they've made or lost on Port Jefferson here. But wow, look at this response too out of
not
Pittsford.
Letting anybody go.
Pittsford just sitting about 3-4 seats down here, crossing that last 500 shortly.
Port Jefferson is excited to be there. They're going to try and maintain this overachieving their seed, overachieving the position they earned out of the time trial. Let's see. It does look like there was barely a second difference between this Pittsford and Port Jefferson crew, and in a time trial, that doesn't mean much. Side by side, that could mean a whole lot. That could be 2 or 3 seats, a whole deck. So very exciting. This Port Jefferson crew moving ahead of this Pittsford
Maybe
crew.
Up 6 seats now.
Yeah,
wow.
Pittsford trying to keep just enough in the game that they can't let anything walk away. But Port Jefferson and Pittsford separating themselves from, it looks like, this race happening behind with Friends of Port, Wappingers, Rhinebeck, Clarkstown, back to Suffern,
and don't forget,
Memorial,
we've got
and
Fayetteville
Fayetteville
Manlius on the far side, just out of this current drone shot, but it'll be interesting to see Port versus Fayetteville Manlius.
They're over there. I hope Port sees them.
Duking it out.
I think it is Port Jefferson's race right here. We have a little bit better camera angle from, or I guess eyeball angle from our point of view. Port Jefferson definitely opening up some water.
Here's a shot of Fayetteville Manlius over there outside smoke in lane 0.
There's the leading bow of Port Jefferson. I think it's going to be Port Jefferson, Pittsford, and then Fayetteville Manlius and the rest of this squad. Fayetteville Manlius doing a good job in that outside lane with no equipment failures. Look at the blue reflection on this Port Jefferson boat.
Dream boat in all senses of the word. Port Jefferson.
Dreamy Port Jefferson.
10th place finish in the state. 11th in the state for Pittsford.
I think
holding
Port's
off
going
the
to pull off.
Fayetteville Manlius.
I do think so.
Wow, what a finish. 4 seats, 5 seats, Port over Fayetteville Manlius.
Wappingers, Rhinebeck.
Wow. So much overlap.
We're so excited. There is so much yelling. Yeah, boys.
Here comes Suffern High School in the light blue, followed by Clarkstown crew. Clarkstown with that bright yellow bow.
Yellow bow, we know you. Moving together towards that finish line.
Nicely
yeah, boats.
Done. And panning back, we've got the last boat of this B final, the petite final, Kellenberg Memorial. Taking their last 15 strokes here. They're bringing the stroke rate up, power up.
There it is. There it is. I see the sprint. We got 8 to the line.
Wow.
Wow. There's Kellenberg Memorial to finish off your 10th through 18th positions here in New York State.
Trying to get back on schedule. If you're just joining us, welcome to the New York State Championships in Saratoga Springs, New York. We have the boys Varsity 8 Grand Final about to get underway. Here we have it. First 5 strokes.
Underway.
Row America Rise, Saratoga, Pelham, Canisius High School, Chaminade High School, Row New York, Manhattan, Burnt Hills Rowing Association, St. Anthony's High School, and Cascadillo Boat Club here. Doing it for all the marbles. Top 3 for your hardware for the state championship. Top 3 overall will qualify for youth nationals.
Yep.
Top 3 scholastic programs will qualify for SRAAs.
Yep. Big
we've
day.
Got hardware for the top 3 scholastic, top 3 club teams.
Look at this.
It's a big party.
Slight lead on our first 5 crews. Row America Rise, Saratoga, Pelham, Canisius, and Chaminade.
Check out Canisius and Chaminade.
Playing with the big dogs here, our leaders
Taking
in
some
that
early
time
risks.
trial.
You know, you've got other crews favorited to have really fast 1v crews.
Yep.
Why not play with their heads, test their resolve?
If you can beat them to the 500, even if you don't beat them to the 1500,
make them work for it.
You threw something at them. Who is
cool.
this?
There's
just outside of
Rye.
Pelham. Let's see. That's going to be Canisius. Yeah, Canisius throwing something at
right now
these top 3 seeds.
Coming through the 500, we've got Rye, followed by Canisius, followed by Saratoga, just over Chaminade High School, and Pelham, who are neck and neck here. Bow ball to bow ball, Pelham and Chaminade. Saratoga sitting 3 seats down on Rye. Saratoga seeming to have a little bit of a better base pace rhythm here over Canisius, who had probably the best start out of the field.
Well done, Canisius. You've been practicing those first 250s.
And right putting a race together is about executing each of the pieces.
Yep.
And so you've got that start piece, you've got the shift piece, you've got the middle 500 piece, and then you start winding it up real quick because that last 500 is going to be over before you know it. You got
It's
Rye
a short
here.
race. We say that there's a
extended
lot
it.
of time. It's a short race.
Rye's Coxon sitting on between bow seat and 2 seat of Saratoga. Saratoga sitting about 4 seats, it's 6 seats over that next crew. But then look over, Canisius is giving them quite a fight. So Saratoga with just about 3 seats of advantage for that second place position. But they might feel more confident than that because their peripheral vision's telling them they are up on Pelham.
And we're sticking to Rye.
It's true. That bow 4 has
Saratoga
full contact
and
with
Canisius
Rye.
in that silver medal position.
We got
We got a lot of race down, but just enough race left for some drama. 600 meters. We can see them from the finish line.
Rye just sitting about two beats below, stroke rate wise, sitting 2 beats below Saratoga. Saratoga really winding it up here, trying to give it everything.
They're going early, Hannah.
Early.
If I know anything about those Saratoga boys, is they don't leave anything on the line. Here they come.
Canisius
but there
still
comes
sitting
Canisius
about 3 seats down on Saratoga.
Pelham and Chaminade in
Pelham
striking
having
distance.
A really strong move here coming into that last 500.
I'm not going to speak too soon, but I'm going to say
Saratoga's moving.
it's anybody's game
Saratoga
right here. These 5
just 2
boats.
seats in the last 250 meters here.
We see
Rye
this race
getting a little
top
bit of a
5
fight.
race for second. Look at that trailing 4. Everybody here.
Canisius
nearly
unable to
full
match
overlap.
the Pelham move here. Red buoys, it's anyone's game. Chaminade holding on to contact.
This
Rye's
is
day
insane.
here for gold. Saratoga sitting just 3 seats down, 4 seats down on Rye. Holy smokes, Canisius versus Pelham. Pelham with just an earlier move. Maybe they don't have anywhere else to go. I don't know. Who has the last laugh, Canisius or
all
Pelham?
of Fish Creek on my face. Here comes Royal America Rye, Saratoga, Pelham, Canisius. I think perhaps in exactly that order, everybody's got maybe 3 seats on each other. Saratoga only down half a boat length on Rye. Pelham half a boat on Saratoga.
What a move from
Canisius
Pelham.
down
That is the
half a
story
boat
of
on
the race.
Pelham.
Seats down on Canisius, able to work over 6 seats of advantage for third place. Hats off to Pelham, to Canisius, to Chaminade. Here comes the rest of this field. Roe, New York, Burnt Hills, St. Anthony's, and Cascadilla coming through their last few strokes.
I think Cascadilla might have a little bit on St. Anthony's there. But your state champion in the men's Varsity 8, Royal America Rye, Saratoga with the silver, Pelham Community with a well-earned bronze, Chaminade in 4th, Roe New York Manhattan in 5th, Burnt Hills in 6th, Cascadilla in 7th, St. Anthony's.
Wow.
Woo! I might have skipped Canisius or Chaminade in there. I can't remember the order. My brain is so excited.
Canisius over Chaminade.
We had a very nice trickle-down effect in our top 5 boats here.
Whew. Okay.
Guess what we just did, Hannah? We just flipped to our last page of the New York State Championships. I have 9 races left here, many of which are 9-boat grand finals, including this one, the boys' freshman novice quad.
One of the volunteers just shouted to Coach Mike McMinn, "I got chills." Watching that race.
Don't we all?
Relatable.
I feel you, volunteer. I feel ya.
As we wait for this next race to get started, take a moment. Text your mom. Text your chosen mom. Text your regatta mom. Text all the moms in your life. Wish them a happy Mother's Day. The matriarchal society is singing today. We've got perfect weather all weekend. And I'm going to give credit to the moms, starting with Mother Nature. This is the boys' freshman novice quad about to get going. We've got Niskayuna in lane 8, Brighton Rowing Club in lane 7, Canisius High School in lane 6, Fordham Prep in lane 5, Port Jefferson in lane 4, Long Island Rowing Club in lane 3, Friends of Shenandoah Rowing Incorporated in lane 2, Row America Rye in lane 1, and Niskayuna B in lane 0. It's got some Niskayuna bookends here.
We do. Tell us your fun fact about red in athletics that you shared earlier today.
Oh, sure. I'm a big sports psychology nerd, and there's a study that was done following the results of Olympic wrestling. And so in wrestling, kind of similar, they wear unisuits. And unfortunately in rowing, we can wear whatever our country colors we want, because we're not judging whose bodies where, and we're not all twisted together. It's not really a part of the judging of our sport. But in wrestling, it matters a lot more for the referees to be able to discern who is who. And so they randomly assign a red unisuit or a blue unisuit to the countries. At least they used to. I haven't followed wrestling recently. But in this study, that's the case. And so they did a huge analysis of every wrestling match. And statistically significant finding.
Wow.
The red unisuit wearers won more often.
And a red bookend we've got. They went
so
fastest in this time trial.
Wearing red.
Niskayuna outer lane 8 will be closest to the camera. Brighton Rowing Club, Canisius, Ford and Prep, Port Jefferson, Long Island, Friends of Shen, Row America Rye, and Niskayuna B. This is your boys' freshman novice quad. It'll show up as 4X on your start list. These boys can be freshmen or novices, first year of rowing or first year of high school. Here they come from our finish line shot. We got some quads on the move here. Hard to tell exactly what's happening up there, but we can tell you it is a beautiful day on the water. Nice flat conditions, equal fair racing, 9 full lanes. We are hyped to be here. Check out those vendors on the Lees Park shore, on the regatta shore. Make sure you gather all your medals, your t-shirts, your snacks, and merch. So in a quad, we're looking at 4 athletes. They do not have a coxswain, so someone in that boat is doing the steering. I find that often it is a bow seat or a 2-seat. Bow seat has the responsibility of steering, most likely, and so sometimes you give the strategy, the brains, to the 2-seat. But if bow seat feels responsible enough, the coach can put that on them. 3-seat, there for the power, there to back up the rhythm, and stroke seat, obviously laying down that nice, confident stroke.
Sometimes the steering will be at the stroke seat, as if the stroke seat doesn't already have enough to think about. But especially in sprint season, when we're on a 2K course a lot with
sometimes
buoys,
a little bit nicer to
it can be
look down the course from the front of the boat.
You can't really see the buoys past all of those rowers and all of those, everything in front of you. It's a lot for bow seat to be able to look both at the buoys and all of the athletes in front of them. So sometimes the toe steering is given to the stroke seat. Sometimes there's no toe steering at all.
Sometimes we're just going.
And we just
Use
take
a little bit of
extra
pressure
pressure on one, or extra leverage on one side than the other.
We can see this Niskayuna boat out of lane 0 on the far right of your screen in red. And then as well, the Row America Rye boat, the Friends of Shen boat, the Long Island boat, and there's Port Jefferson in blue, as well as Ford and Prep in that maroon and white. Just coming into the screen will be Canisius. We are grateful for our safety launch drivers. Is that a Lauren Miller right there? It might be. I know that jacket. Could be.
We love our staff. We love our volunteers. We love our
just
referees.
Coming into screen, that's going to be Brighton Rowing Club and Niskayuna. It does look like maybe Canisius and Niskayuna A
Canisius
in the fight.
Is winding it up.
I do
early.
think they are. I do
We've
think
got
so.
500 more meters to go, and Canisius is potentially at a 42. I'm gonna try to clock it, but holy smokes!
I would say a lot of these crews are racing around a 35, 33, 37, somewhere in there, which means when we get to the sprint, we're going up to those high 30s, maybe even low 40s if we're really doing it all. If we're really desperate.
Or just really amped.
Or just so excited.
If you feel it, run with it.
In that last 300, I can see them crossing. There's those red buoys, the one green that says sit up and go, and that red that says time to get a little crazy, a little reckless, throw everything at it, do what you know how to do in practice, get intense, get excited. Canisius and Niskayuna, I think Niskayuna might have a couple of seats up as we near this finish line, but there's Canisius on your screen.
Moving. And this quad event is so fun. No coxswain telling you or helping you decide when to do what.
Nope, it's all you.
The athletes feel it. They're going with whatever rhythm each of their energies is bringing. Oh my gosh, look at this charge from Canisius. Niskayuna holding them off valiantly, but I don't know.
Canisius is on the move. I do think Niskayuna has done enough work in the first 1,400 of this race. Look at this water. You can see those red unis in the water.
Canisius is hauling.
They are hauling.
They're just going to run out of room. If this race was 10 more strokes,
Niskayuna's got it by a deck and a half a boat here.
Wow.
There's Canisius. Can't say you left any fight out there. And then we've got a fight for the bronze. That's, I believe, Brighton Rowing Club.
Yep, lane
just
7.
Ahead of Port Jefferson. Here comes Ford and Prep. The Rams through the line.
And here comes Long Island Rowing.
We know that red and black. Followed by Friends of Shen.
And the last two, we've got Romare Karai and Niskayuna B for this boys freshman novice quad grand final.
So props to Niskayuna. Not all of these boats made the final. There were at least 3 other boats that did not make the final in this event, and Niskayuna put 2 boats in. Testament to the depth of a freshman novice program, of the upcoming culture of that program. There's your Varsity 8, that barn burner we had, where I said about half a boat. Look at all those 2-second margins. Crazy.
So
crazy.
Fast.
Just like that, we're back. Here is the boys U15 Coxed Quad final. So these athletes are 14 years old. They are in a Coxed Quad, so 4 athletes, 2 oars, and a coxswain. There are only 7 boats in this event, so all boats that race the time trial made it through to the final. We have only 2 boats that are Youth Nationals eligible that are actually on that U15 Youth Nationals standard, which will be that they are under 15 the entire year. And that is Saratoga and Niskayuna, but the star of your show right now, currently the Peanut Butter, Friends of Shenendehowa, and Manhasset over there in the orange. So we are looking for here, obviously, a New York State champion, a silver and a bronze, as well as the top boats that will have the right to accept or decline the bid, which I believe the only 2 that are eligible will be Saratoga and Niskayuna. So we will see how that all plays out, up to coach's discretion. But for now, here's Shen and Manhasset, nearly stroke for stroke.
Both these boats, really awesome acceleration here. You can see Shen has a little bit more layback, a little bit more follow through with the arms than Manhasset. Manhasset finishing a little bit further in front of the body. Really, the great thing about rowing is there's a lot of ways to make boats go fast.
The great thing about rowing is that rowing is great.
True.
Continue.
One of the great things about rowing is that there's so many ways to make a boat go fast. And really, it's awesome to see just like one commitment to one stroke, if not within one boat.
A lot of different beliefs and styles.
Program.
Yeah.
And the benefits of one style over another often just comes down to the rhythm, the attitude of the athletes. It's so fun.
Yeah. Looks like Friends of Shenendehowa doing a nice job in this middle 500, the meat and potatoes of the race. There's Manhasset on your right-hand side leading the charge. And then really, could be anybody's race. Burnt Hills, Niskayuna, Saratoga in those middle 3. And then Niskayuna B and Saratoga A, just maybe a boat length off the pace here. This is your U15 Coxed Quads. They will do medals for scholastic boats, I believe.
I heard the same rumor.
It's a rumor. But I would guess, we've said it before, that these crews are not necessarily looking to the side and saying, oh, you're a club boat, I'm a scholastic boat, go ahead and walk right through me. They're fighting for a New York State Championship for a gold, silver, and a bronze there, and anything else that comes after that will be icing on the cake.
Boys U15 Quad well underway, coming through that halfway point into the last 500 soon enough. But it continues to be Shen over here in lane 8 with a dominant performance here.
Hannah, if I'm a parent, my child is 14 years old.
Yep.
They're rowing a Cox Quad, and they are in this Shen boat that is annihilating this field.
So
what
fun.
What am I thinking?
I mean, look at my kid go.
Look at him go.
Look at them go. And
look how
also,
beautiful this is.
This whole field is just laying down awesome pieces.
They are.
Manhasset High School is sitting
But
in
look at all those
second
contacts
place.
between
Everybody's
third, fourth, and
getting
fifth.
incredible racing experience. You look over, so Manhasset's that crew on the top of your screen sitting in second. Saratoga, Niski, and Burnt Hills are duking it out. Maybe a slight advantage. Burnt Hills over Niski over Saratoga B. And then you look back, and you got even more crews just putting down a good piece. You have Niskayuna B and Saratoga A. Everybody's just taking advantage of a beautiful day in Saratoga Springs, New York.
This Shen boat, you can see they're nice and wide at the catch.
Yeah, they're taking long
They're
strokes.
locking those blades in.
And they're all together. One
Shen's
catch,
had
one finish.
always a pretty robust middle school program, I'd say. Lots of athletes moving through there, and so that's boding well for their U15 boats.
That coxswain looking over, trying to convince the athletes to go a little bit harder.
Give me a little more.
Even though their gold medal position is not in doubt. But how fast can we go?
Yep.
I truly have no idea.
Hey, athletes, you already have had a full course meal, extra dessert. But if you go a little faster, we can have some more dessert. Like, we just always are wanting a little bit more margin. When we move up to the U16, U17 events, the varsity events, maybe we'll have a little bit more competition. It's never too early to ask for more. Here we are in those red buoys, and Shen is going for more.
Manhasset really trying to hold that open water lead for second place. Niskayuna and Burnt Hills really close. It looks like still a slight advantage to Burnt Hills for third place.
I do think so.
But anything's possible in these last 250 meters here. Saratoga sitting in 5th at the moment. Back to Niskayuna B and Saratoga A sitting in 6th and 7th.
But it brings me so much joy to look out at this field from the finish line and see Shen having a nice confidence-boosting race. Manhasset done enough work in this first 1,000 trying to stay ahead of the field. And then, holy moly, a moving Burnt Hills.
I was going to say, watch out. Burnt Hills is on the move in their last 250. Looks spicy. Fiery coming through the line here is Shen in the peanut butter.
Bunch of 14-year-olds doing really cool things.
Nicely done, Shen.
They are Youth Nationals eligible.
And look out, Burnt Hills is on the move
so is
here.
Niski. So is Saratoga. They've all closed this margin on Manhasset.
Gunning for the line. Wow, this is so fun. Manhasset, Burnt Hills.
Manhasset holding off
Niskayuna,
Burnt Hills.
Saratoga.
They're trying. I'm not sure they're going to be able to, Hannah. I think we got
Burnt Hills is going to take it.
Burnt Hills with the upset.
Wow.
Then
What a
Manhasset
sprint
by
from Burnt Hills.
a minute, just a smidge over Niski.
Saratoga
Just a little bit of
strong.
open water. Back to Saratoga.
Holy Toledo.
You know, holy Toledo.
Here comes Niskayuna B through their last 10 strokes. What a piece from Niskayuna B. Start to finish.
Love that red.
Powerful and quick. Here comes Saratoga A from the last 15 strokes. We get to watch them shine.
They know this water. They're
Powering
moving together. Yeah, Saratoga.
Slinging it right across that finish line here.
Well done. Lots of cheers from supporters on shore over here, as I'm sure you all have over there on the regatta side.
So those results of the previous race, not the boys freshman novice 4 quad, because that was not quite that quick, right? Was it?
It might have been. I think it might have been. Here we are. We're off.
Oh, the
again.
freshman novice, because we just
Not
watched the U15.
Coxed Fours.
Beautiful. Here we
Yes,
go.
we're
Boys,
back.
Novice 4 with Coxon, grand final. We're underway.
Athletes
it's
in their
happening.
first year of rowing. 4 athletes rowing, 1 coxing. Oh, we are stopped. All boats are stopped.
All boats are stopped. We must have had breakage in the first 100 meters.
Something about maybe lane 4, St. John the Baptist. We'll see if we can get some information here about what's happening. In many a case, if the start wasn't fair, the start wasn't appropriate, somebody false started, went early, somebody had equipment issues, it does look like they are turning them sideways, which likely means they will row back up to the start. They sometimes will let the next event pull into the docks and then start them after that next event to try and keep us on track. This was a heavily entered event, 17 boats. We only had 9 make it through to this final. The difference was 40 seconds across the field in the time trial. We'll see if that tightens up a little bit. I would anticipate that side-by-side racing is going to just be a little bit closer than time trial racing, but we will see. This is not a Youth Nationals boat. It is not a Scholastic boat. So we are just here for the state championship. And it looks like they're getting turned around. Awesome view of this place that Hannah and I get to call home. A little sprawling Fish Creek.
It's beautiful.
I would guess that they're going to pull these junior U17 doubles petite final, which is our next event, up through.
Most likely. We'll just appreciate the scenery. Take a moment, call your mom.
All right, here we are. It does look like they skipped this boys novice 4 final. They will come back to it later. We will circle back around, make sure everyone's got all their equipment and personnel settled. This will likely be the girls junior U17 petite final of the double. This is not a Scholastic event, not a Scholastic Nationals event anyway, but it is the U17s are a Youth Nationals event. So the entries that are eligible for Youth Nationals as that U17 crew will be looking for a Youth Nationals bid, top 3. Everyone else looking for some junior doubles in Scholastic Nationals. So that's kind of the double-edged sword there. The junior doubles, 1 gets to go to New York Scholastics. The U17 doubles, 3 get to go to Youth Nats. So we'll try and play that out. A lot of it has to do with who's entered as a junior and classified as U17. But right now, this is the petite final, so likely just looking for places 10 through 18 in the state in this girls junior U17 double. If you're a parent and you're like, holy moly, what's the difference between Scholastic and Youth Nats and U17 and Junior? Don't worry. It's a very normal question. Your athlete will know kind of what category they're entered in. We will try and give you...
communicate it.
Yep.
You know, like sometimes we qualify for all these things, but we might not actually
prioritize some different ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Qualification is awesome because it just gives us options of what we can do next.
What could possibly happen? The world's our oyster.
See these doubles getting ready.
Water looks pretty nice up there. That's a great sign. It is pretty nice down here. 1,500 meters, just over a mile down at the finish line.
It's not too
I
cold.
put on a lot of layers at lunch, and now I'm feeling cozy.
But if you're an athlete, this is kind of ideal.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
You can wear sweatpants when you're not racing. You can wear a uni when you are racing. You can get cozy, but you can also
enjoy a little bit of May in upstate New York. Let's see, I see some blades getting squared and buried. The official will call all the crews, so they'll run down the line just like we do often from lane 0 to lane 8. And then an attention go. Starting from the side closest to the Saratoga shore. Out of lane 8 will be Oyster Bay, lane 7, St. Joseph's Collegiate, lane 6, Oyster Bay B, lane 5, Suffern, lane 4, St. John the Baptist, lane 3, Pittsford Crew, lane 2, Chargers, lane 1, Warwick, and lane 0, Canisius High School. Full 9 lanes. Excuse me, I am so sorry. That was the Boys Novice 4. Totally different event. That is the one that we skipped. So excuse me, ladies. We will move on. These are the girls, starting from left-hand side to right-hand side. Friends of Port, Port Jefferson, Pelham, Emma Willard, Friends of Shen B, Manhasset B, Shaker, Mohawk, and Albany B. There we go. That's correct. And we have a clean start in this event. Doubles can have very different start plans. We'll kind of see how things shake out as they get into this first 500 and into the body of the race, we like to call it, that middle 500.
Also, the double's fun because the speed can change. It's almost like a single.
But with a buddy.
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Like if you and your pair partner, your doubles partner, agree it's time to go,
you can make it happen.
You can make it happen.
Just like potentially
turn on a dime.
Lane 5, Suffern.
Lane 5, Suffern.
8765, making a move here. Oyster Bay A and St. John the Baptist not out of it yet, as well as St. Joseph's Collegiate. I am so sorry. I'm going to cover up this boys event. I keep reading the wrong one.
Cover it up. Ingenuity.
Friends of Shen. Emma Willard? That's Emma Willard. Right there in the middle with those red blades. I knew something was funky. Emma Willard, red blades in the middle, in the lead with Friends of Port, Port Jefferson, and Friends of Shen just behind. Gathering our bearings here in this girls junior U17 double petite final. Looks like potentially Port on your left-hand side making a good move. Get a little bit ahead of this Emma Willard double.
Look at this duel happening between Albany B and Mohawk A.
On this right-hand side.
That's so fun.
Yeah.
And all of these doubles have contact. So we've got the leader of Port. We've got second place sitting Emma Willard. And then you have basically neck and neck.
Basically.
Port Jefferson and Shen.
Yeah.
Then Pelham. And looks like Manhasset High School.
And then our two buddies over there.
And then the buddies of Albany B and Mohawk also just level. Those 4 crews, it depends on who's on the drive.
Who's actively moving the boat forward.
Awesome to see it here in the girls junior U17 double petite final.
Looks like Port on the outside, gathering some distance from Emma Willard. Emma Willard and Shen playing nice and tight to that buoy line over there. The double is also a tricky boat to steer, you'd think. You both have 2 oars. Should go straight, but we are humans. We are crazy little creatures. Sometimes a little asymmetrical, especially when we're putting forth a best physical effort. If you're just joining us, this is Port leading Emma Willard in the girls junior U17 petite final of the double here at New York State Championships.
Friends of Port, really nice drone shot here. You're able to see the hands go out wide for maximum leverage.
I think they're up in rate too. I think Port's sitting a little higher.
They are. And sometimes it's just the adrenaline. We're in a state championship, you know?
Give it all you got. No need to be lower if you can be efficient higher.
Petite final, you can see how close can my time be to that A final.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this race unfolding. You got Port. You've got Emma Willard.
That Port boat is a club entry, will be Youth Nationals eligible. Emma Willard is a Scholastic entry, but will be Scholastic and Youth Nationals eligible.
And then you have Port Jefferson sitting in third by just about half a seat down on Emma Willard.
They're club and Youth Nationals eligible. And then our fourth
sitting just about bow to stern
is Shen, right?
Shen
who's going to be a Scholastic looking to go to SRAs. So
and this is the petite final, so a lot hinges on what happens in that
very
grand
true.
final.
Very true.
And it's just great racing experience, right? Like race the race you're in, race the crews you're put up against. It continues to be Port there on the left, and then we'll just read left to right. That's Port, Port Jefferson. Trailing a few lengths back is Pelham. Then Emma Willard currently sitting in second, maintaining that position here before we get into the last 250. Next to Emma Willard is Shen. Then Manhasset High School is that blue boat with the orange outfits and blades. Just out of the frame is Shaker. Then we go over to Mohawk Homeschool and Albany Rowing Center B. Here's a close-up of our leaders. Port.
They've really run away with this race nicely. In the best way possible. Strong,
into those
long.
red buoys. They're up even higher.
They're
going.
Bringing
it up.
Let's see. Let me see if I can tell you how close they were to making that grand final. Might have a chip on their shoulder a little bit there.
The double is such a cool event because the bow seat really just has to unite the mind of the stroke seat. You don't have too many minds,
do some mind reading. It does look like Port was fairly off that grand final pace, about 7 or 8 seconds.
So we got a lot of gap to
So they're
close.
looking to close it, and they've really set themselves apart from this petite final. Who is that over there on the far side? They're on our screen right now.
Albany Rowing Center B. They had a really strong start.
They did.
They're sitting in about
I'm going to say fourth or fifth.
Place,
yep.
Trying to push off of Shen, but
There's
Emma Willard
leaders.
trying to hold off this late charge from Port Jefferson.
Port Jefferson getting themselves back in this mix.
These two crews have been duking it out the entire way down here. But it will be Port for the win in the petite final.
10th in the state.
And I think Port Jefferson's got the better kick. Look at them
so
wind
too,
it up.
Hannah.
Finding that second gear.
One
Emma
more,
Willard
almost there. I
third.
can hear them. There's Emma Willard through the line.
Albany Rowing Center and Shen battling.
Duking it out.
Several
Capital
lanes across,
District.
no coxswain. Wow. Albany B just over Shen. Here comes Manhasset High School.
Followed by,
It's going to be close.
I believe that's Mohawk. Over Pelham Community?
Pelham Community, maybe. I don't know. We're going to have to go to the official times there. My eyes deceived me.
We're stuck on a buoy here. Maybe
Oh, no.
Shaker there.
But that's after the finish, so all good.
Everybody made it through.
And the next race already back underway, trying to get back on schedule. This, if you were looking for your loved one, your friend, your teammate of the boys' Novice Four grand final with coxswain, we've got Oyster Bay, St. Joseph's Collegiate, Oyster Bay Community B, Suffern High School, St. John the Baptist, Pittsford Crew, Chargers Rowing Club, Warwick Crew, and Canisius High School. Here we have those front runners in the boys' Novice Four, Oyster Bay, and St. Joseph's Collegiate. St. Joseph's Collegiate with maybe half a seat of advantage here, but honestly it depends on who's on the drive. St. Joseph's got the bucket, so you got 2 ports there, starboard stroked. And it looks like maybe a little bit better matching out of Oyster Bay, but maybe more power out of St. Joseph's.
A little bit long and strong.
Thankfully, we've got a whole nother 600 meters to go. So we're going to keep watching this duel unfold. Sitting in third place is Oyster Bay B. They're in lane 6. Then over 2 lanes, we've got Pittsford Crew sitting
there
in fourth.
Yeah.
Who's sitting just about 4 seats up on Suffern High School. Who's sitting about 3 seats of open. And I say 500. We're in the last 250.
We're here.
It's happening. This is Oyster Bay and St. Joseph's College battling it out stroke for stroke.
Oyster Bay maybe with a seat right here, but I do think that St. Joseph's Collegiate is moving faster. Will they have enough time?
Really nice push
Oyster
from
Bay
Oyster
gonna
Bay.
hold it
Holy
off.
moly.
I think they are.
What kind of move was that?
Oyster Bay with the win. St. Joseph's Collegiate with the silver in this Novice Four for the boys.
What a great race. Oh my gosh, here comes Oyster Bay B for third.
1 and 3. Nice job, Oyster Bay
Suffern
Novice
High
boys.
School. What a sprint.
Yeah, to get out ahead of Pittsford there.
And then here comes in red St. John the Baptist.
Out of lane 4.
And it looks like lane 1 Warwick Crew coming across the line next.
And then the Chargers.
All caps.
Chargers!
All the time.
Maybe a few seats open. Back to Canisius High School boys Novice Coxed 4. Whew. Good job on those crews for getting back in their lanes, resetting. It is tricky to have to kind of adjust to that mentality after a false start, and those crews made it through that line doing well. This will be our grand final of the girls junior U17 doubles. We did see the petite final a race ago. This is the grand. This is for all the money, all the medals, no money, but hardware in terms of New York State's scholastics. And then we do have bids to youth nationals and SRAs on the line. Top 3 in the U17 category will earn a bid to Youth Nats, and just the top 1 in the Scholastic category will earn that junior doubles bid. Results available on streamlinerowing.com/regattas. We're almost up to date. We're running like 1 race behind, which is fantastic on our timing team. Super excited that that's been going smoothly. Last 5 races of the day. Crazy.
Crazy.
Make sure as you start to clean up, you start to de-rig, you start to pack up those glorious food tents, that you clean up your area, that you're respectful to the land and the people here at the New York State Championships. This is not an invite. It's a championship.
Everybody can come.
Everybody's invited.
So we've got Row New York, Queens, Albany Rowing Center, Friends of Shenandoah, Pittsford Crew, Brighton Rowing Club, Manhasset High School, Niskayuna Rowing, FD Roosevelt, and Long Island Rowing Club. Getting ready to get going here. Maybe a little bit of an extra puff of a headwind here. They're getting off to a clean start. Usually these athletes will start with something of a first 5-stroke sequence where we build the stroke rate or build boat speed up as quickly as we can together.
They're sometimes a little bit shorter.
Yeah, we'll take like half side strokes, 3/4 side strokes, up to the coach's discretion off like what the magic combination is. In the double, the boat speed gets going pretty quickly, so we'll see these athletes already at full slide.
Look at them go.
They're in their high stroke, so if it looks kind of unreasonably fast,
It might feel a little
it
quick.
It might be. But early leaders, wow, really right out of the gates, you've got lane 8, lane 0, and lane 2. So that's going to be Long Island Rowing Club, Niskayuna, and Row New York with the strongest starts. But we're talking about inches, Megan. Inches.
We are. I mean, you can see Albany there in the orange. You can see Shen there in the white and green. We see Manhasset in the orange. We see Our Lady of Mercy at Mount St. Mary, Pittsford and Brighton.
Look at those bows, just bopping along. Everybody's kind of taking strokes together. We're just holding hands, skipping down the road.
Friendly?
This is a friendly row.
We have a term we use on Orion that if it's a study day, if it's a low key, just get in the minutes
match the energy of the person next to you.
We're just doing a friendly now. I am very aware that these athletes are doing anything but a friendly.
A little bit stronger shift to base from Niskayuna and Row New York than these other crews. We're still about 2 seats separated, really tight. This is really fun
tight racing. Really tight racing.
So this is lane 7, Albany Rowing Center. Lane 5 is Pittsford crew. Lane 4, Brighton. Lane 3 is Manhasset High School. And then just a little bit of advantage to Niskayuna in lane 2. Those are your early front runners here, but continues to be Row New York laying down pretty savage rhythm
Row New York
here.
Queens. They want to be the queen of this.
Look at them
double.
go. Albany trying to eat back into that lead. Look at that bow seat, taking just a peek, a lay of the land.
Row
Knowledge
New York
is power.
Queens is a club boat. They're looking for that Youth Nats entry. Albany is a club boat as well, looking for a Youth Nats bid. Those are your early leaders who have pushed slightly ahead of the pack, but man, oh man, do I say ahead of the pack, and then I look at the whole pack.
The whole race.
Left to right, Row New York Queens, Albany Rowing Center with a slight lead. Friends of Shen maybe a few seats down. We've got Pittsford, Brighton, Manhasset, Niskayuna. I'm going to say even, with an even Long Island Rowing on that far side. FDR, a boat length down, but not an unsustainable
Manhasset,
place.
Brighton. Oh my gosh. Manhasset, Brighton, and Pittsford have had such a strong middle 500 so far.
Yeah.
This is wild. They've walked on Niskayuna. Niskayuna is still holding contact on that field, but
that bronze medal is open for the taking. And I'm going to say the silver and gold aren't solidified yet. This is some really great racing, girls.
Oh,
girls junior U17 doubles.
Holding on to that 2 seats still of advantage. But wow, is Albany stubborn. They are just knocking at the door. They're knocking at the door.
I'm going to say they've moved a bit on that Row New York Queens boat.
And then you've got Pittsford there right smack in the middle of your screen. They're currently sitting in 3rd after being in that pack of just holding hands, matching the energy, but now they're trying to make a move.
It's time to bring the claws out. Let's race.
We're coming up on the last 500 meters already. The 1500 is a race of thirds, and we're approaching the last one. Look at this move coming from Albany here. Now Albany and Row New York are level. We'll see if this push can last from Albany. We've got quite a ways to go, about 2.5 minutes left of this race.
Yeah. What does Row New York have to say about Albany pulling even?
But Pittsford really holding on to this charge as well, almost getting contact with Row New York here. And then Shen, Brighton on either side of Pittsford with contact.
I think Shen's right up
Shen
there.
a little bit more competitive at this stage.
Brighton, Manhasset, Niskayuna.
Wow, Albany really strong.
Long Island playing right in there.
Wow.
You have 300 meters left. I think that double can be dynamic enough if you want it. Make it happen right now. We're going to see those buoys change. You can see your top left.
Albany's
that
going.
500 buoy. Albany is going.
Row New York just 2 seats down, and they just can't see. Like, you got to put yourself in their shoes. They don't have that peripheral vision. They didn't see Albany take that step. So it's almost like getting caught unawares.
Yeah.
Pittsford crew getting challenged by Shen here for 3rd. They are neck and neck, just alternating stroke for stroke. Maybe a slightly higher stroke rate for Shen here that might play to their advantage as they just took an inch of the lead here for 3rd.
Yeah. Hannah, take a look at Albany's stroke rate. They are flying. They understand the need. Right now, we're in our last 250.
But their finishes are
We got to go, and we got to go now.
It's one thing to bring the stroke rate up. It's another to keep it dynamic, powerful, and like keep that rhythm.
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah.
fierce.
Yeah.
Wow, what a move from Shen here in this last 500 so far. Does Pittsford have an answer? Does Brighton have an answer?
Race between Manhasset, Niskayuna, and Long Island Rowing Club back there. There's Long Island. Here's Albany, your current, nope, excuse me.
That was lane 4, Brighton.
That's Brighton. There's
Fighting
your
for that
current leaders,
place.
Albany. This is your girls' junior U17 doubles final, so this is for the win. Albany done a really good job in this last
Really
300.
the
They've separated
together.
themselves.
Wow.
They've made it clear we are going to win this.
Albany is extending their lead here. I think they're going to get open
Here
water
comes
by
Shen
the finish.
for Row New York.
Shen got their sights set on Row New York and looks like they're chomping at the bit.
I think Shen
Gunning
left
for
a
the
little
line,
bit
but
too late. Albany for
wow.
the win. Row New York,
What
Manhattan.
a gutsy finish from Shen.
There goes Shen.
Wow,
Ooh.
Brighton over Pittsford in the last moment.
They did. They did.
Here comes Manhasset High School, Long Island Rowing Club, and oh my gosh, FDR, Niskayuna. I can't. I can't.
Manhasset,
FDR coming through their last few
FDR.
strokes.
Manhasset, Niskayuna, Long Island, I think.
And FDR coming through in the green and yellow. Wow. What an exhilarating race.
That
It was
was
so
good
gutsy
stuff.
from everyone.
That was some good stuff.
Wow. Take a breath. And we're right
And
back
back
up to
up
the
for
start.
same boat class, same gender.
This
A
is the
little bit
varsity
different
level.
qualification and levels. So this is the girls' varsity doubles.
And they're already underway. We're about 250 meters in.
They're
so we'll try
doing
to get
it.
lay of the land here. We have Row New York on the far left. Their B entry, Hudson River Rowing, Oak Neck Rowing Academy D, Our Lady of Mercy High School A, Mount St. Mary Academy A, Row America Rye A, Poughkeepsie High School A, Friends of Shenandoah B, and Cortland Community. This is the petite final of that girls' varsity double event.
We are looking for places 10 through 18 in the state. We will be looking for Scholastic and Youth Nationals events. I would guess that there are enough Scholastic crews in that grand final that this is really just a race for positioning. But looks like Row New York Queen B out of lane 8, just like their
Queen B?
Queen Bees out of lane 8. Hudson River Rowing out of lane 7, doing a little bit more to get ahead of the field. And then, very similar to our last race, a lot of good racing. Oak Neck, Lady of Mercy, Skip One, Row America Rye, and Friends of Shen, with a trio of Cortland, Poughkeepsie High School, and, Cortland, Poughkeepsie High School, and Mount St. Mary. A little bit back.
Oh, all right. So we're right into that middle 500. We're about to cross the halfway point already, Megan. What do you think when you cross that halfway? It almost feels like the third 500, kind of. Right?
I get a little bit of excitement. Yeah.
Do you think they're hitting a wall right about now?
Oh, yeah. We're in the wall.
We're hitting the wall. Okay.
But we also
What
know
do we
that
do?
there's another side of that wall.
Okay,
and
so do
that
we just break through the wall?
Yeah. You acknowledge the
Ignore
wall?
the wall?
No, I think you got to acknowledge it. I think
Acknowledge
you got to
it.
say,
Okay.
wow, I'm hurting. And that is a testament to my fitness, a testament to how fast I'm making this boat go, a testament to matching my teammate in front of me or behind me. I'm not a big fan of ignore the pain. I think you gotta talk to it. You gotta tell it, I see you, and I'm
Yeah.
not gonna listen to you.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it's also a bit of a reframing. So you'll hear this voice in your head saying, this is too much. This is the wall. This is where we cannot go any further. And sometimes I think, especially with these athletes who show up every day for the whole spring, maybe the whole winter, the whole fall,
Yeah.
we are getting so fit and so strong. And so it's almost reframing hitting the wall or the thought of this is too much and saying instead, I'm hurting, but that doesn't mean
That doesn't
I'm
mean I can't
incapable.
dig in a little bit more.
Yeah, dig your heels in and just do it anyways. Here we go. We've got the same positioning here through that third quarter of the race. We're in the last 500. Row New York B, Hudson River Rowing, Oak Neck D are your top 3 in this petite final. And we've got quite a tight clustered back. Over there we have Our Lady of Mercy, Row America Rye, then Mount St. Mary's, Poughkeepsie, Friends of Shen B, and Cortland's just off the screen. So full field here in this B final. You can see these athletes starting to pick up their rate a little bit early. We've got like 300 to go. We're not in the red buoys yet, but you can see Row New York is bringing that rate up.
Yeah, and especially in this petite final where maybe you're hunting for some grand final times, there's no loss in going early. Let's see. This is Row New York B with our top seed here, currently our leaders. Hannah, they were 1 second off of making that grand final. So I'm going to say they know that. And also,
no, a little angry about
Hudson
it.
River Rowing, 1 second.
Wow.
So those two crews know they are nearly a grand final crew.
Oh my gosh.
Know they are going to push. They're in these last 250s. We're watching those buoys turn red right there.
And look at that pack, Megan, for this tail end of the petite final.
Good luck timing.
To be Row New York in first, Hudson River in second, and Oak Neck D in third. But oh my gosh.
Oh man.
If I could be a fly on the wall of that gunnel. And these trailing crews, we have Our Lady of Mercy, Mount St. Mary, Row America Rye, Poughkeepsie, and Shen with Cortland just trailing. Oh my goodness.
Those 4 right in a row, almost as exciting as these 3 leading the pack. These 3 leading the pack done a really nice job. You can see 1, 2, 3 right there. Row New York, Queens, Hudson River, and Oak Neck. About a half a boat difference between these 3 crews. Some really nice contact racing. And then, I don't know, I can't say anything between
it's too close to call.
Our Lady of Mercy, Mount St. Mary, Row America Rye, Poughkeepsie, and Friends of Shen.
2 types of racing that just light me on fire. One, dominant performances like this of you've got Row New York, dominant for first. You have Hudson River, dominant for second, and Oak Neck, dominant for third.
And then you can't see any difference between any boats.
Dead level heat between these next crews, another different type of racing.
I'm going to give a smidge to Our Lady of Mercy and then a couple of seats to Mount St. Mary. Here comes Row America Rye, barely bow to stern over Poughkeepsie. And then Shen, just a half a seat of open off of Poughkeepsie. Woo! Here comes Cortland Community.
Wow.
That was some phenomenal racing.
And it teed us right up. Coming up next, we have the girls' varsity double grand final.
Whew. Here's your 18th fastest double in the state. Cortland Community out of lane 0.
Nice straight arm hang. Pushing the legs.
Yeah, boats.
Congratulations, all crews from this B final.
We have 3 grand finals left of your New York State Championships.
I'm nervous.
As you should be. This is crazy stuff.
Vicarious nerves.
Left to right, we've got Port Jefferson, Oak Neck, Mohawk, Nichols, Albany, Shen, Row New York, Oak Neck B, and Niskayuna. 2 Oak Necks. Everyone else is the A boat in their crew. I think this is going to play out to be some really, really tight racing here between.
Look at these 3 boats on the left. They're all going the same stroke rate. Oh, now they've changed a little bit. But there was a moment they all took the stroke at the exact same time.
We were unified.
Wow. What a beautiful shot here. Little dark water, so it's nice when you can see those white blades, but
Port Jefferson and Oak Neck slightly up ahead of Mohawk. And I'm going to say potentially Row New York over there on the far side, 3rd from your right-hand side.
I agree.
But it's early. It's still early. In that first 500 at least, maybe crossing into this middle 500.
This middle 500 is really where that base rhythm gets solidified. So these athletes really trying to find something that feels aggressive, feels dynamic, feels like the momentum of the whole system is cruising along.
You're teetering.
your willpower, but like the whole system is
physical,
moving.
mental, emotional. You are teetering right on the edge of physical and emotional unsustainability, but just sustainable enough that you can pull off what Oak Neck is doing right here. Start to see the field.
They just took 3 seats.
They did. They're almost a boat length up on Port Jefferson on their left. A couple seats have opened on Mohawk Homeschool on their right. What's really cool about this space,
over there on
they are. They're not giving up over there. What's really cool about where Oak Neck is right now is that they can see everyone. So in rowing, we're looking back at our competitors. Huge psychological advantage.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah. I know how far back you are on me. You don't know how far up I am on you.
My coxswain in college used to scream, "Don't trust them." No matter what was going on.
Yeah.
Don't trust another crew. You don't know what they've got up their sleeve. You don't know what move they have planned. Race like they have some
the most genius sprint.
Yeah, exactly.
Oak Neck's trying to put themselves far enough up that if Port Jefferson or Mohawk or Row New York on that far side has anything nuts to throw in this last 250, they've done enough work in the first 1250.
Built the quote-unquote insurmountable lead.
Insurmountable lead. Eric Catalano, 2023.
Something
Eric
like that.
Catalano, always.
Just be gutsier. Lay it all out early and maybe surprise yourself that you have more in the tank than you even realize.
Can we talk about this race happening between Nichols School, Albany Rowing Center, and that green boat of Friends of Shen back there? Stroke for stroke from the start. We are crossing into that last 500 very soon. I can see them from the finish line.
And if Port Jefferson isn't careful, they're going to have some moves coming at them from Row New York over there in lane 2.
Yep.
And this crew out of Mohawk Homeschool in lane 6.
And Mohawk Homeschool and Row New York got to do some work to knock one of them off. Only top 3 are going to get a New York State medal. Who's going to be the gutsy one to sprint a little bit early, throw something at the wall, see what sticks, commit to that intense last couple of minutes a little bit sooner than anticipated. But in our lead, Oak Neck Rowing, as they have been most of this race. Port Jefferson cautiously in that silver medal position.
It looks like those crews from Port Jefferson and Oak Neck are, in fact, making moves.
They are.
They heard me. They were like, don't worry, I've got it.
Don't worry. We're fighting over here. We're having a battle.
It looks like Row New York just getting a little bit spooked there on the outside. Again, it's super tough in the double. You don't have a coxswain whose only job is to look across the field and make sure they're responding to the other crews. You're also going as hard as possible.
Right.
Like pushing your little heart out.
Right.
And then you want me to do what? You want me to look over
you want me to pay attention?
6 lanes and tell you if we've moved relative speed to another boat? It's a big ask. Super tough to do. So Row New York there on the screen, currently sitting in 4th.
I believe so.
With
they're in that outside lane. They're going to have a little bit, just because of how they were seated from the time trial, going to have a little bit trickier job of looking all the way over to, I believe, Mohawk Homeschool, potentially Port Jefferson, and then our charging trio of Nichols, Albany, and Shen. But it definitely looks like Oak Neck's done enough of a job. Here they are coming into your field division.
Yeah, go.
It's going to be your girls varsity double leading into a state championship here. Can they do it? Have they done enough? They've got 10 strokes to the line. Port Jefferson's on the move, though. Check out Port Jefferson.
I can't stop checking out Oak Neck. The boat's just surging, that whole system, one unit.
New York State champions, Oak Neck. Silver medalists will be Port Jefferson. Very nice job into 3rd.
Mohawk
will be Mohawk Homeschool.
Cruising. Here comes Row New York for 4th. Wow, that battle you're talking about, Megan.
Here it goes.
Looks like they have the slight advantage.
I would agree. Into Nichols School, followed by Albany Rowing Center. I don't know if you can hear the horn behind us, but somebody's just honking away. It is close racing out here. Here comes Oak Neck B. Very nice performance in a varsity double. 2 boats in your top 8 from Oak Neck and Niskayuna to round out your top 9 girls varsity doubles. And with that, we are in our penultimate race.
Can you believe it?
I can.
She's like,
I
feel it.
Some great racing today. We've actually, Hannah and I were just talking. It's been one of the greatest New York State's in
I don't
recent
think
memories.
we've ever had weather like this.
It's a beautiful day here on Fish Creek. If you're streaming from afar, thank you. We've heard so many stories of parents, grandparents, family members out on the West Coast, on the East Coast, in Europe even. Very, very cool to have you all listening, to have you all paying attention to this wonderful sport of rowing.
Here we go, Megan.
Here we are.
Get ready.
Tell me about it.
Boys freshman U16 8 final. We've got Row America Rye in lane 8, Chaminade High School in lane 7,
Yeah.
Saratoga Rowing Association in lane 6, Chaminade High School B in lane 5, Brighton Rowing Club in lane 4, Niskayuna in lane 3, McQuaid Jesuit in lane 2, St. Joseph's Collegiate in lane 1, and Shaker Rowing Association in lane 0.
Incredible. The boats that are eligible for Youth Nationals in the U16 8 will be Row America Rye, Niskayuna, St. John the Baptist, and Chaminade. So 4 boats eligible, looking for 3 spots here. They're off.
Off they are.
Freshmen who will be eligible for New York Scholastic is everyone except Row America Rye. So big race for the Scholastics, big race for the New York Championships. Here we go.
All right,
Here
so
we
we're
go.
looking at Rye.
We're looking at Rye.
Chaminade.
We
We're
are.
looking at Saratoga, who is dead level with.
Who's that over there?
Lane
Chaminade.
4, Brighton.
Brighton in that
And
yellow, perhaps.
The yellow is McQuaid Jesuit, I think, and St. Joseph's Collegiate. Whew. Fast and Furious 250 already down. Coming into that next 500 before you know it. That's a good look at Shaker. Here's a good look at St. Joseph's. In the yellow is McQuaid Jesuit, just trailing Niskayuna. Then Brighton, then Chaminade B, then Saratoga, currently sitting in 3rd place, followed by Chaminade A, then Row America Rye.
Looks like Chaminade A and Row America Rye have given themselves a little bit of space on the field. Saratoga with a couple seats up on Chaminade B, and Chaminade B with a couple seats up on Brighton.
These
But
geese
it's
keep
still
flying
early,
way
man.
Too close
It's
to the
still
drone.
early.
They're going to take out our drone, and we're not going to be able to see anything.
Look at this race for first developing. Row America Rye and Chaminade. Chaminade trying to hang with a charging off the line Row America Rye. There's your first 250.
500. They're already 500
First
in.
to 500.
Crazy. We're in that middle of the race here. Row America Rye and Chaminade separating themselves out from this field.
Row America Rye and Chaminade went 3 seconds apart.
There's a look back
This
at the rest
morning.
of this field. Saratoga sitting about 6 seats up on Chaminade B. Sitting just, I would say, what was that? 5 seats of open water.
Yeah,
So
half a
Saratoga
boat.
kind of in a little vacuum there between
are.
2 different pockets.
We
There's
look at times
Shaker.
from this morning. It does look like Row America Rye and Chaminade were very close together, with the rest of the field slightly more spread out. So we'll kind of see how that plays in a side-by-side race with these freshmen U16s. I do think in the younger boats, the side-by-side is so much more exciting, so much more competitive, so draws
It's
out
just a rare
much more of an
experience.
athlete.
Yeah. So we're looking at McQuaid Jesuit and Niskayuna
Here they are, that
main
big N
front
on
and
there.
center. And then we can see over there on the right-hand side those next crews of Brighton, Chaminade B, who are pretty close. They have a lot of overlap, maybe
They
4
do.
seats of overlap there. And then just
Saratoga.
about bow to stern, Saratoga over Chaminade B, sitting about a length back behind Chaminade A and Row America Rye.
And just the excitement in these boats. Doing it together, placing those blades. Row America Rye,
Hurtling to the last 500.
yeah,
Can you believe they're moving so fast?
they are. They are
The whole
decks
field.
overlapping over Chaminade here from Row America Rye. Here's the last 500. We
When do
can't
you
hear
start
them
to
yet.
sprint? I
We
feel
will
like
start to
we
hear
have
them
some
here.
separation here.
Yeah,
So Rye might be able to respond if Chaminade starts to go early, and looks like they're trying to wind it up here.
it does. It does. I see a
450
wind up
from the
out of
finish.
Chaminade. Make that last 500 move.
So it's up to Rye here. They're going to respond. Really nice racing here from these 2 front crews. And some gutsy moves from
Wow.
this whole field.
Wow, it is. It is. To put together this high caliber of a race out of a freshman U16 team is so exciting. We're so lucky in upstate New York, in all of New York, to have this
wow,
kind of
look
racing.
At this move from Rye. They're trying to get open
Rye
water
says,
here.
"Give
in
me
the
open."
last
That coxswain is looking
250
over.
coming.
Chaminade says, "Maybe not yet. Can we hold on?"
And looks like Chaminade's not going to let it go so easy. They're clinging on to that contact here in these red buoys.
They are. They're
See
clinging.
who's got more of a push here.
I think Chaminade is holding on. I don't think they're going to be able to walk through. I think Pro America Rye has
they've really
done
won
a
that
good
open
job.
water.
They have.
It's the hill to die on.
Yep. Second to last race of the day.
Boys freshman
Last race of
U16
this
Eight grand
season.
final.
Postseason
Rye.
perhaps to come, but here comes Rye.
Pushing
Rye and
hard through that
Chaminade have
finish.
separated multiple boat lengths ahead of the field. I think Chaminade is holding on to a sliver of contact. Ooh! Rye
Wow.
maybe with a half a seat towards the end.
Here comes Saratoga through their last 15 strokes. Looking strong.
Bronze for Saratoga here in this boys freshman U16 8.
Here comes Chaminade B, followed by Brighton. Those two crews duked it out the whole way down.
They did. Looks like Chaminade B didn't quite get
And
a
check
full
out
boat.
this move from Niskayuna.
I'm checking
They
it
have
out.
pushed away
They
from the
did a
rest of
very
this
nice
field in
job.
the boys U16 grand final.
There's Niskayuna with the red, big ends. McQuaid Jesuit in this yellow and black. Giving it all they got. Lane 2.
And to finish up this field, we've got St. Joseph's Collegiate coming through their final strokes.
Really together in that maroon and white.
And Shaker Rowing Association finish it
Last
off.
5 strokes to the line here from Shaker. There's Shaker Rowing Association through the line. And here we are in our final race of the 2024 New York State Rowing Championships. The boys varsity straight 4 athletes, 4 oars, no coxswain. Simple, speedy. Your lineups here from the right side, your lane 8 will be Romerica Rye, Friends of Port B, West Side, Canisius, Warwick, and St. Joseph's Collegiate. I believe this is going to be West Side rowing right here. Bucket hat and bow. On your right-hand side, we've got Romerica Rye and 2 port boats.
And Canisius on that left-hand side.
I
really
see
strong start.
We had some pretty tight racing this morning, I believe.
It's Canisius and Rye here duking it out for first, just followed by Port A, Port B.
This is not a Scholastic Nationals event, but it will be a Youth Nats event. We do have everyone eligible for Youth Nats in this group. So not only are they racing for a New York State Championship, there's Rye and there's Canisius trying to outpace a seed.
Canisius really gutsy start here. We'll see how they can hold on. Rye really strong in the Street 4 event. Port A and Port B, familiar foes, probably did pieces next to each other in these
Earlier
boats.
this week, last week. I think Canisius is going to try and pull an upset here out of lane 4. Maybe a little bit of a better look on the field than perhaps Port A or Port B. Romerica Rye with a good look on the field. They just have to look directly to their port side where there are 2 port boats. Got a couple of ports on port
It'd
here.
be a little awkward if they were to the starboard side,
It
wouldn't it?
would be.
Wouldn't it? So Rye and Canisius duking it out. Port V Port duking it out. Port A just about a length
Maybe a few seats of open water back to Port B.
Hannah, I think Canisius might have a little bit of an edge here. Hard to tell with this camera.
They got the outside smoke.
But
we've been talking about
I think they might.
Really nice shot here of Canisius. Crisp catch, crisp finish.
We see that gazebo on the right-hand shore. That's 600 to go. I can see them approaching 500. This is it, everyone.
Here we go. Let it rip.
Here
Open
we
it
go.
up.
Do you think they know the excitement that they are the final race of a state championship?
I hope so.
Do you think they feel
I
it?
hope somebody
I hope
told
you
them.
feel it.
Rye, Canisius and Rye. Coming through that last 500. Straightforward, no coxswain. It's up to the athletes to decide when to go. They've got a race plan they're executing, but
they do.
you also kind of have to respond to the race happening around you.
Yeah,
sometimes
you
gotta
can write down
throw
all
the
you
plan to
want,
the wind.
but sometimes, let's see, Rye over here, who I do believe has made a little bit of room back
Early
on
push.
Canisius. But maybe they planned just to fight away from Port. They see Canisius 4 lanes over there. We got to do something a little different than we planned.
Wow, this is such a great race between these two front crews. Gutsy from both, making moves.
Got out early, staying out. They're about to cross that 250. We'll see those buoys change.
And it's fun to have someone like
It is
challenge
so
you, to
fun.
test you all the way down the course. Like, no. Call your bluff.
Yeah.
Call your bluff. You can't hold
think
on.
that was a move? Watch
Yeah,
this.
Exactly. And especially when you're in a straight four and it's all the athletes, like, yes, while going as quickly, as fast as possible,
Can we communicate
I can make a
something?
gamble.
Here's Row America Rye. We see Canisius on the far side. I can't really tell margins from here just yet.
It's hard to say.
I'm going to give
I can't tell.
maybe a little bit to Row America Rye here.
Maybe a seat.
But I
They've
do
got
think
10 to
Canisius is
go.
on the hunt.
It's time to empty it. Empty the tank.
This is it. This is it. You don't have to save anything for the next race. You don't have to save anything for the bus ride home. Canisius is moving. There they are on your screen. We've got Row America Rye. Oh, they are as even can get.
Hold on to me. I can't do it.
Row
Wow,
America
Row
Rye.
America Rye.
2 seats up in the end to Canisius. Heck of a race out of lane 8 and lane 4.
Here comes Port through the line.
There's your bronze medalists.
And wow, look at more outside smoke for you.
I love me some outside
Here comes
smoke.
St. Joseph's Collegiate, who's going to take that 4th place finish away from Port B. What a fight. So tough in these Coxless fours.
Coxless Fours.
Here
You
comes
are all the
Warwick.
brains. Out of lane 5. I believe that's West Side.
West Side? Oh, here comes Warwick.
That was West Side
with the
for
bucket hat and
a
bow. How could I
6th place
confuse?
finish. Here comes Warwick Crew with that yellow stripe. Our final boat of the New York State Championships. 5
Wow.
strokes to the line. We did it, everyone.
Congratulations to all.
And there's Warwick. Your boys of Varsity Straight 4. With that concludes New York State Championship Racing. We thank you all for joining us this weekend. A lovely day. We feel so lucky to be part of this. Clean up. Take your trash with you.
Thank
Hit
a
the vendor
volunteer.
tent.
Call
Thank a
your mom.
volunteer. Drive home safe. We'll see you next year or in the fall. Come visit us.
See you later.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Happy Sunday.
Thank you.